Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Trader TV Live. Futures decidedly in negative territory here with the triple Qs down 0.2% and the SPY down half. The Dow looking pretty much the same way, down 0.5%. The Russell 2000 faring the best of the four, down 0.33% here, but it is very negative to start the morning. Certainly is not negative, though, if you are looking at oil. USO gapping up quite aggressively here, more than 4 4/5, almost 5%, on the back of more Middle Eastern tensions overnight. Yet another night of strikes. But let's get right down to work. Big earnings reports after the bell yesterday. Google and Tesla both reporting, both decidedly negative as well. Google down 5%, Tesla down 7%. The market very concerned about the amount of capex that's being spent by both companies. IBM kind of already knew that they were going to have a bit of a softer quarter, down 1.5% now, up 4 3/4. But there's a lot of names this morning, Sia, that we have to talk about, not just the earnings names. We also have some headlines from Lilly.
Lines from Lilly. So I'm just going to pull up the chart over here and see what's going on with the stock at the moment. So you have Lilly saying that it will be filing for approval for its next generation obesity drug in the first quarter of the year 2027 as well, Sharif. Treatment has already succeeded in 2 late-stage trials. Previously, however, we had Eli Lilly saying that it would submit an application as early as this year for the weekly injection that is Retritude, which works differently, and also it has appeared to be more effective than existing shots and pills. So in 2 separate phase 3 trials, it has delivered significant weight loss as well as improvements in a key measure of blood sugar levels in adults with obesity and 2 major complications, type 2 diabetes and unestablished cardiovascular disease as well.
Absolutely.
So it's a very good look over here.
All right, guys, more to talk about as well. We still have the AMD conference today. We're looking for Dr. Lisa Su to continue to announce new products. Intel also looking at doing an interesting purchase from Asia. Both AMD and Intel are actually looking to the Asian markets for semiconductor equipment as they look to get around the glut or the choking of inventory. Mobileye, guys, looking at changing some leadership. Lockheed, LMT reported this morning they're up 5.5%. You also have Southwest, which is down 3 4/5. They also reported this morning. Comcast pretty much flat, and T-Mobile as well, boys, down here 5 1/5 on the back of a tough report.
Yeah, well, good morning, everybody. We have a friend, Kevin O'Leary always says, it's all about the cash flow.
That's right.
Well, today, it's about the negative cash flow. Like, we're all wrapped up about CapEx. The consequence of the CapEx is Alphabet negative cash flows, Tesla negative cash flows. This is what they don't like. Well, and the good news is, as SpaceX also continues to fall, well, it's actually SpaceX is up 0.5%, but you know what it's been doing. As it continues to fall, Elon kind of hinted again at further that there could be a combination in the future between the two. So kind of lumped them together. I don't know if that weighs down on it. I still think it's a negative cash flow issue. But this is where we're at. You get punished for spending. You get punished for not being thrifty. I don't see any other way that these guys are going to be building robots without spending a bunch of money retrofitting. And of course, with Terafab, that's going to be costly. But down 7% anyways. But hey, at least ServiceNow's up, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even looked at many of these names.
Of course, ServiceNow's up and Alphabet's down, right? Because
I mean, Tesla's just, I mean, I can, maybe our chart's a little bit better because this one's not showing the daily move. I was sort of saying this earlier, and that is that all we are is right back to sort of where we were in April on both of these names, for Google and for Tesla, of course. And it's just down into here into 340. So this doesn't really matter. Like, unless you're able to get something out here, 450, 460, 440, basically anywhere before today, then this is just losing 3 months worth of gains to now make another decision on what you want to do with the stock. Revenues, I mean, we just went over some of the numbers there, but revenues higher for Tesla. That's nice. We know that they do have a great product and they're selling a bunch of them. We saw the deliveries number was greater than expected for Q2. but it's his earnings, right? I mean, it's like the earnings fell 33 cents, expected 50 cents. So, they miss on the EPS and then they go out and spend a little bit more money there. And now we have that whole wonder of, well, we've always had it. What does happen with SpaceX and Tesla? Do they get wrapped up into one here? But the free cash flow, the more expensive CapEx hit there, just confusing the stock down 7% today. And I think you do want to watch out for this 340 break spot. And I mean, in the exact same story, we're going to get over to Google, I'm sure, in a moment as well, down 5% or 4.5%, now 5%. And that's just right back to where it was again back in April, right into here as well, if not trying to get a little lower. So I think that we talk about buying good companies at 200 period moving averages, and that's right where you're going to wake up today and find Google. So, I bought some at 350 last time. There's reasons why I'm raising cash and, trying to find out better opportunities out there to put my money to work, because it's like what I was saying earlier again, all of this, like, unless you got something out up here, you've just lost that whole move, right? And so, of course, it's paper losses. Like, you didn't, they were in your account, now they're gone, and there's nothing you can do about it except for hope that you made some kind of decision to sell something near the tops over the last couple months, and now you're sitting on more cash. Because if you're just putting new money to work now, that's fine. But if you were able to sell shares up here at 400, sit on 10 grand cash, rebuy those exact same shares, the same value down here, 10 more grand, well, you're going to get, 30% more shares today than you would have up here, so, or 25% more shares. So, sitting on your hands is a good strategy. There's no doubt about that. But when you buy back stock today, you're putting in new money, which I think is a great opportunity to do that. You don't want, cash is only paying 3 to 4%. But that's the rub whenever earnings season comes and goes. You wonder about why didn't get out higher? Why didn't I buy more lower when the stock, reports a great number like ServiceNow, as Neil mentioned there. And you mentioned earlier, like, did you think that software was really going to go? So have you lost 5% now by not buying yesterday? I mean, there was opportunities where all we are is right back to where we were. Like, we're at $100 right now on ServiceNow. Like, that's still right here, so it's still lower than where we were yesterday, basically, on ServiceNow. This has a 103, we're down to 100. Yesterday we did get that low of 90, but that high yesterday was 101, and right now you're at 100, so it's like you play the game and you just try to pick the best companies, and hopefully you're able to get a good average price, and that when you look at your account in a couple weeks, months, whatever, years, that you say, yeah, that was a decent decision, or maybe it wasn't. So I think we got two good companies here, Google and Tesla, that are on a little bit of a discount today, and you just wait to see. I think Tesla's a little more nervous. I think we can wrap our head around why we might buy a Google.
Oh, easily.
More than we would buy a Tesla there.
Easily.
But
because Google, when you look down the line, like you could look at that cloud growth, and it's like just sequentially, like quarter by quarter, improving. It's like 17% to 23%, because that's one of the things we wanted to see. You still see that nice growth going there. So that story, it's a little easier to comprehend. They can lean. They got YouTube as well. They got all those levers to pull. I mean, Tesla was never even like considered to be a good valuation. That's the trickier one. And to Sean's point, I'll be the first to tell you, it is so much easier. Like, if you're in, let's just say, any of the memory chip names, or when like ARM went parabolic, it's easier to be like, oh, I'm gonna trim 10% off this, I'm gonna trim 10% off that, when the stock is like doubling in a month. That's not as easy to do when you're looking at like a Tesla, because like it's not, like it wasn't doing anything so parabolic that makes you want to panic on the way up. Like, oh, I got to take something out. And so it ends up a lot of times like those are the ones that you're just sitting back in it because it wasn't really doing anything. When a stock's going ham, you're like, oh yeah, seize that profit because it just doubled for me. Take 10, take 20, and then you buy that one back. But when it's a little bit of that malaise, it's so much more difficult. Just one more thing, because I mean, we're gonna go back to the desk in a quick little second. Yeah, about this, and this would be USO if you're wondering what this means. Oil and energy just continues to go higher and higher and higher. And it's intraday, You notice something like intraday, there haven't been any like too ridiculously crazy upside days. Like there've been like small, a couple of bucks here, maybe back here. You're gonna like last week, a couple weeks ago, you're gonna get a big move. But like we're gapping and holding. Like remember yesterday was kind of like a sell day, most of the day in USO, but then we're just gapping higher overnight. And there hasn't even been that one relentless buying squeeze day just yet. But this gap is a little bit of acceleration because you had some more, as Sharif likes to put it, belligerencies overnight. So that continues to be a bit of a problem. So some small cappers probably going to get helped by that. But sorry, Ravi in the chat, because Battle's still stuck despite all of this. Battalion Oil and some of those other small cappers that used to go, oops, that's Blue Ocean, you don't really care about that. They're just stuck in the mud, is the best way to put it. They're not moving the way that they used to when you would get these massive gaps up. Like, what's the point of looking to a small cap with a large short float when energy's up, USO's up 5%, and it's also up 5%? That makes it completely useless to look at Battle until it starts going. But there could be other small cappers out there for everybody, and sure, the energy trade is not going anywhere.
All right, let's go back to the desk and figure out what our next story is. We're glad to have Sia there today.
Yes, the inaugural morning routine here with Sia and I, guys. Let's talk a little bit about Google, because this was, well, there was a lot of good in this report, obviously, but there are concerns, Sia, continual concerns about the amount of money that they are spending on CapEx. I believe they did raise their guidance there substantially for how much they're looking at spending for the rest of the year.
Absolutely. So they have quietly raised their full year 2026 capex, I would say, to $195 billion to $205 billion, which is significantly up from the range of $180 billion to $190 billion. Now, let's just quickly go over the numbers and what happened here. So EPS per share, now stay with me, $9.11 versus $2.88 expected. Let's take a look at what actually went on here. It's heavily distorted by the non-operating accounting that went on here. Nearly $98 billion in unrealized markup on Alphabet's stake in AI startup Anthropic was recorded under other income, quote unquote, artificially inflating its GAAP earnings per share far beyond core operating performance, Sharif.
That's fantastic. I mean, if I made $98 billion on an investment, I'd be very happy. Absolutely. No, but that's real. That's because, you know, we know that they have. They were one of the first to throw a lot of money behind Anthropic, and they're realizing that now. But the point is, it's a one-line item, and so it's not going to reoccur. The other thing that I kind of want to mention there, Google Cloud revenue. This thing just skyrocketed, 82% year-over-year jump in Google Cloud revenue, but their margins apparently faced unexpected pressure. People are saying compute constraints cost them too much money. They were also forced to lease third-party cloud capacity to fill all the demand that they have. So insatiable is the demand, they couldn't meet it with their own compute. And we know as well that they're renting compute from SpaceX AI, because like Anthropic, because you just can't meet that demand. So, yeah, guys, Google. You know, you guys mentioned it at the top there. You'd probably buy Google ahead of Tesla. What are your thoughts right now, though?
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't think it's an unpopular opinion. Our poll last night, and we only put 4 earnings names on the poll in the afternoon show, but it was Alphabet, Tesla, ServiceNow, and IBM.
And I get you, ServiceNow got the least.
It was actually
close.
IBM. It was close.
Okay.
It was, I think, 7.5% voted for IBM.
So it's like 12 both names that were the lowest are the only ones that were up.
Yeah, those
Remember
ones
what we said? Oh, no, IBM's down right now, actually.
Yeah, IBM did give it back with 12%, but it was 60% for Alphabet. Now, I think that's with good reason. And look, we didn't specify time frame, which I probably should have, but usually we're talking about what's going to happen on the earnings day. That's implicit when we do these polls. But there was a chance that everyone just liked Alphabet because they feel like it's the safer company. I would agree with that, but we were talking about what would be the best for today, which a lot of times it really just comes down to, okay, well, where is it positioned going into the earnings? In this particular case, you never want to hear that declining margins. You don't. At the end of the day, you don't want to hear negative cash flow. Obviously not. They do, again, you've got the growth to sustain this in the cloud. I think that's the one thing that you want to be able to lean on here. And maybe this is simply a case where it's going to pull back and start to look better on a P basis relative to its peers. But this is a 200-period moving average, and it's gone as of right now. It is 8:15 in the morning on earnings morning. So that 200 period, I mean, it's not really dead unless it closes underneath. So that's about it's about 329. So call it like the 330 level. It's basically where we have like the 630 spike too. So we could be 24 hours from now, if Google's back above 330, we're going to be talking about how it held that 200-period moving average. Now, I like Tesla for a trade a little bit better because it's like I'm more easily negative on Tesla than I am on Alphabet. So I'm more of like a stay away from Alphabet. Look to see if it can hold that 330. Give the 2 or 3 day rule. If it holds the 200 period after a few days, I think that's a nice little DCA. If it can't, then I have this old trend line from when it was channel up. And I just sort of left this channel trend in, and that corresponds with 300. 290 to 300, and then that becomes the buy zone post earnings. So if it doesn't hold the 200 period here, then I think you take some shares in that 290 to 300. And ultimately, I just feel Tesla just feels a little bit weaker and a little bit worse. That's just me.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of that in as far as Google's concerned. I'm actually going to try to buy some right now at the 200 period moving average for Google. So, I like the business. Obviously, the negative free cash flow or the lower free cash flow is not necessarily a good thing. I mean, free cash flow, the revenue minus capital expenditures, and obviously, if you're going to go from 195, 200 billion in capex there, you're going to get hit down 5%. I think it's worth stepping in and taking a little bit of action right there. And you guys know that I was selling some Marvell, AMD, and all that just to try to get longer in names that I think have a longer time frame for a runway. And I think Google is one of those names. So I'm going to put a little bit of cash to work right here today, and then we'll see what winds up happening if we can get into, which hopefully is not the case, into this $300 mark. Because thing about it is, when I think about what's going to happen with the future calls in the next couple of days with Microsoft and Apple, we don't need to worry about CapEx spending. I don't think they'll announce anything. If anything, it'll be smaller. We do know that the cloud has been a big business. So Microsoft's going to report a good cloud number, I would assume. And I would assume also Amazon's going to report a good cloud number. So that should help Google out as well. Google's cloud improving. So if Microsoft or AWS slip up on their cloud, that could result in a theory that more business is going into Google, and we can put even a bigger moat maybe around that as well. What platforms are you guys using? Yeah, so RH and IG. Robinhood and IG. Yeah, no. Okay, so we're just trading on here. This is our own software, and it's through a company called Real Trading. And so if you go here, Real Trading, you can Google it if you want to give Google some more money. And then you go into here, and this is
they need it.
Basically what we're doing right here. It's a prop floor that we're on, and here's Trader TV Live. You can see the very big logo right here on the page. Like, who's running this website? I have no idea. We trade in over 50 plus global markets. Everything's there's Brendan explaining with a very, very handsome face right there, explaining like who's doing this. I have to speak to somebody about this. But anyways, there you go. This is what we do, man. We have our own software right here, and it's all wrapped up into one. You can click on resources, Trader Resources, Trader TV, the real-time newsletter, and then we have a trading platform here as well that we use, and that's what we're using every single day. And it is a prop company, right? And so prop firm. So all the software that we're using right here is that. And then I just use through my bank. I don't have a Robinhood account or Webull or Wealthsimple or anything like that. So I don't really trade that actively outside of the show, more for long-term things. So, paying the $10 a trade or whatever it happens to be, depending on the quarter, doesn't really hurt my bottom line too much. But so that's what I'm using. I think that's a great question, of course. So yeah, thanks for all of that. We do have, of course. Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
I was going to say, before we go to Joe, we're going to get into the options here, but the president has posted, and this is what has been posted. A year ago, the United States of America was attacked very powerfully by the Houthis for their interference with commerce and trade by shooting at ships. Since that time, and during our conflict with Iran, they have acted very responsibly. Unfortunately, now they are starting up again, shooting at 2 Saudi Arabian ships last night. Please let this truth serve to represent that if they do this again, the U.S. will hold Iran responsible, in that the Houthis are a surrogate and or proxy of Iran, and major military punishment will be inflicted upon Iran and, of course, the Houthis themselves, who I am very disappointed with in that they have until now acted very professionally and smart. Thank you for your attention in this matter, President Donald J. Trump. I can get off Tesla for a quick little second. Just to show you guys, since that post, USO, there was a slight tick up and now coming back in, but we're already up 5 points here. Energy's kind of already on the move. So there's a response from the president. Let's get over to some options action with our man, Joey Options.
All right, guys, welcome and good morning. Let's take a look at some of the derivatives activities from yesterday's session. Now, a couple of the names that were reporting after the bell yesterday. We're going to kick things off with Alphabet, Google here at the top of our list. Now trading substantially south of these levels here, guys. $360 strike price expiring tomorrow. We want to keep an eye out on some of these contracts here. Now, why were we looking at this specific level? You can see throughout the week we had a issue breaking and holding this specific strike price, 360 that is. Now, as for the open interest, this was the largest that we've seen across these strikes on this expiration cycle. Now, as for the volume, 16,000 contracts on yesterday's session, open and close. Let's keep an eye out on it, but with our bid in the ask, we're only sitting on a $10 spread, but this delta is going to drop substantially down. What we're going to be looking at here is now we have a 75% chance that this contract is going to expire out of the money. That's probably going to increase after the bell. Now, we will have some implied volatility holding on to some of the value because we have an increase at the money IV sitting at 98.4%. Sorry. But what happened throughout yesterday's session is that we did lose 80% from the open. 82% of the value of this contract was eliminated from the pricing itself. All right, guys. So one thing that we're going to keep a focus on, considering we are going to have a gap down within this options contract, your bid and the ask are going to substantially change, and you will see a decrease in your delta metric. Once again, increasing the probability of this specific contract expiring out of the money. If you were fortunate enough, I know Ozan was writing some Tesla calls, we'll get into that momentarily, but if you were an options writer, you're going to be already collecting a lot of that premium. All right, guys, moving forward, Sharif, if we get, there we go, bang. $400 strike price. Guys, what are we even talking about here? All the way up in this neck of the woods, well, we're going to be looking at the substantial amount of open interest at that level. 16,000 contracts still currently open, and the volume sitting around 22,600. Now, once again, this is a writer's world. If you were fortunate enough to do so, just like Ozan was, and I'm like, Ozan, are you sure you wanted to do that? It's in his case. He should have wrote more, and that's exactly what he said to me the other day. Now, as for the bid and the ask, sitting on a $10 spread, all right, guys, that will change probably after the open. I wouldn't be surprised if we tighten up a little bit, but that delta is drastically going to drop, putting the options writer and the probability in your favor. Now, at the money IV, relatively cool here for Tesla, sitting around 99.3%. There, guys, that will probably uptick after the bell. Now, as for the contract itself, we're sitting around 12% to the downside. Nothing crazy, but once again, this contract by the end of the week tomorrow is most likely going to expire worthless. So once again, if you were on the buyer side of things, not necessarily having the best time, but if you were an options writer, you're starting to collect a lot of premium. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Get that premium.
Well, that's what the right's all about. But the thing is that, like you had mentioned up there, is that the Google, because, well, you were talking about Tesla, weren't you?
Yeah, both.
Yeah, so Tesla and Google are both, I mean, Tesla's now down 7%, I guess. Google's implied move was 5.9. So any writer right now would be obviously doing well because you're not near that level yet. But I mean, if you wrote it for Friday, then you still got a couple more days, today and tomorrow, to see where this stock winds up trading. So I think that's going to be a good one there. And then the Tesla as well. I thought they had a similar expectation of a move, and that one today down 7.5. So, you know, those if it was calls, and depending on whatever the example Joe just gave there, you're probably doing okay if you bet on the short side there of Tesla. So Google kind of a neutral play there, writing, but it looks like Tesla will become a, this may even get lower. Like, we'll have to see if this does wind up breaking lower. Right now, even in the pre-market here, you see we were just at 350, you know, 30 minutes ago. Now you're like, that's not good. Now you're down to 345, seeing if we can hold that. So you've already lost $5 in the last half hour since we started talking. So not a great open expected here for me for Tesla anyways. I don't have Tesla on my mind today. I do have Google more. And I just think that Google is more at a psychological level of this 325. If we dip down a couple bucks into 320, I think that could be a good bouncing spot there for Google. And then that'll give it about 6% down. And that's what the rough estimate of the move was yesterday. So I think if we get catch a bid around 320, I think is what what I'm sort of looking for here today. I'm just about to write that down. The only name that I have so far on my note is going to be NVIDIA. NVIDIA's traded really well the last couple of days, and they've really started to, you know, put the sort of pedal to the metal here on an upswing. We're gonna, again, the market's coming in. Like, the market's now down 1%, right? So we're starting to bleed out a little bit there. Will we eventually take out some of these pre-market levels? I hope so. But that's the look for right now. I wrote down 212 long on Google, on NVIDIA. That would be breaking right here, the 200 period moving average. So that's kind of the stuff that I'm looking at right now. And I'm also looking at Randy, who I think just brought, hopefully it's bananas. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, it's all good. That's all good.
Hopefully we got that.
Yeah, I said hopefully
breakfast.
It was some sort of good, decent breakfast. Yeah. Will it be samosas and eggs? Who knows?
Sometimes they do that. Adam James abroad. Oh, we got a list of super cats.
We
got a super chat with a list of small caps
that are all super cats.
Super cats.
We buy.
The Dundada.
Wow,
which one of them is the Dundada?
We buy's on our.
Yeah, we buy's on the watch. ADVB. That's one from yesterday. LGCL. I do believe is LGCL not one from yesterday. Maybe no. This was the one that was holding underneath VWAP all morning long. I do remember looking at this. So you got a lot in here. This one probably a Louis special because it's underneath VWAP and holding. That 707 came in holdings, which is JEM. Don't even know. Well, I don't know what the ticker. Probably, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on the ticker name, but 707 came in holdings. Yeah, that sounds legit. That's another gapper. But again, underneath that volume weighted average price, you're going to see a little bit of a pattern with there. And then we buy, you'll find that one on the watch list. They do actually have a story going with it. Really, and I think a lot of times when we're curating the free watch list, like when we're doing this, like a lot of times you'll see a bunch of different names that you can throw in there for the small capper, right? So these guys, 4 million float, expanding their China inbound tourism strategy, yada, yada. Ooh, industry partnerships and AI-assisted travel services. Okay, that's nice. But the difference here is it was holding like key support, right? Like the $1 level was being supported. So when you're looking at this from the structure, this one was actually still holding that key higher low, showing more signs. They all had good volume and they're all gapped up. But this one just looked a little bit stronger. That's why it made it onto the to the watch list. And Colin, the only Super Cat reference. For those who don't know, keeping it old school. I know Joe knows who Super Cat is. At least he better know who Super Cat is. The original Don Dada. You don't know? Because you only know Jamaican artists. That's what.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Super Cat was legit. Old school reggae artist for sure. Well, at least Sharif, please tell me you got the Super Cat reference. You too? Y'all terrible. Oh, horrible. And you know Caravan is coming up too. That's the worst part about it. Like the biggest Caribbean festival, like, is like right around the corner here in Toronto.
I think it's a bigger blunder for Joseph not to know. He's Caribbean. You know, I'm on the other side of the world, you know what I mean? Like.
See, that's the problem.
I know Red Rat.
Joe's young. These guys know Red Rat because they're a little bit younger. That's fine. That's how. We'll quickly go back because I was going through these. I was going through the list of small cappers. Oh, you guys are absolutely killing me. No, but I just wanted to remind everybody, like when you're trading any of those, and whether it's, and I'll leave it on W buy for a quick second, and then we'll finish the thought and move on. Try to remember, you know that part of the downside. Now we're in the day trading, it's not the end of the world, but part of the downside is the offering. So overnight trading, do be wary of any offerings. You want to know whether they have filed and can just drop one on you. And thank you for another super chat there, doubling it up. Let's go to C at the desk to get some numbers.
We also keep an eye out, have the numbers coming in just in a couple moments. The Chicago Fed National Activity Index coming in, as well as the initial jobless claims. Now, numbers that were projected for the Chicago Fed National Activity Index were previously in May at negative 0.10%. April was positive 0.19%. So we're going to also get that in a couple of seconds. Initial jobless claims previously stood at 208,000. So would be curious. I'm curious to see if it drops or if it increases. So would be a good outlook over there. They should come out any minute now. We're going to also take a look just at the market and what's going on until we wait for the numbers to come out here. We have the SPY that's currently down 0.12%. Also scanning for certain headlines if we have any. Oh, sorry about that. We're going to take a moment over here. I'm going to check for you if there's any certain headlines coming in right now. We had Neil also talk about U.S. President Donald Trump speaking and certain headlines coming out over there. So there were attacks fresh that also took place. We're going to send it to Sharif right now.
Yeah, well, so we'll get to service. We'll talk about ServiceNow. We'll wait for the numbers to populate. So ServiceNow, one of the only really nice moves up this morning after the earnings report yesterday. Very interesting headlines here, Sia. Let's talk about some of these numbers, right? So revenue subscription climbed 24.5%. They're bringing in a little bit less than $4 billion now on the quarter. That is ahead of expectations. But part of their Q2 revenue outperformance was driven by an acceleration in U.S. government spending. It's not new money. It's just money that's being realized a little bit sooner. So this money was supposed to be spent in Q3. It ended up being spent in Q2. So it ended up artificially inflating the quarter's numbers, but it was going to be spent anyway. We also have to keep on an eye on the GAAP and non-GAAP EPS. We talk about this often. So the non-GAAP here looked fantastic. $930 million, 90 pennies EPS per share, beating consensus. But when you look at the GAAP EPS, it dropped 35% sequentially. They brought in about $298 million or 29 cents per share. Well, how come? Heavy stock-based compensation, acquisition-related amortization, and they're spending $632 million basically on new CapEx for data centers and the like. So interesting look there. Their RPOs as well, their remaining performance obligations did grow 21%, but it looks like more money that is being spent in the next 2 to 3 years rather than any money that's going to be spent right now with them. So I don't think that they're going to realize the revenue all that well. Do we have the numbers?
Yeah, we do have the numbers. They're right out over here. We have the Chicago Fed National Activity Index that's actual at negative 0.02, previous at negative 0.19. And initial jobless claims looking good over here, 187,000 over previous number. That was a 209,000 forecasted number that stood at 210,000. So coming lower than forecasted expectations here, initial jobless claims.
Yeah, we're seeing the market just did a little bit of a, we'll call it a right turn to the downside. We're already lower. Google down, Tesla down. The market's obviously was already going to be in the red. But yeah, you're going to see a bit of a drop here in the Qs. To put it in perspective, like we just dropped about $1 in the Qs here, and we're starting to come into, Friday and Monday, we had like double barrel close support at about 695. So we're starting to approach that bottom. A lot to be expected, mostly from the earnings last night, but I guess they don't, the revisions were small. They revised from 208 to 209. So the last revision was very, very slightly higher. So it kind of looks like the jobless claim should have been a nothing burger, but I guess we were already momentum down a little bit, so that's putting a little bit more pressure on the markets than we're already seeing.
Yeah, so not a great number there. I was actually just looking at the IGV because we talked about a little bit of service now there, talked about what's going on with some of the software names. And yeah, they did get a little bit of a bump up about a month and a half ago or so there into late May, early June, and then it's just been downside. And today was service now. With that report coming through, more downside action looks to be appropriate here for the IGV. And I don't know. Looking at the company, we had already mentioned Shreve sort of hinted on a few things there. I like to look at the 200 period, see if that winds up holding. But it's like we're underneath VWAP. We're starting to go lower right now. This chart, this is not saving the day here at all with service now. I mean, it's now had 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess that's an update. I don't know why that's red. 5. Let's just call it like 6 or 7 of the last 8 days downside right there for service now, and not really even, it tried to regain the 50 period moving average, but I think this would be something that we'll look to short again here today. Good story, nice opportunity to maybe get short, and it looks like right now the short's trying to push a little bit here. So with the market coming down, obviously this is not coming down as much, but I don't know. I don't really love the space. I mean, a name like a Palantir in the software space is a little bit more exciting to me. Just because of the data and what that means for Palantir. They're actually up 1% today, so that's a nice story into a down drafting market right here. So, some of these names just continue to be a little bit of a work. I still like Microsoft. I want to buy this on any weakness as well. Google and Microsoft are the 2 names that are on my mind. And then we also got a couple downgrades over the last few days. I think it was 2 or 3 days ago on Salesforce, right? And they were kind of trying to cruise back up to the upside as well. And then they had a problem trying to break through the 200 period moving average. And we've seen IBM come away. And there's so much to talk about today, but IBM did beat expectations a little bit. And we'll talk about those numbers. Didn't think it was as bad as maybe that earlier warning shot from last Thursday, I think, or maybe it was earlier than that, came through and brought this name all the way back into $200. We thought we saw a good bounce spot there of around 205 on the daily for where it is going to come all the way back here. It's from 24 once this loads up. But today now, even after their report, they're still hitting it. There it is right here underneath this 205. So it's looking like today is going to be a sell day. So for a name like ServiceNow, I would say that they're going to turn the programs on again and sell that name all the way down. So IBM down, Google probably getting lower as we speak right now. Well, not really, 324 and change. Tesla was already on a slide. We'll see if that's going lower. 345, that's at its low of the morning as well. Looks like it wants to break 345 right now. So as the market is pumping to the low side right here and getting down, we look over at maybe oil trying to go back higher. We talked about the Houthis and how President Trump's not too impressed and started going to hold everybody responsible. The problem is not only, and I hate to say this because there's obviously a lot of Americans watching and this is going to be your war, but it's costing so much money to do what they've already done. And they're going to pay Iran hundreds of billions of dollars to rebuild the whole thing, which is going to help out their economy as well and give them jobs, et cetera, over there, which is it's going to be a good thing. I mean, if they want regime change and all that, is what they're going to have to look at. I mean, I don't even think they're talking about that anymore.
They usually get some U.S. companies contracted.
Oh,
so
yeah,
there's benefits.
Yeah, there's benefits, but that's just U.S. companies. It's the U.S. government that's going to be, shelling out all of the money for everything that they've done so far, and then they're going to pay for the repair of it all as well. So this is getting more expensive, man. It's hurting the customers and, like myself and everybody that's, using electricity every single day, whether or not it's, gas or oil or whatever. All those costs are starting to go a little bit higher. And I just saw at the pump today, it's 181. I mean, we just talked about the benefits of owning a Tesla, not just full self-drive, but now you're paying 181 at the pump when it was 140 just a couple weeks ago. And, so it's starting to ramp up a little bit as summer travel gets in there again. So this is all costing a lot. And now you're looking at your brokerage account and it's costing you even more today. Bitcoin trying to break back below 65,000, the NASDAQ now down 1%, ES down 1%. And sure, we're close to all-time highs on many of these markets. But at the same time, it still hurts to look down and see this. So I don't really like all that negative talk here regarding Iran and what potentially is going to happen to the price of oil up here. But you know, it's just part of the battle that we're dealing with. You don't get great earnings today, then you get a news on this oil surge. So it's all kind of just a storm. And why I'm getting at all of this is I think it is a sell day. So, you know, we'll look to see if we can get shorter on TQQs. And then yesterday we had another $5-6 winner there on SpaceX. We'll see if we can do something similar today, as, you know, 105 possible, 110 break brings us into that 105 area. And if this gets real nasty, who knows what's going to happen with SpaceX. SpaceX is flat on the day, you know, with a market doing this. So if you want to talk about getting your teeth out for something, you know, yesterday it came real good for SpaceX. We were late to the party, man. We sat down late. And as soon as I sat down, it was like, okay, we're just going to short 119 break. And that, like, I would have been my theory would have been, I would have shorted this break right here if I was here. We wrote down 125 as a top. Yes, like, look at this. This is like a roller coaster mountain you don't want to be on right here. So we're going to have to wait to see if that holds from yesterday. 114.50 right at the close. Looks like we're coming right into that one. So as SpaceX turns red here on the day, you know, there's not too much sort of green shoots out there in this market. So I think the short is going.
Well, you're not going to like where you find them. That's the problem.
You know, well, that's what I was saying. It was only in the energy space, which is costing everybody money at the pump, right? Unless you're a major shareholder of XOM, this is going to be a little bit of a problem, right? Which is why it's always important to diversify.
The best gap up on my quote board was SK Hynix. Look at it this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this was the stock. When I sat down in this seat, I just looked at my quote board and like, okay, well, what's the thing that's up? This was what was leading the way. And it's basically given up, not the whole move, but it has just been a straight shot selling. All that being said, we've sort of seen like we have, I don't want to call it doom and gloom because 1.3% down on the NASDAQ is not doom or gloom. Looking at the SPY right now, the S&P, what we are down, it's not even 1%, but it's obviously trend down. When we have this kind of a trend going into the open, oftentimes I feel like the first move is up. So in that particular case, like that's where it's like, if you're looking like short the pops, which oftentimes directionally that's the way I want to look at it, you're finding those places and those levels. Like when I look back over at IBIT or Bitcoin, which is literally at 65.1 right now, so we're approaching the 65,000 level, you know. And yesterday, I like BMNR a little bit better, and I'll probably be looking at both of them, just establishing that once it pulled in a prior high and came back down, today that would be 37.3. The difference between the two was simply that, let me just go to BMNR, and then there it is. Don't want Blue Ocean. Although you can look at it in the aftermarket. The difference was when Bitcoin was making fresh highs, this was continuing lower. ETH was a little bit weaker, so it was just a different rollover trade. Just a little bit more weakness, and pulling back into prior close here would be about the 17.8. So yeah, I think it'll be more of like a short the pop in 45 minutes from now. We have plenty of time until we get to that open, everybody. So, you know, I don't want to call it, to me, a dead cat bounce, which I saw some people just say in the chat. Like, to me, a dead cat bounce oftentimes has a little bit more follow through, and you wouldn't want to be like fading right into it. And we're not down, like the market's not down enough to call it a dead cat bounce. Like, pick up one of those small cappers, the one that had the offering yesterday and went from like $1 bajillion to $2. That bouncing is the definition of a dead cat bounce. Just to check in on some of those small cappers, one of them that we didn't get to from our super chat, and we appreciate the super chat, that ADVB, kind of Deadsville. I see that name up here a couple of times. What's interesting is even though the volume is not as good on this, it didn't fall apart. Like, it actually, in the pre-market, it was flat, despite the fact that it got rugged 40% in the afternoon. It held high. Now it's holding a bit of higher low. So volume not great on this, but it's not dead. It's just WeBuy made the watch list because it was actually doing good relative volume. The day one play is sometimes a little sexier than day two. But I'm sure Sharif will have this one on the back burner, that ADVB, because it hasn't completely broken down yet, Sharif.
Let's have a look, Neil. Nice couple of names here on the small cap list. I'm looking at WBUY right now. This one is gapping up over 100% here to start the morning through the $1.50 level. We're looking, I believe, at a high of around 1 2/3. Volume weighted average price substantially below the current price action at around $1.20. I also like the stair-step nature of this one. Look at that pop up early on, 4:45, 5 a.m. into that 1 1/3. We decidedly take that out, but we had resistance there initially at 1 1/3 before the breakout. So WY definitely on my watch. How about LGCL? This one is failing, Neil. Volume weighted average price a little bit above $2. Current price action around 1 2/3. This one gapped up yesterday in the aftermarket around 5:30. A good continuation this morning at around 4, but it's been a sell basically the entire morning. Lower lows and lower highs. I wouldn't have anything to do with this one. We'll keep an eye here on HEHGO, gapping up 35%, but suffering from the same affliction that LGCL is suffering from, trading below the volume weighted average price at around 250. Those are the three that I keep my eye out on there. But there also is this JEM, another one that's failing here, kind of a Christmas tree retracement. Green on the left side, red on the right side. So we'll keep an eye on the small cap, see if anything's continuing. But right now it's just W buy. Let's move on though, change pace here, talk about something that's actually gapping up. Lockheed Martin, Sia, reporting raising guidance, and they're reinforcing the demand for the defense sector.
Absolutely. So the company's full year revenue guidance currently of $80.75 billion at the midpoint has come in 2% above analyst expectations, as its GAAP profit of $7.94 per share, Sharif, was 10.3% above analyst expectations and consensus estimates as well. Sales increase of 11% to $20.1 billion. Net earnings of $1.8 billion or $7.94 per share. Cash from operations of $3.2 billion and free cash flow of $2.9 billion. I'm not seeing a bad number here, Sharif, honestly.
No.
Record backlog, however, of $230 billion, inclusive of the multi-year contract to produce the THAAD, T-H-A-A-D interceptor. So what is that? It's a terminal high altitude area defense that Lockheed Martin also produces and also makes. So it's also updated its 2026 financial outlook as well.
And let's not forget about the munitions, right? I mean, a lot of munitions have been fired, of course, during this conflict with Iran, and now possibly the Houthis. All that has to be replenished. So we're going to be looking for more shorter dated revenue. You know, a lot of these contracts that they're making for newer aircraft and newer machines, we're looking at 2-3 year windows. I'd submit to you guys the munitions, probably a bit of a shorter turnaround here. So LMT, boys, up around 5.
You know, Lockheed has an interesting pattern, and it might not help anybody for a day trade. I'll be real with you. But when you look at it the longer term, it'll hang out for a while, show you these like consolidative levels on the weekly chart, and then just explode. Revert, consolidate, explode. It's now happened a couple of times in what's really like a gentle uptrend. Here, let me show the monthly so you can get a bit of a better look at it here. Because on the monthly chart, you get a much better idea of what seems to be happening with it. It's the 50 period on the monthly. It just seems to come in, hold, new high. Sometimes it takes a little bit, new high, but we've just made that pullback into that 50 on the monthly, and you're in that consolidative phase. So good news is, yeah, Lockheed Martin looks pretty good from here. Solid report, bounce off that, fantastic. The issue is the hold at the hold on a monthly chart, the hold on this 50 period is sometimes like half a year. So like and even longer than that. Like in the last particular case, it did nothing essentially from February to the end of the year. So yes, the pattern is fantastic. It's just the time that the stock sometimes takes to get back to the high can be a little bit longer on the time frame. But it does look very good from here. I love the backlog. Defense spending is going nowhere but up in the long term, if we're being honest about it. And with all, as she said, replenishing munitions, I think that's obviously a good short-term benefit for them. You just probably have to be very patient with this. It's one of the reasons why when I was looking at defense, when we did our recent picks, I liked GE Aerospace's chart a little bit better from where it was at. It was like a pulling back in a prior high, trying to hold that 50 period moving average on an upward trend, just a little bit more upside action in particular on this one. But there's no hate on Lockheed Martin whatsoever.
All right. Yeah, I was going to look at a little bit of Boeing here. I think that Boeing's been getting hit to the downside here, and it hasn't been good, man. Breaking underneath the 200 period, moving average. So I don't know why really my mind automatically goes to Boeing whenever we're talking about defense names. But I like Boeing down here. I think there is something about the whole China relationship that hasn't really looked to do well over the last month or so. Even since when they visited China and they didn't get any deals done back here in May, Boeing's been on the downside, in the downswing here. President Trump seems to have not really talking about China anymore. I would love to get some Boeing down into this 190, 195 area. This is something that I like, sort of the aspect of defense software as well. And Boeing does have, they have that heartbeat software where they're able to find, I think it was the pilot there that was shot down and they had to go find him in the mountains or whatever it was. And they're able to find out heartbeats without disclosing their own. And that's a Boeing software. So, I just think as we talk about the ramp up here of potentially boots on the ground, if I don't think that would happen, but if Iran does get a little more escalated there, I think Boeing and some of the software that they have will be in look. So I like Boeing down there, down now 1%. It's just the market's still going. So I think that today, the sticky note will be on in momentarily. I'm just adding some emojis and whatnot to it. But I think that this Boeing is a downside play for now, but I want to buy some dips in BA. I think just to diversify a little bit away from the traditional technology and defense names. Boeing on, better oil prices eventually. Like, you're getting this on sale because of what's been happening right now, right? And so I think with better oil prices, a better pickup in travel, planes need to continuously be bought here. And as this world continues to, technologically advance, I think Boeing is a winner in that space. So, let's go back over. It looks like Joe's ready to go with upgrades and downgrades. It'd be a complete fluke if Boeing's on there, but let's go find out and see what's going on.
High odds on that one, Katina, man. Boeing will not be on the list today. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off. A lot of names that reported last night after the bell and before the market open. Let's take a look at a name, the ever so popular Tesla, at the top of our downgrade list, but still holding an overweight rating. We're just going to focus on this price target reduction here, guys. $485 by Cantor Fitzgerald. That's down from $510. Now, ServiceNow, a name that is up 6% here this morning with a neutral weight rating, but we're going to reduce that price target a little bit here, guys. $110, that's down from $115 by UBS. Now, Norwegian Cruise Lines getting the downgrade as well, too, guys. We're down 3.5% this morning, going from a buy to a hold, and with a $20 price target. Now, IBM, another name, holding the buy rating. But what we want to focus on is some of these price cuts, guys. $335 to $270 here. Goldman Sachs giving them that downgrade here this morning. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at some more positive things. Alphabet at the top of our list. Even though we are negative here this morning, down 4.7%, we're going to hold that buy rating, guys, and a price target at $450. Now, Canaccord Genuity giving them the nod. AT&T also on the list here today, guys. We're up about 0.8%. Overweight rating, but we're going to increase our price target to $27. That is up from $25. Now, PayPal also getting the nod, going from an equal weight to an overweight, but we're going to reduce our price target a little bit here, and it's down substantially from what we're actually currently trading at, which I find slightly odd, but anyways, $24 to $23. We're still getting the upgrade to overweight by Morgan Stanley. Now, another name that reported after the bell yesterday, Texas Instruments down 4%. We're going to have a hold rating on this, guys, but we're going to increase our price target to $300. That is up from $278. Now, it's a mixed bag this morning. Let's see what's moving after the open. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thank you, Joe. At least, look, I mean, we said Google's quarter was pretty solid to get an upgrade. The downgrades probably make a little bit of sense, but just one note on that PayPal. Worth remembering, they did get this offer, which for them right now is not something that has been accepted. So $60.50 may or may not happen for this deal again, but it does put an interesting potential floor on it. It's been fading off that day one high ever since. Like, the high that it made on day one is still the high now. On day two, it tried to get past there and break 58, just couldn't do it. But the lows, when we we're like, it's probably going to be some profit takers because it's not a firm deal. That bottom got put in at about $53 and then a higher low at 54.7. This is the kind of name. If things get really weak today and this stock blows through here to get down to that 53, very intriguing, because remember, they've got this potential deal underneath at $60. So if it were to flash down, I like it for a shot to look for some buyers down at 53. Now, is it a long shot it gets down there? Yeah, of course it is. But the market's already down a point and a third on the NASDAQ, and the ES trying to follow suit. So if you do get enough selling, in the back of my mind, I will remember, hey, PayPal's going to have a little bit of an artificial floor that it might be able to find more readily than some other names, which will just follow the market a little bit more closely. So this will be on the back burner for me if we get some kind of 2.5% down day, if it gets really bad.
Yeah, I was just looking. It was interesting to see that Google did catch a little bit of an upgrade over there. And you just mentioned a little bit about PayPal. We've seen what can go wrong, and I don't know if it's going to go wrong or not. I mean, I know you talked about this, and I do think that once the deal's done, you're going to get it going, and so it's fine. But this is just, as we just looked at that, hopefully Stripe and Advent can take it over. But there's another example where you may want to pick up some Warner Brothers down here because of how far it is right now. As we talked about, there's some issues with Paramount and Warner Brothers, and of course, will this deal go through? Will it won't? But there's another opportunity.
They got EU approval this week on that deal, and they're still selling off, because the concern right now is there's a political battle happening in the U.S. to block the deal. And it is, I hate to get it is flat out Democrats versus Republicans with that deal.
Wow, that's a surprise, actually.
It is who controls the major media.
But that's why you made it as a pick of yours, right? Is that you thought
because I think it's a fugazi. If you all the same arguments that you're hearing right now against a Warner Brother Paramount Skydance deal, the other side would be saying the same things if it had been Netflix, because Netflix is seen as left and Paramount is seen as right, and Warner Brothers is a major media outlet, and then one of those swings one way or the other. And to me, that's what's at stake, and I still think that's the kind of fugazi that gets a chance to get that deal to go through. But either way, it's still going down.
Yeah, I'll just bring it up because you were talking about the PayPal, because there's that deal of speculation. Yeah. Warner Brothers is actually done. They're just trying to figure out if they're going to allow it to go through or not. Yeah, just interesting that Google caught that upgrade as well. I was wondering about Uber versus Lyft. I mean, Uber is starting to break lower again. It's up 1%, so that's fine right now. But Uber did not keep and hold anything up here whatsoever. It had some nice jaunts up there. We did get the Nancy. I mean, this is the stupidest. The fact that I wasn't sitting there at $80 when all I was doing was talking about getting out at 80 on this Nancy Pelosi breakthrough there was crazy. But, at least we're able to, understand that we messed that up. And damn it, now we have to wait to see what happens here with Uber. Looks like it's going to have a pretty good breakdown there. So this is what Uber looks like. And then, we can all say, we would like Uber better than maybe Lyft, but the charts might be up with something else on that one right there. Lyft right now, you can see still, and this is why I wanted to talk about it, because of this most recent move down. But Lyft is, still a few dollars away from that breaking spot. If we think this business is somewhat viable, and that is, of course, the robo-taxi issue that we're going to have, Waymo, all this kind of stuff. Lyft has just had a pretty nice move back in from the 200 period. Generally speaking, when you're going to hit a 200 period moving average like that, come back into the 50. Now we're going to wait to see if that can hold. If you give this 1 or 2 days and it winds up holding, then we probably do retest back up here again into $16. So if we're going from 14 or so, 14.50 up to 16 is already better than any move I can see on Uber. And then that break after that, if Uber can continue to work, if it does, then, Lyft does have a little bit more of a runway, in my opinion, to get back to somewhere like an 18 or 19 area where it probably gets hit again. So just looking at something there, Lyft maybe a little bit of a better idea than Uber right now, just on a chart basis. We'll wait to see if it winds up holding the 50 period moving average. All right, it's 8:58. We've done pretty good here for the last hour. We got Sia here. Adara's enjoying the day off. The Nasdaq's trying to get to the lows of the day there. And I just added SpaceX to the sticky note. So, we'll see if this can happen. I'm writing down 118 here as a possible short for SpaceX. So we'll see if it gets a little bit back up to the upside there with a couple percentage points, and then we'll be able to short it. We waited all day for this and then wasn't even here when 125 hit. And then we came in and shorted 119 yesterday, which obviously paid out because we got to the lowest it ever had gotten to at the close there yesterday. So we'll see if SpaceX has that liftoff today, because it's actually up in a market that's been bleeding all day. So very, very interesting to see if maybe SpaceX, and maybe it's a long, well, we keep saying the word maybe every time because I don't know what it's going to do. But 1450 is a spot that I think we can smash City again if we start breaking down below 1450. That could be a smash one more time for everyone's best friend, Elon Musk, and another fledgling company, apparently, with SpaceX. I mean, we're going to find out in just a matter of, I think it's 11 trading days or whatever, what the SpaceX earnings look like, which there will be none. I shouldn't say earnings.
What they don't look like.
What the SpaceX quarter looks like, and what the talk is about selling real estate on Mars and mining of asteroids. And of course, putting which once thought impossible, data centers in space. So we'll see how that is going, and we will then assess what the stock of SpaceX does that day and the days after, as lockup is looming on SPCX.
But keep in mind, it's been so bad that the lockup might not be as big of a deal as we are thinking.
It won't be. Nobody's gonna. There'll be some that will sell, but I think most.
It'll be so far down that it's like, not as big of a deal. But don't worry, everybody.
We'll see.
Because as we get into our free watch list, worth noting that Nokia has at least gone green. So here is Nokia to save the day. This seemed like a nothing burger. It wasn't really moving enough to make the watch list, but they are moving after their report, and at least positive. There's not going to be a lot of things that are going to be positive. You're going to see. We're going to go into the rundown, toggle futures, and go into the rundown now. It'll feel a little bit negative, but there's always something which is moving to the upside. So you can find something out there if you want. Let's go up to the desk, get into that free rundown, everybody.
Always something, Neil, moving to the upside. Sadly, this morning, it is certainly not the SPY. Down here at 0.92%. We closed out yesterday at 747.5. We are markedly below that right now. We're at 740.5. So we're barely holding on to that key area of technical support that we have been talking about now for a period of weeks. 740 about to get breached, guys. We're looking for that level first and foremost as support. If that doesn't hold, we are looking at that 735 area. We haven't been there since, I want to say, the late part of June. So 740, support level 1, 735, support level 2. If we catch a bid, we're just looking at yesterday's closing print, 747.5, Sia, as resistance.
Absolutely. And here's what I want to remind you guys. Make sure to get the free watch list every morning. Comes straight to your inbox and helps you prepare for your day. It has the big market movers, earning reports of what we're watching right into the open. Guess what? We also make sure it comes right into your inbox every single morning. Link is in description. Do not forget. And now we're going to send it to Sharif, but we're going to take a look at the first ticker we're going to discuss. What is it, Sharif?
Tesla. Wow, what an earnings report yesterday, guys. Let's just get to some of these numbers. He'll dig in to the nitty-gritty here. But we had adjusted EPS markedly missing expectations despite that top-line revenue number, Sia, easily beating estimates.
100%. There is a lot to go over here, Sharif. And everyone, please bear with me because we're going to dive right into this. So adjusted EPS has come in at 33 cents versus a 51 cents expected. There was we did not get expectations over there. Revenue risen 26% year over year to $28.24 billion ahead of estimates. Looking not that bad in revenue here, but automotive revenue has increased 23% to $20.5 billion. Now the catch here is although it has increased, the average selling price, that is the ASP per vehicle, has dropped around $1,300 sequentially to $42,000. Now, energy revenue has climbed 13% to $3.14 billion. Automotive gross margin fell to 16.8% from 17.2% last year, below 19.4% that was expected, and lower vehicle pricing and reduced regulatory credits as well. So Tesla has seen operating expenses jump around 47% as their spending accelerated on AI infrastructure. Also, we know it, Optimus humanoid robots as well, Cybercab production, and the semiconductor development here. But this is one thing I do have to mention. This is the first negative free cash flow in over 2 years that the company has seen. Revenue jump has dominated the headlines, yes, but Tesla has reported a negative free cash flow of $1.09 billion. That is a big number over there. Capital expenditures more than doubled year over year to $5.79 billion. Management has aggressively funded AI compute. Semiconductor capacity also up to scaling. Sharif.
All right, guys. So as Sia mentioned, negative free cash flow for the first time in a while. We all know why that's happening. Of course, they are retooling some of the the gigafactories that they have for Optimus for some new products. What are your thoughts? Looks like we're at the low of the day right now for Tesla.
Yep, we're at the low of the day right now. Spending is going up and margins are going down, and that is bad. And I don't think you need any kind of a degree to understand that concept. It gives us another metric to look at, because I think now in future reports, you're going to want to see the leveling off. Maybe not margins getting back to the upside. It'll be more about when you just see enough of a deceleration or a stabilization of margins. Like if margins just stabilize, that might actually be enough to look better in the upcoming quarters. We'll see. That's for the future. For today, you're falling away from any significant levels. You guys can obviously see since we got the jobs report, the market's been falling. There isn't even a single green candle, a bad wick here, but not a single green candle since after 7 a.m. The gap fill is gone. You're not seeing 363. That's probably not going to happen again. So I wrote down VWAP and then the 50, of course, and the pre-market highs, which is 53. So a continuation play probably has to withstand some kind of a bounce at the open. When you're down 8% on a major tech name like this, oftentimes I would expect there to be some shorts that are going to want to cover, a little bit of buy exuberance for those that are buying the dip, and then taking that into underneath the 350 level. And if that busts out, there's basically the pre-market highs after that, and then the actual gap fill, which that's realistic at when you sit down at 7 o'clock, the gap fill is only $10 higher. That last level is probably insignificant here today. But I am looking for the pop and fade here on Tesla. It goes SSR at $337 for what it's worth. It'll be 10% down at that point, and I still think it has a very good chance to get there.
Yeah, I was going to say that was the SSR play. I think is one that could happen there today. I mean, this has just gotten hit. Last 5 minutes has not been a good 5 minutes. The market also coming to the downside. So yeah, I think you are going to get SSR just even right off the open. And honestly, other than the pop and fade, I think you can go short right now. You're about to break this 340. I would say today. I mean, that's even these little low wicks right into there is 337. That's going to be the bouncing spot that we were sort of looking at there on an SSR. I think it's 336.50, whatever it's going to be. So there's an area there that you can look at. I think it's smart to wait for that to happen. And then even if you punch short at 9.5%, thinking that it's going to get to 10, and then once it gets to 10, sometimes there's a bounce and sometimes there's not at all. It keeps on going. So right there today, I think there's a lot of people that are not fans of Elon Musk right now, especially with the most recent move there in SpaceX. And now we're starting to get to the downside. And, Tesla's trying to sell some compute power. There's a whole bunch of competition in many of the different businesses now that Tesla's looking at. And I don't think we got a good look with Robotaxi there yesterday as well. So there's some downside play coming for Tesla. And I think it's a short. It's just a matter of where. So yeah, wait for pops. And whenever there's a gap, we always say you play to VWAP. And right now that's 348. So I think if a $5 move higher happens here on Tesla, it's something you want to be a part of. We had seen, of course, Rivian make moves into $20. That's now back down to 17. And you can see they're starting to get a little hit here in the pre-market as well. This name might be one that you want to take out as well right now to the downside for Rivian, breaking through the 1650 area right there. That's another possible breakdown for RIVN. I mean, things aren't going well, and we'll just wait to see where it goes from here. But yeah, it's not necessarily a car issue. I mean, we saw revenues were much higher there as well. But I think as margins start to collapse a little bit there and compress, you're going to see some issues in this space. We got a good report from GM at least this week as well. Yeah, world's burning. Is it? Bees are dying. Yeah. People sicker than ever, not than ever. We can go back and find out.
That's not true.
Yeah, there's as percentage of the world's population might be the healthiest it's ever been. Yeah. Air toxic, yes. I mean, we just did have those.
I mean, again, not gonna.
But that forest fire stuff figured itself out. I mean, it seems pretty good. Water drying up, yeah. I mean, that's right. Adam James abroad. I mean, with more data centers going in there. Sicker, it says. Sicker. Plastic. Oh, Joe's saying safer, right? Plastic pollution, yeah. I mean, I think that we're getting a little bit better on that. I mean, those oceans back in the 80s and 90s were littered and still are, parts of them, with plastic bottles. I think we're getting better at that. People bombed all day, yeah. I mean, that's not changed since I've been born. But data centers are in space, yes.
We could look at it the other way too, Adam.
So much for SpaceX.
Look at the power you have in your pocket with an AI assistant, the ability for your car to come pick you up. There's a lot of positives as well. You've got eliminated so many major diseases, breakthroughs at the wazoo in the biopharma space. So, let's be real. This is the best time. I'm not one of those doom and gloom, man. We should be celebrating how good we have it and our kids have it. Always look at that. Tisha Perkins. Oh, I thought you were going to mention this one. Thank you for the super chat. I thought you were talking about ZCMD, but no, it's EHGO. Room to 357, then 517, tons of volume. Neil and Sean. So yeah, I'm sure Sharif has that one on the radar. I was actually, for some reason, I thought I saw in the chat that you were posting about this other Chinese one, which is they're raising $5 million through a registered direct offering. And this is not usually the response that you see. It dipped and then started squeezing. So it dipped from $2.50 down to $1.50 and then did an Uno reverse and is now at $4. So it's, obviously this was yesterday's hot story, gapping and, halting, I don't know, half a dozen times on the way up, giving almost the entire move back. And then now when you get the report of the offering, it does the old false break of the low. So maybe some shorts just got trapped in this one. So yeah, small cappers abound, and maybe a lot of times we say there's always something going up. Often when the market is this bad, if you're a long-only trader, whip out some of the small cappers that might be going, because they might be the ones that are holding any kind of an uptrend for you. Unless you got some kind of an inverse ETF. And a lot of that's going to be determined by how the next name does.
Neil, there was a massive revenue number there, $119.8 billion in revenue, but there's also massive anxiety over the surging AI capital expenditures that Google is projecting for this year.
Absolutely. So demand is exceptionally strong. You are right about that. But investors are quickly questioning, increasingly concerned, and rightfully so, about how quickly these enormous AI investments will be generating returns. But it has delivered, I would say, a blowout quarter. Expectations have been beat on EPS as well as cloud growth. Revenues climbed 24%, like you just mentioned, to $119.8 billion. EPS has reached $9.11 versus $2.88. We mentioned this earlier. Now, there is a catch to this. Nearly $98 billion in unrealized markup on Alphabet's stake in AI startup Anthropic was recorded under its other income and artificially inflating GAAP earnings per share that is far beyond its core operating performance. Now, that is also important to know because that was not the original number. Anthropic's investment is one of the biggest reasons that the EPS number has shot up to $9.11. But concern also coming in from capital allocation here as well. Alphabet has spent $44.9 billion on CapEx during the quarter, also raised its full 2026 capital expenditure CapEx guidance to the range of $195 to $205 billion here, Sharif.
Yeah, driven by heavy land acquisitions here. They got to buy the land to build out the data centers. They can't float them in space quite yet. Yes. Custom TPU silicon commitments. Of course, we know Alphabet's thrown their hat into the A6 ring, as well as data center power, guys. That one of the biggest bottlenecks in the game right now. Also, we really need to pound the table on the 82% growth in Google Cloud, one of the highest margin businesses.
Yeah, so look, they still have the growth to make this work for them. Like, this is not a Tesla story where, oh yeah, it's always been a rough valuation and there's not enough there for them to get away with the extra spending and the margin decline. But you're talking about, it was from quarter to quarter, went from 17 to 23% growth in cloud, year over year 82%. It's still almost 120 billion to mitigate some of that CapEx spend. But hey, the ball's not lying in this particular case. You're down 5%, the market's down, it's looking relatively weak. I'm going to leave this up. I like 30. We'd all like 30. I like the 300 level on this sucker. But even just on a shorter time frame, there's also this gap break in here to about 310. So those are the two places I'm looking for a bounce. But the channel level 290 to 300, like that's where I want to stink bid, because I left this one up from the break that it had months ago, or I guess this was like last year. So forget about months ago. It's literally last year, and I still think that's going to be the support on the way back in. Google, I like them. I think this is the one that you want to dip by, not Tesla.
Yeah, I want to say a big shout out to Zen Zombie here, member for 5 months. We say thank you so much for that. That is awesome. Right there. You've had a call yesterday morning on the VIX. Well, hey man, I mean that call is now $3 in the money. You may want to check that's probably up even a little bit more since the last time that you super chatted or you became a member there. So thank you so much for being that member for those 5 months. And of course, you'll get Sharice's Morning Note, which is available today with more, key levels and more talk about some of these names. But yeah, I would, the only thing I'm saying here is that you've now broken back below the 200 period. I am going to be taking some shares here today, some more, adding it into the account. I do think that, you've had a beautiful move from 380, like down to 320, that's $60. So, if we can get $60 better per share, everybody loved Google up here. So it's down here now, and not much has changed. I don't think that quarter gave us too much to worry about there. But as we just went through some of the numbers, you can judge it for yourself. I mean, the last time Google was in and around that 200 period moving average, we were all the way down here, and everybody was wondering and debating life choices back in April of 2025 when we had the tariff problem. And then now that seems like so far in the past, and we took that out and we bounced off of it a little bit right there. 273, and we know that Google does these moves on earnings. So yeah, I think it's a good opportunity to pick something up right now, and why not do that? I mean, I don't ever say like, I'm adding 10% to my position or anything. I got some money lying around there. I'm not even sure how many Google shares I own, but I'm planning to buy more right here at 320. So it's in there. I'd probably get filled right off the open. I like the stock. I think it's well worth an investment here for myself at these levels. So I'm going to put some money to work on Google. It's the same reason why, yesterday or a couple of days ago, we sold some AMD in and around average price about 520. We talked about that. And that's going to be not a great decision because AMD is still high. So I've given up money there, but now I've been able to hopefully buy a name that I think has more longevity and more, upside potential in a name like Google down here at the 200 period moving average. So that's why we do those things. And we're just hearing that oil, of course, is getting higher as well. $2 from, is that the Sasquatch? Oh no, the SQA analyst. Reddit oddly gapping up. Yeah, I mean, is it odd? I just, that story is from the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily.
It was unconfirmed.
Yeah, it's not necessarily true. I mean, whenever there's smoke, there is some kind of fire. But at the end of the day, we talked about this yesterday. This is the 50 period moving average that's really held.
That looks really
I like Reddit. I think that they can. It's just kind of like when everybody thought Google was dead down there at 160 because, oh my God, what are they going to do without their search business anymore? Well, they showed you what they were going to do. They almost tripled their stock value from that. Not almost tripled. They went up double, plus maybe 20% from that level. So, right now, I think Reddit can get it figured out. If they wind up losing some business because they can't show their Reddit pages and it all gets sent out through the LLM, I'm sure something can get figured out. I mean, Reddit is such a scanned service by XAI, by Anthropic. Everybody's using Reddit and they're allowing it to happen. So I think they can figure it out. Either they charge a little bit more for that data that can offset some of the search business that they have there. I still like Reddit, and it is odd. I mean, I think the only thing that I think is right about your statement is that it's odd that it's up 2.5%. Like you would think in a market that's moving down, a name like Reddit would also move down. So that gives me more reason to think that there is an upside play there in Reddit. So yeah, keep my eyes on Rocket Lab. Hilarious. For what? For more downside? I mean, Rocket Lab has been absolutely pumped. And even right now, I'm getting ready to hit the short on SpaceX right off the open. And Rocket Lab has just been another one of those stocks that has literally been taken to the woodshed. I mean, it almost looks, exactly like SpaceX, where we pumped up there and then it was like all the way to the downside. So it's like, everybody is so super smart when stocks are going up. It's when you hold it all the way back down in. This is when you need to make decisions right here. Do you like Rocket Lab enough at these levels? I still think I'd rather buy it above the 80, above $80 in the 200 period moving average. I don't know enough about the business model here to say if it's going to be something that's a success. I don't own anything in the space other than SpaceX, and that has been a unsuccessful launch in my account. So we'll wait to see. SpaceX, I think we'll buy some more at 100, and then I'll have questions in my life about when to do when it's at 80, and then maybe we'll figure it out after that. So. I don't know.
We'll wait for earnings.
We'll see what happens
for me. But the problem is it's probably going to get to the 100 before the earnings.
I'm buying at 100. It doesn't matter about earnings. I'm just, earnings aren't going to mean anything to the stock. I don't.
But that's when the lockup timer starts.
Yeah.
Ticker, timer, whatever you want to call it. But someone that's on the clock right now, because they're at a do or die level, is IBM.
A segue, Neil. Do or die. It's like, oh my goodness, I better get this right, guys. Revised 4 to 5 year % full year revenue growth target. We could talk about that. We could also talk about the late quarter shift in client spending towards hardware, which hurt some of their most important businesses, whether you're looking at the Z mainframe or you're looking at their transaction processing software revenue. There's so many angles we can take here.
Definitely so many angles you can take here. So it has beat second quarter estimates, but also lowered its near-term AI infrastructure growth. Shares, as you do know, were trading a bit sharply lower, I would say, after the earnings. Revenue has risen 8% to $17.6 billion. Adjusted EPS coming in at $3.51. Both of them being ahead of Wall Street expectations. But disappointment mainly in this earnings report has centered around AI, and AI particularly. Management has also reiterated and has also said that AI infrastructure revenue growth will be lower than previously forecasted because clients are taking longer, Sharif, to deploy these large-scale AI systems that we're seeing here. Software revenue has risen 10% to $7.4 billion. Red Hat grown over 17% and data over 11%. But here's a couple things we're taking a look at. Despite cutting this full year revenue growth expectations, IBM has reaffirmed its full year free cash flow growth target of $1 billion year over year. And we had IBM also deploying $10.5 billion towards acquisitions the first 6 months of the year. That is reducing its cash reserves to $8.2 billion. Now, this is down $6.3 billion. It is a big number, yes, since year end of 2025, which is pushing the total debt up to, it is a big number, $62 billion. Yeah. So that is not a great look over there. But finally, distributed infrastructure in power and storage has surged a record of 37% in the report, leaving an exit backlog of nearly $500 million, Sharif.
Now, IBM, absolutely. IBM did kind of brunt some of the impact of this earnings report when they released their pre-earnings, which kind of sent the stock down 25%, the worst day it's had it in 1987. Do we have a bounce here potential, guys?
Well, okay, so it wasn't worse than, it didn't come out as worse than what they sort of braced us for, is what I'm looking for. You still got some revenue growth. You said the backlog looking pretty good. The cash flow looks still pretty solid, but it's hard to get past what was said in the letter from the CEO, where he basically told you that it's going to be rough in the short term because our clients are spending elsewhere. So it is already, this is a monthly chart, and we talked about this last week. On a monthly chart, I care what happens at the end of the month. We have about a week to go. So even if it loses $200, which it really looks like it's going to lose $200 at the open, it's at 201 right now, you could still break under, put in a bottoming tail, and show some kind of a hold. Like something that looks a little bit like this on the monthly. And then you are bouncing off the most significant level that it's got. 200 was resistance all the way back in 2013. And now it's the 50 period as well. So suffice to say, this monthly candle needs to wick this level and hold. Otherwise, technically, something is a little bit broken for IBM. So that's what I want to see come the first of next month. If it has, then I think you're getting a good buy. And I think the other thing to look for is, remember, this is a good future quantum play. You're just going to have to wait out a little bit of this mess. If you believe in it for a potential quantum breakthrough, which is in my estimation, a better bet than at least insert other quantum name like Rigetti, whichever one you want to choose at the moment, whichever is the flavor of the moment. I think this is still going to be a better play, but it might look a little bit ugly for the next couple of quarters before you get that turn. But I'm going to be DCing into this because I want it for the quantum, but I'm going to wait until the first of the month, or at least the beginning of next month, see how this candle works out.
Yeah, the best quantum name, of course, in my opinion, would be
Alphabet.
Google. Yes.
Yeah.
And one name, and then, hey, man, maybe we'll get another false bump up in Meta. Maybe they're getting involved in quantum as well. Down another 3% here today, and it just keeps on getting crushed. Like, hey, we're selling compute power. We have a subscription business. We have all of that. That's a nice story. As you come right back into $600 now, and I just looked over and I was like, shit, man, that was an easy out up here. Like, darn. We actually talked about trying to get out of some Meta, and we had a perfect opportunity to do that. And we had Steve Tileman on. He absolutely loved this name at 6:30 right there. So yeah, Meta definitely in problem there. Look, David, I think you might be right on this one. Sometimes when there's so much negativity, you are due for a little bit of a bounce. And I do think in the first half hour or however period it is, you are going to get some sells because the market is heading lower. You know, Google, Tesla, some of these names, IBM, like they're breaking key levels. And I think, you know, the teeth will be out early for some of this. And I think once cooler heads prevail, you know, you could get another upside move here. I mean, I don't want to throw Meta out with the bathwater here. It's just we have to wait for their quarter as well. I mean, all of these names are coming next week, including, you know, all of the Mag 7 names out there. Looks like Microsoft only down 0.6 right now. That should be a good one for a Mag 7 name. And I don't think Apple is really at risk of any of the things that we've been talking about here today, but they will also follow the market. And by the way, we were waiting for I wrote down 1450 there for SpaceX. It just bounced so good off that 1450. And there's a bounce upside because why, David, and everybody else out there? We just had the imbalances come through. So there's SpaceX with a small buy. That's not going to last. And there's Tesla with a small buy.
Those are tiny.
That might not last. And these are things that you're seeing that you just mentioned there, David. So maybe we do get a couple bids here to start the day. I have IBIT written down. IBIT was one of the best trades yesterday. We had that short up there, and it was at 37.50, and that was a good move to the downside. We'll see if we can do something similar with IBIT right now. Speak about now. We have Service Now that's on the radar today as well. We'll see if they can break through $100 and continue their downside move. It's ServiceNow back at the desk.
Looking a little bit better for ServiceNow. We'll see if they can kind of break the downtrend that they've been on for a little while. $29 billion in RPO, remaining performance obligations. Their subscription revenue beats ya, and they've got some good U.S. government contracts keeping them afloat.
100%, but we're also going to take a deeper dive into other numbers and a rundown about what's going on with the earnings report as well. So total revenues has hit $3.987 to be precise billion dollars, which is a 24% year-over-year increase that the company is seeing. You have subscription revenue reaching $3.877, almost $3.88 billion dollars. That's up 24.5% year-over-year. Profitability, adjusted operating margin has landed at an impressive 29.5%. Backlog, however, current remaining performance obligations, that's CPROs, have grown 21% year-over-year to $13.2 billion. Now the guidance. Management has raised the full-year guidance for the year 2026 subscription revenue midpoint to approximately $15.77 billion, which is representing a 21% year-over-year growth. Now, also something to quickly remember is that closing these large enterprise software sales largely depends on whether the vendor or partner can provide these kind of crowd credits. Now, ServiceNow, NOW, has officially crossed $1 billion in total AWS marketplace, Sharif. All the transactions during the quarter. Non-GAAP net income, however, has also reached $930 million. You have GAAP net income dropping $35 sequentially to a number $298 million. Finally, you have heavy stock-based compensation and acquisition-related reasons that are also accounting for a massive $632 million bridge between this GAAP and non-GAAP accountability.
Absolutely. And you know what was kind of eye-opening here? You didn't really see too much commentary on the call with respect to demand destruction. We saw that with IBM. They said, look, they're coming after our software business, our high-margin business, and they're spending on hard goods, RAM, storage, servers. You didn't see that here, guys, with ServiceNow.
Lifting the IGV positive here. Only 0.8%, but that's because, there's some names in IGV that are not going to be good looking at you, Microsoft. No, ServiceNow, here's the thing. I hate to pour cold water on it because that was good. Expanding margins as opposed to contracting, which we've been seeing a lot of this morning, that's great. But if you look at where we bounced to, yes, it's up 5%, but this needs to at least show some pep in its step at or above 105. Otherwise, you just went to where we died yesterday and then found a right-hand turn. Like, you've got to start pressing in like the 103 to 105 range, and then you can look for continuation. The downtrend, not split adjusted, let me zoom in quickly here. The downtrend is slightly broken on the much shorter time frames with some higher lows, but see that 105, that's also the 50-period moving average. So that's the spot that they need to get to post earnings to get a nice little relief rally for them. They're still a ways away from it this morning and already reversed off it once earlier. Chain reactor, thank you for the super chat there, Chain reactor. Hopefully we don't have too much of a chain reaction blowing up too many stocks this morning. I think the stocks to watch this week are definitely going to be picks and shovel stocks. Everything is gradually shifting towards quantum. I've got the tickers ready to go. Throw them in the chat if you've got something that's interesting for you. And if you do, make sure you include the dollar sign so we can throw them on well, we don't put them there. They automatically go here. SpaceX, number one. Tesla, we buy. That is the small capper that was running this morning. And as we get right into it, it's the earnings opening bell brought to you by VFS. We're going to get intel tonight, but we already got the big ones, and the market doesn't like it one bit.
All right, here we go, man. Google, we said we look at 320. We don't necessarily want to sit at 320, but here comes 320. Right now, that low just touched out at 320.20 with a little bit of a bounce happening now in Google, just up $1 from the lows. But again, this is opening trade. Let things settle down, especially if you're looking at the earnings plays. And Google, of course, one of those names. We'll see if IBM has taken down 200 yet. That's incoming literally right now of a $200 take, and that looks like that will hit right here. And there it goes, down immediately 50 cents on IBM as that name getting rocked right now. But you can see the spread is a little bit spready, to say the least, right there. So IBM, nice downside move there. And here comes SpaceX. We'll try to get short. Tesla was another one there to look at, but I'm looking at 1450 here on SpaceX. And I don't want to be in this name for long. If it's wrong, it's wrong. We've seen SpaceX get going, especially on, again, key level breaks. So we'll wait to see if this happens. Maybe we'll get out at 116 if it breaks there. But right here, we're looking to go short right now on SpaceX. And then to what you said, Tesla, Neil, almost at that bouncing spot. 9.8, 9.10. It's going to be down 10% in a matter of minutes. So here we go. There it is. So there's your SSR level. We'll see if there's a bounce possible here in Tesla.
Yeah, well, it needs to show an even dollar level that it can go and then do that flashback. Well, there was one name, and it's related to Tesla that I didn't talk about. It was yesterday in the afternoon. And lunchtime, we were fading on Lucid. It absolutely died all day long. I want to short pops in Lucid. I'm looking at the $7 level, but it's not really moving much. IBIT is bouncing. So if you're looking for something that was pop and fade. Oh, was that short Fugaze? Oh, never mind.
No, it looks like you probably is.
Well, okay, it bounced a little bit. Not much. But VWAP sits here at 36.93. Whatever. I looked up and it looked a little bit better compared to some of the other things, but it's not bouncing much at all here on IBIT. But looking for that fade up. Around VWAP first, there's also the 37 where things broke down. 'Cause remember at 8:30, the market took another leg down on the jobs report, initial jobless claims. So that's a good level to watch as well. 37 we'll look for. Lucid again, not really doing much of anything whatsoever. And I don't think we covered what was going on at the open in Alphabet. It is also catching a bid. But a couple of dollars here off the bottoms in Google, and it's not even back to where we were like 10 minutes ago. Right? Like we're still very much downward trending. But the market is trying to make a bit of a jaunt upside. So I don't want to be too early trying to short.
Yeah, we're almost at 1450 right now. This is the day's low. I think I only crossed to maybe 30s. I'm not even sure what I crossed to right there. But we'll see if we get a break happening on Spaces. I'll probably miss it, but I do expect that there will be some back and forth plays with that one. And I told you guys about ServiceNow that this was not one to be trusted. And it's going to go red right now. So there it goes, man. When we threw it back to C, I was like, just get ready for that $100 break. That came pretty quick there, down through $100, down into 95 right there goes service now. We may be wrong on that SpaceX. I mean, it just bounced again off of 114.50. So we'll have to wait to see. Meta down 3% as well. Microsoft down. Here comes SpaceX one more time. Tesla, obviously on earnings. That's what everyone's looking for. And there's that bounce that literally we mentioned off 10%. So, we should be long down there at 336. That would have been nice $3 right there off the bid now for Tesla. So boo-hoo on that one, missing that move on, again, a level that we talked about. So it's kind of crazy that we don't have that one. We could check out, GE Vernova has been getting hit over the last little while. Pretty good. They're down 10% on their earnings, and we'll see what they're doing today. But IREN right now, nice move up from 40 to 42. I don't know, give it a little bit of a shakeout there, see what's going on with IREN. And then, of course, the name that many of you are probably worried or wondering about anyways was Google. And we marked down on our sheet 320. But again, don't want to take something too early. So Google, we wait and see what's going on. SpaceX pushing higher, Google pushing higher, Tesla pushing higher. Looks like, Dave, there, you were right about a potential move higher there through the day. You mentioned that it might be a wipeout. That looks like that was what happened. And now we'll wait to see if some of these stocks can find a footing. It looks like Google might have done that, and maybe Tesla as well over there at 336. So still early days.
Memory names as well. DRAM has bounced about 1% to the upside, and SK Hynix maybe even better here, as that's blasting through VWAP at 172. So we are getting that bounce. I don't think it's happening too strongly in IBIT though. So that's still holding some resistance. Doesn't look like it wants to get to that 37 promptly, but if it closes underneath the volume weighted average price, which right now sits at 36.9, then this will probably end up being the first fade play. Lucid's not bouncing at all. So no, it's so you know what? I might end up in this right here. The longer this bounce happens and Lucid doesn't move, I just think there's still more room. I got to show you guys a 15-minute chart. We went over this in the afternoon. I still think there's room for it to get down into the 620 and even crazier, probably end of the week, like the 580 level. As it failed the top, the structure looks really good for a short, but it's not even bouncing with the market. So I might take a nibble in right here at the volume weighted average price with a tight stop.
We were only going to give this trade, so we're first position of the day right here. I was only going to give it to, I think this is like a risk-free here. We could get stopped out. We won't lose that much, and I think the downside is pretty good here. We'll try it. I just want to try it at 116 to see if we wind up holding, and then I'm going to get out at 116.50 if it does break above 116.50. So we'll take another little piece here at 116. This 116 was a level that I wanted to look at anyways. If we had gotten short, which thankfully we hadn't, it did not break. It came pennies away from breaking, and I was expecting it to potentially break and then make this move. So there's the move now. We can still hit the short when it comes through, but we'll take a short right now in SpaceX. Like I said, man, this has been a trade that's been very, very profitable since the beginning. So we'll take 30 cents there quickly. I don't know if it's going to wind up working, but always it's nice to have that first win under the belt there. So now we'll wait. We still have the pretty much the full position. I don't know if it's going to be. I'm going to get out one more piece right there at O's if we can get it, and then we'll wait to see what winds up happening with SpaceX. Hopefully lower moves coming in for us. We're getting a piece out right here at there. Oh, almost at 5. There it is at 15, and now we'll wait to see. We got 1503s there. Now we'll wait to see what winds up happening with SpaceX. Quick little trade to start the morning. What's up, Sia?
Keep an eye out for USO as well. All oil names soaring right now. USO is up above 5%. Iran's RGC saying that any base used to attack Iran is also considered a legitimate target. USO on the upside, 5%.
Although it is coming back a little bit on USO, so there is that possibility that maybe we've made a temp top there. There was this ERGO that I know a few people were looking at. I found EHGO. Hit $5, hit the halt bands, it looks like, and immediately reversing. But that's another small capper, which is going for you. Did jump in. Ooh, Dean, what do you think about AVAV here? We'll get to that in a quick little second. Remember, Lockheed Martin reported, and that was an interesting looking chart. And one of the reasons why I like defense, but like the better looking chart in GE, is partly what's been going on with those names. So I'm in Lucid. We'll give it to that wick high. But as far as AVAV goes, remember, they do not make money. GE Aerospace makes money. That's the big story. This has to break trend, or I don't like it again. I think I said the last few times I mentioned the same thing. I think they have a fantastic future, but I only want to be involved when it's breaking and holding above the major moving averages. And it's so far away from the 200 that break this trend and get back above the 180. And I'd rather join an up move than kind of work into a down move. I like buying the dip on things that are making that cash. That's just the way I look at it. Like, to me, GE Vernova, I can buy, not GE Vernova, GE Aerospace, that you can buy the dip in an uptrend as opposed to trying to catch a falling knife.
Yep. SpaceX took some more short at 16s. You know, we'll see. Like I said, we want to give this up to 1650 anyways. So, you know, if we wind up losing on this one, you know, it will be that 75 cents or so. I don't know if slippage will be too much. We're now in the money on it, so we don't need to talk too negatively about it right there. Nice move higher there today for DRAM, as we talked about. Some of those names starting to kick off this little rally that we've just seen there. Thinking about shorting the NASDAQ at some point here, but we already just short SpaceX. So I don't want to be too glued to the short here in case it doesn't work. But there goes DRAM, now up 1.4%. Marvell got hit to the downside there pretty aggressively. Where's Randy? I mean, I don't want to see what's going on with this coffee here today. But Marvell there all the way back to flat now. That got hit pretty good, man, down to 205. That name trying to rally through just a bit there, Marvell. Let's go back over and have a quick look at Tesla. We mentioned that 336 was your 10% move, and yeah, it held it. It was a good SSR bounce there for a minute, but not involved. I don't really want to get too involved in Tesla. We had looked at some of the markers there, and I said 337. You know, that would have been the level there if you're going to try to break it, but that was also the SSR level. So if you're going to look at a short, I think you got to give it probably to 340 or at something like that on an earnings day, because just because I did get longer in Google in my own account here. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Google off of that 320. So hopefully we can look back and say that was a good buy for the longer term account. And then I did want to look, and the number one idea that I had today was NVIDIA on a ripper. But for right now, NVIDIA is actually moving a little opposite of what this market's doing. Seems like NVIDIA may want to go lower, which is, not making much
lower
sense to me there for NVIDIA. As the market rallies and NVIDIA says, hold my beer, I'll take it.
That doesn't make any sense. Like Apple's at the low too.
Yeah, so maybe 208.50 is something to look at there for NVIDIA. But good morning, Blicky.
Yeah, good morning to you, Blicky, as well. Thank you for the super chat in there. What's also, this is a weird one, but I canceled the VWAP because it already made it to the low of the day. But then I went over and looked at what was happening with BMNR, and for some reason that's actually going green. What? So yesterday BMNR was weaker. And ETH was weaker than Bitcoin at one point, but today it looks like it's going to be the opposite. So I've been paid for locates for no reason on BMNR, but you want to be prepared. There's so many times that I do the opposite where you don't, and then the short comes in, and guess what? You hit the key and you've got no locates. But BMNR, some reason, is looking relatively strong. I'm only in that lucid right now, but we are getting that pop with the market coming in. I do think that's going to lead me back to IBIT. We'll just look for this 36. I want to be out if it breaks 37, so we'll let it pop into the 90s before we engage. Oil just got to the highs, and I crapped on Battle. Well, I didn't really crap on them. I said they weren't moving when oil was going up, and now Battle is moving. So if we break the highs on USO, BATL could come into play here, but not until USO breaks the highs, which it has not yet. We're going to go back up to the desk. See ya. It's going to be a busy one.
Absolutely. USO is on the climb. Like you rightfully said, it's about 5.5%, inching closer to 6%. Right now, Iran's Revolutionary Guards are warning the UK over allowing U.S. bombers to fly from its bases. This is coming from reports, according to state media. Iran's Revolutionary Guards are warning the United Kingdom over allowing U.S. bombers to fly from their bases.
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to do anything.
What are you going to do about it?
They can't do anything about it.
What you going to do about it?
That's the problem.
I shouldn't. But I mean, it is kind of true. Like at the end of the day, you're going to get this continued tit for tat, and
yeah, I think it's just. I don't think we're trying to be negative about anything. Just it's reality. We've seen this back and forth with this discussion, and doesn't seem to be okay. There's another buyer right there on SpaceX. So we haven't seen many lit orders come through of this magnitude. It'll still get hit, but just I saw it yesterday, and it sort of created a little bit of a rally there. So I'm actually going to cancel my 1650 and go to 17, and it could easily run that level, and then we get stopped out. I only have 3/4 of a unit right now, so I'm not too nervous about it. I don't think we'll be adding too much to it. If anything, I just don't really want to add at 1650. I'd rather just see if that is the up and down. We don't want to start the day. We haven't had, great starts to the day. We always have to battle it back throughout the afternoon in some of our later trades. But I'm not going to give this one too much love here. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work on SpaceX. What a good rally, man. I mean, congratulations to David and to everybody else that said potentially rally time and the NASDAQ could get to green. Like, I don't think anybody would have thought that there today. And, you're halfway back. It was down, 1.6, maybe something like that. So now you're up to 1. So you're not a little bit less than halfway, but, you're starting to climb back up right into VWAP again there. So if we are going to think a little negatively there today, I put down the TQs as a possibly, now we're in the money again here on SpaceX. It's just going to be one of those things. I'm bidding a little bit out at 50, see if we can take 30 cents, and then and by a little bit, I mean 10%. And we'll take it out another bit, a little bit lower if we're able to do that. But the NASDAQ, now I can think about maybe this level there on the 200 period, 68.50s, 68.60s, something like that there for the TQQs as a possible short right now. And, it's not being helped by, unfortunately, NVIDIA. I thought NVIDIA, oh no, there goes an, okay, well, it's better off than that 208.50 we were looking at last time as that's starting to go. And here we go again. Let's go, man. We'll go 1 for 1 right now today. We are waiting for a little bit more out here. Oh, there it is. Yes. Okay. Not only did we reload SpaceX, but here we go again, man. We're starting the short in SPCX downside right now. A couple good fills. There we go. Let's see how low can we go right now. Put another bid here in the 80s, but we want to make sure that we are able to hold a little bit. We had bounced off of 50s, so we'll put another bid down there near 50. But hey, there it is, man. It happens often. Maybe not often enough, but there's $1.20 right now on SpaceX, man. We just believed in the trade. We sat in it, and there it goes. This is what you got to do when you believe in something. We did increase our stop, though, a little bit higher, and now that's about 1-to-1 on that. So with that being said, one more bid here at 57s. We get that. Now we can let this go because, now we're sort of playing with house money. Let's see what winds up happening here with the TQQs.
Let it go, Katina. Don't hold it back anymore.
Let it go.
We got a super chat in here. Finally got into Bitcoin, but I'm also going to take the reversion on BMNR. I know it's both, but I can't ignore that kind of a trend up. Tom Anthony, not Anthony, Anthony, what do you think of SMCI not tired yet? I don't know what the second part means, but what do I think of SMCI? Dell. That's what I think of SMCI, in all seriousness. I like it. I think Dell's better. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, today it's a short at 32 because I wasn't really doing any work on this one. But I do much prefer Dell. I just feel like you get a little bit less reputational risk, and then you're buying something with a better upward trend. If I was trading it today, I'm thinking pop and fade on most things, but I don't know why I'd be considering SMCI this morning. But look at what happened at 32. There was a 31.50 seller for about an hour yesterday, and then look what happened at 32. A complete reversion level. So if you think the market's a bit of a fugaze, then to me, 32 would be a sell. But again, there's one stock that is better than the other. And if you look inside of a sector and the daily chart is not ambiguous as to which is the better chart, then it's telling you everything you need to know. I don't need to know fundamentals between the two. You just read a chart.
All right, we got some, I asked for some ideas early here, and I'm just going to start to respond to them a little bit here. Dane Generous. So I said in here, need some ideas below. Let's give them to us right there. The Qs, playing to stay patient. I think that's a good idea there, Dane. Looking to, and that would have been a great idea. To stay patient. Do you see what the Qs did there? IREN says KTT there. Good little look there. So we like that one. Walmart has been a good one. I prefer TGT. So we'll say what's up to you, GD Surfer there. Good move there. We'll check out Walmart in a minute. Actually, check out Walmart right now. With whoopsies, not Walmart.am. What was that? Okay, here it is. So, okay, now it's right at this level that Joe was talking about earlier, 107. So I'm actually going to get another piece out here. I don't know. SpaceX just went up. Randy, I think he's racing his car out there. We have to go find that out right now. Him versus nobody, Randy world. All right, so we'll see if this goes to the downside right there. There's that breaking spot that we talked about earlier. So maybe in the midday show, we can get some opinions there. But Joe made a great call on this move from 108 up to 116. Yesterday, Joe kind of scoffed at me when I said yesterday, wait out for the 108 break tomorrow. But there it is right now, 107.50 in play right now for Walmart. And I think this could be a good bounce level. So good on you there, GD. Oh, you're saying Walmart's been weak, should be more downside. Okay, I was going to say you may see a bid coming in at some point here on Walmart just because it's at this level. We've seen that before. Northwest Sasquatch is riding the wave of volatility on the SPY. I definitely like that one. Far hand there. Google could bounce 322.50. Let's go have a quick look to see if that's the case. And by the way, here comes SpaceX. Here comes SpaceX right down Shortville Lane.
322.50.
Yeah, where's Google right
319.
now? Oh, okay, it's lower.
It's like 1% lower from, well, the super chat, the message is probably old.
Yeah, no, it's way old. It's 20 minutes ago. But the idea there was that, I mean, there it goes, 667. Oh, no, we just saw that there. But yeah, Google, I thought maybe Google had retraced back up with this move there, but no, looks like it's coming into 320. Like I said, we got long around that 321 or 320 marker, I guess. We were long almost right off the open. So yeah, we'll see what winds up happening as there goes Google. Getting to the downside, man, getting jiggy with it. Now 318 and change, down 7%. I mean, I've seen Google down 10+% on earnings days as well. So yeah, more problems here abound for Google. And I'm going to guess at this point that IBM, okay, well, I would have guessed wrong.
It actually held.
Yeah, I was going to say it probably did not hold that 200, but
it's ServiceNow that was nasty.
You guessed wrong, boy.
ServiceNow is the one, like when it fell that 100 level, it couldn't get back to it. But it's IBM. Maybe this is the recipe. The week before your earnings, just have the CEO come out and defecate all over the company and their future prospects. And then when the earnings come out and the market's dying, you don't have anything to worry about because it couldn't be any worse than your worst day ever last week. Anyways, can you tell I have shares of IBM? I don't know. Maybe you can. BMNR, I'm going to get out on the reversion to VWAP, and then IBIT, I'm going to hold and reload because one of them's trending up and the other one's trending down. Right? I think that makes obvious sense. IBIT just broke the low of the day. I got 36.6-ish, like next, kind of in the middle of this gap, and then I want the bottom of this gap here, which is on Monday, just double checking, 36.4. So gonna try to reload it at VWAP if we get there and continue to play this one to the downside. Tesla's getting absolutely wrecked. Ronnie Boy, thanks for the super chat. I just saw it.
What's up, Ronnie Boy?
Sorry, you probably had that a while ago. The best show on YouTube. Love Neil and Sean. Been watching for 6 years.
Congratulations.
Really need to get
we've been on that long? Oh my God.
We need to get a congratulations key that doesn't flash a bunch of Bitcoins and something that's a little bit more, like flash something that's more positive. Bitcoin, we made that graphic when Bitcoin was on 120,000.
Yeah, of course.
Best membership I have ever bought.
What a surprise.
Cheaper than a cup of coffee. That is absolutely right. And with that membership that's cheaper than a cup of coffee, you could be all over Sharif's morning note, ServiceNow. We got in here. I'm in the middle of it right now. There's multiple pages. Here you've got the story for IBM, Tesla, of course, leading with Alphabet here. It'll always be all of the earnings plays. Anything that's out there, $4.99 a month. All you got to do is hit the join that is below. It's always like 10 to 15 minimum pages long of information and technicals. That's the key. You'll get some technical levels in there. So I want to thank you for being part of the membership party. Thanks, Sharif, for putting it out there. And thank you so much for all of our viewers. I mean, whether you're super chatting, whether you're buying memberships, whether you're just in here asking questions or contributing to the community. Oh, I just looked over.
Yeah, Sky
Those
Court.
are going today, aren't they? Of course they wouldn't go yesterday, but today they do.
Yeah, I mean, I hit this a couple days ago, but there goes Sky Q right now. Thank you, Randy, to the upside.
Yes, right.
We're now $1.70 in the money on this SpaceX short, but yeah, there goes Sky Q. Taking out some levels again today. I mean, if you're going to go a little longer time frame there, that's 650, that's 7 right there. I mean, a name that's going to work as oil continues to pump higher. We have seen that along with the name Battle as well as that continues to go. But for me, it's simple. It's always simple, man. It is short the weak names, play momentum. A blind man can see what the trade is on SpaceX. Glad you're here with me on that one right now. SpaceX, just the bell of the ball here this morning for the trade anyways. I'm only in one trade, so there it goes to the downside. We have just under half left as we break below on SPCX. It's one of them days. What's up, Sia?
Yeah, keep an eye out on this ticker Honeywell, HON right now. We're seeing recognized a gain of $6,629 million during 3 and 6 months that have ended June 30th due to deconsolidation of Quantinium. Right now, you have Honeywell, HON, that's up over 5% on the day.
Oh, that's a great looking chart. 250 breakout on Honeywell. Yes, yes, and yes, that is fantastic. See, there's a bull market somewhere, everybody. It's not just a tagline. We got another super chat from Adam James abroad. ADVB, boom. I'm going to assume that sucker has actually halted to the... No, it hasn't halted, but I'm going to assume that it is breaking higher, because if you're talking about a small capper, usually you're not celebrating boom if it is going down, unless you're Luis Barbado. So yesterday's high, 18. It's trying to break out that 18 level. So remember, it doesn't die if it's making a higher low. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place that it can go. So I want to shout out to you. And a good one there. There's a couple of halts, but SkyQ we already went over. Well, Sean went over SkyQ. And that's going to be... Well, that's an energy play. I feel like the energy ones might have a bit more juice because USO did break that high. So you got to watch out for that. IBIT, we're going to reload this one at VWAP when we get it. Lucid, just tag the bottom again. And then we're going to try to reload this one underneath yesterday's lows. I did say with BMNR that I would get out at VWAP because I don't know why it's upward trending, but it is. So again, doesn't really have to make sense, but it's upward trending for now. If it loses the volume weighted average price, I can try to short it at some of those bottoms. But yeah, some strength coming into BMNR of all things. I hate to be skeptical. It's not like the stock can't go up, but on a weekday for the market with ETH at the lows, it is a bit surprising.
We're, it's nothing better than with 25 minutes into your workday, you've done everything you need to do, and that's what's happened here for SpaceX. So, I try to talk about putting on trades that you believe in and trying to hold on to them to make your day and so on and so forth. I still am of the firm belief that this job is one that you could be most successful in it if you take it as a part-time job where you have some income coming in somewhere else. So that's why it's important. And sometimes I get involved a little too early. I think we did pretty good here. We waited till 9:35, and sometimes you lose off the open. So, you do have to celebrate and make sure that you do take the responsible outs when they're there. But at the same time, trying to hold. And we said that we were playing with house money. So as this continues to bleed down, you're starting to make a little bit of that now. And it's starting to start to add up. So I do think there's more downside, but what I get at all this is that this is not, an easy sort of thing to look at every day, the stock market. So when you do have winners, like this is 250 in the money in a half hour rate there, worth taking, maybe a little bit off, go spend some time with your family, because as we all know, trading, is very volatile and you never know what tomorrow is going to bring. So I'm starting to take a little bit of profit out here, and that's why I'm just really focusing on this name there, because it's everything to me today, right? And that is SpaceX. So I hope you guys have had some successful trades there as well. BMNR on my side over here with Neil. Now I still love all of those names, but I got to get over and try to maybe find something else. But I like.
Well, we don't love BMNR.
No, that was a good short, right? Wasn't it?
But we don't like the stock.
No. But I'm saying the trades. This is what we love to trade, these names that are actively moving. Right?
I just don't want to get it twisted, because I think there's a very strong collective opinion about the treasury names.
No, but I'm saying I love SpaceX. It's been a huge boon and windfall there for the trade, right? And so I'm just saying we, love to short that. I do have IBIT written down as well on my note, but I was waiting for a move higher. It just never really happened. Into VWAP, fine. I already marked down 37. I believe that's the level that I wrote on here anyways. IBIT 37, yeah. So it's got to get up there. If it does, great, but it may not. So I think that this short there, although I know you're only a couple pennies in, we'll see what winds up happening. I do think that there is a retracement there. And those of you that were predicting the NASDAQ to go for a jaunt, that was right. And I was even mentioning it, which again, we sit here and we trade all day, so we're going to throw out many ideas. But how about that? We said the market's ripping into VWAP right there, gave you a great opportunity to make a few handles there, maybe 200 of them all the way now down to the downside on that. But hey, man, we're still printing. I've now got about a third left here on IBIT as we start to make new lows now into 1340. Look, I'm just going to piece out a couple percentage points on the way down as we make new lows on this name. Sky Quarry, by the way, finally falling. Look, whether or not it's falling now or not, it halted there, opened back up, and now it's 580 and potentially looking for the downside there in Sky Quarry.
It wasn't the only one. There was also...
Did Battle halt?
No, there's this really, really small one that I want to caution people on, STFS. It's done very, very small shares, but it halted down and is now trying to... it didn't try to halt up. It's now halted up consecutive times. So sometimes that can be a bit of a turnaround, but it's not 100,000 shares. I would say, everyone do what you want to do, but that's too little volume in my opinion, because you can't really manage risk. I know SkyQ is moving around, but it's then 8 million shares. There's a very big difference in terms of liquidity between those two. So I'm going to tag, I did not get the fill up here because I was going off of 36.9 instead of VWAP, so that was a mistake by myself, but I'll still put a bid at the low of the day and try to get the next available pop. I still think as long as Tesla goes, Lucid's going to go. Trying to get a better price. I've been shorting at VWAP instead of looking at the actual high and then giving it to 75. So I'll try to get 70s the next time through. And speaking of the aforementioned Tesla, it still hasn't done any kind of a trend break. So for me, when I look at an SSR bounce, I want to see a distinct bottoming tail candle or a trend break. So it might have got to that level, but didn't really give any kind of an entry for myself. It is still falling like an absolute rock. We can hit that thing. I can hit the market red, but at this point, it's looking a little bit redundant. Let us know what other names you guys are watching the chat. I know we're covering some of the same stuff in here, especially on the earnings names. That's what we have to. And for the one that was the strongest, it's green again, but that doesn't look that good. Talking about ServiceNow. Strong bid off the lows, got back into green territory, but looks like it's rolling over again. Thank you, ServiceNow.
Yeah, ServiceNow. Kind of was mentioning about that stock. Yeah, ServiceNow. We need ServiceNow, and we're not getting it on that name. I'm okay. So just took out some more there of SpaceX, and what's up, Salvador? Thank you so much for the nice comment there, and I'm glad that you're able to get some out. Just got some more out of SpaceX, holding on to 20%, almost the exact same as me right there. So we say, watch out for those glizzies coming right at you right there. Good trade and congratulations. Whether or not that was a trade that you were looking at or not. I mean, we were still going to short 14. I don't know what trade you have, Salvador, but that 1450 was going to be a trade, and then we just put on our thinking caps and was shorting the top side of it anyways, risking again here's a trade, right? It's $2.50 in the money now. We talked about the risk was 70 cents. So here's a 4-to-1 for you straight off the jump, and hopefully it's going to be a good one moving forward now. But we do have a good one in the back there with Sia, so let's go find out what she's up to at the big desk.
We're going to start right off the bat by taking a look at what the three major averages are doing at the moment. You have the SPY down by 1%. We had the three major averages also open negative today's trading day. The triple Qs are also down 1.2%. The Dow down close to 8%. And you have the IWM also down 0.73%. Let's take a look at two things I want to talk to you about right now. USO is starting right. Brent has shot up to over $100 a barrel, and Helly McCroft, who is the global head of commodity strategy, has said that extreme pressure is building in the region that could definitely send Brent oil over $128 per barrel. Further, we're also going to take a look at AAPL, American Airlines, has further cut its 2026 earnings outlook as of today's shares have slid further down over 8.5% right now. The company has cited higher fuel costs being one of the reasons for this cut. And this is definitely a sign that a jump in fares is not enough for the company and for the airline to fully offset this year's spike in fuel prices. So with that, AAPL down on the day 8.5%.
SMCI ripping to the highs of the day as well. You can have a quick look at that one if you're looking for some names that are potentially bids rather than offers in this kind of a market. There goes SMCI up 4% right now. And if you are looking for some volatility in the market, we do have an offer for you right now. It's called limited risk trading, and this is brought to you by Trade the Pool. These markets have been extremely active, and for traders, this kind of environment creates, as you can clearly see, big opportunities, more setups, more momentum. But to take advantage of this, you need two things, both discipline and, of course, access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your own personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. No. This is called limited risk trading. So if you take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please give our good friends at Trade the Pool a look. Visit tradethepool.com and scan that QR code right there in front of your screen. Hey guys, just scan that QR code right now. Let them know that you're having a look at it. You don't have to sign up, but it would definitely help us if you had a look over there at Trade the Pool. So please scan it, head over there, give them some traffic, let them know that you're watching Trader TV Live, and keep them funding, obviously, part of this show. And we want to thank Trade the Pool. We have Mitch on, we have Steve on. There's a couple great analysts over there, so I think you're in good hands with Trade the Pool. Go make sure you do. Check him out. Yo, wiki. I was watching Trailer Park Boys, and my favorite character on that show, of course, is J-Rock. So we have to watch some more Trailer Park Boys.
You
haven't seen it, right there. Shout out to the whitest of white guys. That's a rapper, J-Rock, on Trailer Park Boys. He was also in Mr. D and a few different shows. I have no idea the guy's name. But
I'm still a Mr. Leahy.
He passed away.
I know. Rest in peace. I don't know the actor's name, which sucks, but may rest in peace. I think it is one of the
He's a great
classic comedic characters of all time. He played that so well. But I want to shout out in the chat, those that were mentioning
cheeseburgers, Randy.
Mara's going absolutely ham with the gut hanging out.
Yeah, get those cheeseburgers going ASAP. Hey, imagine we have cheeseburgers today. That'd be nice.
Don't do that, because now it's 10 o'clock. Now you're making me hungry. And now it's going to be a trash
lots of protein
lunch.
in cheeseburgers. There might be too much protein in cheeseburgers.
Man. You just jinxed it.
There's some
We're going to get a trash lunch.
Fat is obviously good for you, as many people know. But you will get some good protein there.
Yes.
With the cheese and the burgers.
Yes.
You can throw out the buns over there. And it's also called living life.
You have to enjoy food at some point.
Well, not according to Sharif. You don't have to.
Oh, okay. In my personal opinion, I think it is one of life's pleasures.
As do I.
As long as in moderation. Like, you can have a cheat day. You can enjoy and still have a healthy diet. The healthy diet of buying, this is my way to segue to this.
That's a good one.
For Mara, and Hut 8, and this is why it was on the watch list. Morgan Stanley initiated overweight rating on them, but they also added 3 additional Bitcoin miners turned high-performance computing companies to their coverage for the same reasons. So this would be the reason why you're seeing Hut 8 is strong, Mara is strong. The market stinks, but those names are catching a bit of a bid. So they're allowed to go up, apparently. So I'm going to have no more bids on Lucid until we fill the gap further into the 40s. So we just bounced off the 650 level, right? Like 70 to 60 to 50, like every kind of 10 pennies until you get to 625. But there is a bit of a bid. So while that's still falling with the market, there's a bit of a bid forming on iBid. So here's the 15-minute chart. Like, it basically slid all the way down to be able to give about 20 cents of a move here with about 10 of risk, but it is bouncing, and there is a little bit of strength coming back into the market. So I want to be pretty cautious with it on the way back, and just have to be really, really interested in this Google bounce, because look at this candle. That's a great bottoming tail candle on the 15-minute for Alphabet. But you know what? If it loses 320, doesn't matter a hill of beans. If you get this bottoming tail candle, and it cannot hold 320 here in the next 15 minutes. And if Alphabet doesn't turn, good luck with this market turning. Let's go up to the desk with Sia.
AAPL, as I mentioned, is sliding further down, more than 8.5% of reported earnings. We're just going to take a look over the numbers, what was going on over here. Adjusted EPS at 15 cents per share versus estimated of 0.03. Total revenue coming in at $16.74 billion, which is in line with the expectations as well. Net income at $71 million gap, which is an 88% decrease from $599 million in the second quarter of the year 2025, all due to fuel expenses. We'll get into that soon. Passenger revenue per available seat mile, which is PRASM, the metric, has risen 10% compared to the previous year. Full year 2026 outlook of the company as well. It has been revised full year EPS guidance as well, now projecting results ranging from an adjusted loss of 65 cents per share to an earnings of 65 cents per share. Headwinds, however, here to take a look at, like I mentioned, are that the airline has cited massive fuel cost pressures that have impacted its earnings numbers as well, estimating a roughly $2.2 billion or 50% increase in fuel expenses year over year. AAPL sliding towards the downside, inching closer to 9% on the day.
All right, thanks, Sia. I just wanted to say here on SpaceX, I am going to take some out on a 25 break. We just got another 60. Like all of these fills down here. It seems like I'm propping the stock up, but believe me, with the amount of shares I'm using, I'm definitely not doing that. But it seems like this 1360. And again, just because we like the short doesn't mean that we have to be in this all day. So we're starting to cover, and we have less and less of this position now. Still about 20, a little bit more than about 25% still, just taking small covers. But we'll take out, we'll take out 25% of what we have left. So yeah, we'll take about 6-7% of what it was from the top, but doesn't matter. So I'm getting another piece out. Doesn't matter the amount I'm getting out. Just letting you guys know, right into there, 14.25 is an out. So if that's going to be an out, I might as well take another bid here as it comes back in. So there it is. We take another fill right there at 72s. So that was a good one. And again, you could see in there it goes now it's through the 60s. So maybe it wasn't that good. Let's now wait for a third. I'm not going to take any more 60s down there. We just take advantage of that move down. That's one of the more aggressive candles right there. And look at the market bleeding right now as well. Tesla. Let's go have a look at that one. Mac's not rolling around in any Teslas these days, it doesn't look like, if you're in the stock today, as that's now down 12%. We had mentioned that there could be a possible hold there for the SSR bounce, and that was well held for 2 minutes, and then it was whoops again, as this is looking like a roller coaster that you don't want to be on, because just too choppy, too much downside pressure on that one right now. Maybe we're finally starting to find a bid here at 326, but if you kind of zoom, let's go. SpaceX right now is at its lows, 1330. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. That's a good one, man. What a day changer for me right there. Well, it's the only trade I'm in, but 320. Normally we're down by this time, but not now. We are up on our day. But
it is down.
Yeah. No. I mean, my
I know what you mean.
Because normally I make a mistake once or twice off the open. Right there, 320. That is 325, and that's going to be a level, I guess, if you're going to look at something there for Tesla, especially if you're looking to cover something.
Put up a weekly 280.
Well, yeah.
Oh, no, you're talking about the day trade.
There's a lot. Yeah, I'm just trying to say, like, if you're short rate now, 326 I think is where we're at. Well, we just bounced out. So I didn't even realize we just bounced out 326. I was going to say get out maybe $1 or $2 ahead of that 325. It's such a dramatic move down. You're not going to hate yourself for, just like me here on. Wow. Well, now I hate myself for getting out on SpaceX, but there, look at that move. Wow. But yeah, anyways, I was going to say you'll be fine getting some out here if you've been short. Just don't let it gather and then rip. That's all. It's like it's giving you these outs right there. So, and look, I'm speaking my own book because this is how I trade. Like, this was giving me outs right here. So I took them, and it bounced off a couple times. Like, we got out numerous times there, thought we maybe hit the bottom, so got out twice, got out again when it came back to 1360, got out again right there, and then just put our order at 1312s and took that fill down there to the downside. So it's like, I do want to try to get out when I do see some potential floors building, but it's just on SpaceX. Like yesterday we were short 119, the day before we were short 130, and it's just like, it's bleeding, right? And so there it comes, bye-bye 113. Like, if you're going to post size on there, that's actually a death wish, because it doesn't care. You're going to get whatever you post. So as soon as we saw that 13, like, we're now 350 in the money. So this was a 70-cent trade. So this trade is 5-1, and we should have done, again, maybe a little bit better and tried to hold on to this just a bit more. The reason why I put 1420s there as my out is that was the top of these 2-minute candles right there, and we didn't break it, so we went back into the downside. But following what we talked about with Brian the other day, I would have been almost all of it out up here at 116 if we follow the break of these 2-minute candles. But we're trying to piece it out and watch this name just continue to go to the downside, man. It's SpaceX, the only trade I have on. And I think that the fact of being so focused on one trade has kept me out of a lot of trouble, because Google there at 320, I might have played that back and forth a little bit, and that's at day's low as well. And I think I could have also lost on NVIDIA, because I was pretty bullish on NVIDIA today, and that's just been a chop fest. So maybe the time to get long on NVIDIA's right now into some of these bids. So we'll have to take a look at that trade. But yeah, so far so good.
I want to get to this message. How are we shorting? Not via options. We are trading prop at real trading, and we are executing on actual shares. Right? So we have direct market access. We are literally just shorting actual shares every single time, to the extent that maybe your broker doesn't look. It wouldn't be true for anything I'm trading. Actually, no, we had to pay. I had to pay for Lucid shorts, and you would have had to pay for SpaceX.
Yep.
So it's actually true of 2 of the 3. If there's a small fee and the locates to borrow the shares aren't free, then we could pay a small fee. It'll be fractions of a cent per share. But we're always trading shares here. At some point, maybe we'll get options on the platform, but not just yet. For now. I know you joke about it too. But.
No, because I think someone, I don't know if it was Joe or Obi or somebody said about, I think it was 2.5 years ago, and they said options imminent. And I was like, And 2.5 years later.
I was a trainee when they were imminent, Sean.
Imminent. Yeah, so not imminent anytime soon.
No.
That was about 20 years ago.
But that's one of the advantages of trading prop, because you have the ability to engage easily in either direction that the market is going. So when the market's going down, you can make your moves and get profitability. That's very, very important.
Yep. And we did talk about real trading. I'll show you some numbers of some traders around here very soon, and we'll show you some of the stats that are coming through for us. And of course, the same story is always true there, and that is that it's very hard business, but those that are successful, the 1 or 2% are pretty successful. So, watch out for that. This is, we tweeted this out 30 minutes ago, and it was at 114, and we started sort of talking about this SpaceX short, and there it goes, bleeding into the downside, which is now, by the way, 350 and at its lows. I just took a bid there at 1275. I'm just going to try to do what I'm thinking about, and that's take some bids at key levels. So I'm actually going to let 1250 go right now. Does it have a 1 handle in it, like a 110 handle? I would think so there, and we talked about that yesterday, and I was calling it 105, and here comes 110 again, down another 2%. You're not even down that much yet on the name. So
it's only 2 points.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot more to go to the downside for SpaceX if they really want to sell this thing. As we know, lockup is looming. I don't think lockup is that big of a deal there. I think what's happening now is people are panicking against that lockup. So, I don't know. Like if I was sitting on a couple schmil of SpaceX right now, I've just lost half of everything I thought I was going to make off of at least the first couple of days. And you don't even have to look at the first couple of days. You can even just go back even to the beginning of July. Like July 1st, this name was 168. And now you're down to 112. So you've seen those mortgage payments and all that kind of stuff kind of evaporate right in front of your face. I don't know if you're willing to push. And you guys tell me if anybody's watching this, that's an insider of SpaceX that has the opportunity. And mainly the lockup is going to consist of founders and employees and early stakeholders. So you tell me, are you going to be dumping your SpaceX shares on August 6th, regardless of the price? That's what I think the market is reacting to right now. They're acting as if people are going to dump SpaceX no matter what the price is. So I don't know. And that's why I'm trying to seriously ask everybody, is that the question? Is that what most people are thinking about if you are one of those early founders that do have an opportunity to get yourself out of SpaceX? Are you going to take that opportunity on August the 6th and then subsequently weeks after that?
Why bother asking rhetorically when we can literally ask your opinion about that right now? Will insiders dump when SpaceX lockup expires? Type 1 in the chat for dump it. You're not dumping it. You think they're dumping it. And 2 for hodl or whatever. It's just for hold. So let us know via your vote if you feel like, what is this vote thing and how am I supposed to do it? Jump in the chat. It means you're not in the chat. Hit the subscribe button. It's a subs only chat. So everyone's saying dump it. Yeah, it's a lot of ones up in here. Everyone's saying the ones.
So that means
dump
it's going to be 2.
72% early, 70% early. Remember yesterday, it was pick one of the 4 earnings names that you'd want to buy. Dead last on that list was IBM. Second last was ServiceNow. And everyone wanted Google, and Google's to the downside. So sometimes if it's overloaded one way and overwhelming, oftentimes the sentiment shifts at the other. So we'll keep that one up, see how the votes are going, follow back with that, maybe 15 or 20 minutes or so. But for now, we are going back to the desk with Sia.
Ticker VRT on the rise here right now. Keep an eye out. Vertiv Holdings, which is a global leader in critical digital infrastructure, has, as of today, earlier pre-market, announced the deployment of integrated power here. Liquid cooling, also rack infrastructure and installation services supporting the Naval Postgraduate School's NPS's new NVIDIA DGX GB300 systems. Keep an eye out, VRT.
Thank you very much, Sir Sia. Sia doing a fantastic job filling in for it. Daryl's off a couple of days, and it's a seamless transition. I got good news and I got bad news. Actually,
Why not just give us both?
okay. Bad news first. Remember the 320 on Alphabet? Didn't hold. Alphabet's at the low of the day. The good news is, and it's probably not going to matter to Alphabet or to the market, but the good news would be USO's pulled back into VWAP, so there's that.
Whoop whoop.
Well, I don't know if it's going to matter at the end of the day, but we'll see. Hopefully the tech stocks actually give a darn about that. But the third short that we had, we got that LOD and IBIT. It might matter to Bitcoin, silver, gold a little bit more. They're coming right back into resistance. So if we get another topping tail candle, I will go for the reload. If these start breaking out, I will try to remind myself that BM&R was relatively strong, but I still like the short. I got out because this was relatively strong. Again, it was making a bull flag, so we were like, oh, I'll hold Bitcoin and then not hold BM&R because it looked like the stronger chart. Now it's making progressively lower lows. So it starts holding under the volume weighted average price, and I gotta jump into that one. I already mentioned the plan of action with Lucid. I want to hold for 6.25 here, but I've got my bids right underneath this shelf and then fill in this gap to last Friday. So effectively looking for like, oh, my price is 666. Well, that's not intentional. Down here, their ultimate target's that 40-cent mark. They're on Lucid. So I still think that one's going to dump. Probably Rivian's going to dump as well. It's not all Tesla sympathy. Part of it is what happened yesterday, where it just made that hard turn after the squeeze. Speaking of Tesla, 13% down and still falling, 325. Okay, it doesn't care about that oil bounce.
Oh boy. Yeah, no, and we were looking at 325 before and actually thought that there was potentially a good opportunity down there at 325. And we had mentioned this could be a bouncing spot, but I also was like, hey, if you've been short, take some profit ahead of that spot. So now you're getting even a better price than you did last time. Shout out to Joe Williams in the chat. Thank you for the nice comment there. As we continue to go up, and I want to thank everybody that's been here forever, including, wow, 58 months. So thank you so much, Yannick, man. A member for 58 months. That's amazing. And we want to say thank you so much. It's been a minute. Great to see you back here, Yannick. And, thank you for the continued support. And things have changed if you haven't been here in a while. We got Sia part of the team now. We've got some guy named Joe over there. And we do have a huge screen. What's up, Joe? We do have a big screen in the back there now. That's absolutely amazing. And all of your tweets are on there. All of your posts are on there. The super chats are on there. The polls are on there. The subs, everything. We want to thank everybody for all of that. And of course, we know who Joe is. He is one half of the member of Katina Wilson Capital. So we say a big shout out to Joe. And Joe, we got to rethink about our position on Google, I guess. What's up to Blair? Yeah, I'm buying more right now, my guy. Right there, we have 58 months. And then we have another 8-month here from Blair. So thank you, Blair, for that one. Has it been that long already of a day? I don't know. I think for me, it's been a great day. Probably the best day of the month for me so far. Not the month, but of the week for me so far. So it's been a good one. And yeah, so far so good. And we'll just keep on, looking at some names there. I think Tesla 350, 325 could be that next trade. But as Neil mentioned, Google is at the lows as well. And that's not helping anybody with this market pull down. But yeah, maybe, we wanted to let things settle down. And this is the key thing right here because the market is right now settling. It's 10:20. We could potentially, hi, what's going on over there on TikTok? We can have a quick little look to see if there's any of our other friends chilling out there on TikTok as well. Here we go. And again, they're all on the board in the back there. We want to say a big shout out to Noon Loon here. Everybody that's part of our great team right now. It's a little something that we like to call roll call right now. So Cryptonomics. Oh, I like that name, Cryptonomics. What's up, Juan Padilla, Noon Loon? We just talked about it. Anybody on TikTok, now is your time to shine. Beyonce's on TikTok. Holla on that one. What's up, Bitcoin trader as well? We like you there. There's Beyonce again. Good shave. I like that you shaved Jay-Z's head there at that concert. It was looking ridiculous. Okay, after that, Minnesota traders here. You see I got the ice vest on. The one and the only here. Pattern Keys as well. MF Dane Generous. Of course, thank you for all of your contributions, MF Dane as well. 56 new messages. Okay, this is starting to get crazy over here. Craig is here as well. Laser's here. There's Beyonce again. Good ho, everybody. Mike, some guy named Mike P. DeRider. Who is this guy right there? Thank you. Thanks for joining us for the first time here, Mike. And then everybody else. T-Money, one of the best. We here, says T-Money, another member that's been with us minute. I do have an out coming at 1350. I just put on SpaceX there. So if we break through 1350, then we'll take another piece out. Very, very light on this trade right now. I'd say we have 20% left and looking to get out a little bit more. All the breaking spots haven't hit for us. So we were going to get out at 1425. That didn't hit. We have another opportunity to get out some at 1350. So a fall back into 1250. I'll put another bid out there right now. Anything you want to cover? Because we're going to go to SIA.
I've put a break-even stop in IBIT. I wanted to hold this one through the low. So it's slightly up, but it's more of a flat trade, mostly because I did not take it all out at the bottom. I think Lucid's going to be a different story there. BMNR, that was good. Lucid looks like it's projecting toward an all-day hold at this point, or at least until the target of 625. But I do like the opportunity to reload this one at the volume weighted average price. I've really only traded 3 names. It's the first name in a while. None of them have been any chip names. Again, BMNR was probably a mistake. I'll also have to fail on that because it was stronger. So I thought fade into VWAP. We took like the 1 point move, and now it's giving you 2. But I have not touched DRAM. I haven't even looked at Intel this morning, which is a bit of a change. And I'm glad. Because if you were bearish on these, there was maybe one shot here in DRAM, maybe. If you're real quick, kind of like that, at the moment that I would have been looking at BMNR was your only chance to go short. Intel, there was a story with Intel this morning. Obviously, they're reporting tonight, but there was further speculation between them and partnering with some memory chip names for their Ohio plant. And SK Hynix was again mentioned, even though that was refuted a couple of days ago. But that got brought up again with Intel. And they're after the bell today. That's why I'm staying away from Intel. You think you're done with earnings season? Oh, these guys got to come in here and give us the goods. Feel a little bit better about them than we did last night. I think they have a much better chance for positivity than Tesla did. But we'll see. I mean, it could be dead wrong about that. Because Intel was a $45 stock. Go back to March. So it's not like it isn't 2x from just a few months ago. Let's go back to SIA.
The IWM Russell 2000 index currently down 0.5%. Let's take a look at 3 individual tickers at the moment. You have ACI, that's Albertsons Companies, that's down over 18% on the day, lowered its fiscal 2026 outlook, citing certain softer demand and a more cautious consumer. The company has also said that it's now, quote unquote, moving decisively to invest in customer experience because it believes that it will improve the growth trajectory even more. You have AMKR, that is Amcor Technologies here, down 1%. It's maintained at neutral by B. Riley Securities, just analyst commentary, nothing crazy going on over here. Finally, you have AMPL, Amplitude, that's down 4%. Average price target for the company has risen from $11.05 to $11.36, with forecasts ranging from $8.5 to $18 per share.
Okay, thanks, Sia. I did start a new position over here right now. I don't know. I want to get it lower, so we'll just put on very, very small piece right now. Looking for more. I mean, I bid 50s and missed it there, and I just wanted to come over to it. So here it comes back in. Hopefully we do get it. There we go. See, trust someone that's honest. And there it is, 208.50. Just runs us over right there. So we take a bid there. And if this does break through 208, we'll just give it a heartbeat underneath that. And then we will stop ourselves out for potentially a losing trade. And, you know, I just want to, you know what, I'm going to maybe go a little bit lower. By the way, SpaceX is just puking again all over itself one more time as we just continue to, you know, sort of run the gauntlet over there with SpaceX. But, okay, you know, I was going to buy a little bit right here. I just canceled, buy a little bit at 23. Okay, there we go. I put some more down here at 10s or at 15s, I think it was there. Let me tell you what I just got filled at 15s. Yeah, so, but okay, so SpaceX, we said we would do this. There was the break. It did not go above 30. Like, we almost got stopped out again at 130, stopped out, trailed out of, you know, 10%. But right there, 1350 does not hit. So we'll take guess what? $1 back on that move lower. I mean, whatever shares we were going to get out there, I'm now going to cancel that stop out and now see if we can ride just a little bit lower here on, of course, SpaceX. So that's going to be a trade of mine. And now we wait for NVIDIA. We're long right here at 208.30s, much more comfortable position against 208. So, you know, have just about half a unit on this. So if it does mature up, great. We can add, sort of stack up some of our position or some of our P&L there and get out of NVIDIA if it does make this move. So, take out a little bit north of 50, take out a little bit more in the 60s, and here it goes back up to the upside. So again, decent trading here, trying to put some more, pieces of the puzzle together here. And NVIDIA right now at these lows. Let's just see if the NASDAQ wants to bounce. I mean, you just mentioned Google was at the lows, Tesla's at the lows. And NVIDIA right here is a name that I like today. It is the number one long on here. I like the CapEx story with them and what that means for some of these spenders out there. And with the NASDAQ trying to hover around the lows, we switch over, we look at NVIDIA, and it's near the lows as well. So we are going to I'll take another out right now for 20 cents. Remember where, oopsies, that's the wrong stock. There goes NVIDIA right there to the upside. So yeah, so far so good there as we get another out at 70s, and we're starting to really get higher and higher now. I just actually punched out, get into a little bit more SpaceX there by accident. I thought it was on NVIDIA, but we get NVIDIA anyways at 60s, and we add a little bit to our SpaceX position that we didn't necessarily mean to, but SpaceX is trying to come back in right now into 112. Let's put another bid down there. Let's go to 112.20s or so. Let's go to 30s, see if we get what we just put on by accident there, and we'll see if we get a nice little downside trickle down in SpaceX. But yeah, man, it's NVIDIA, and it's trying to work out for us. So good outs there on NVDA into the 60s. Another one at the 25 period moving average. So yeah, so far so good. Oh, and by the way, there's SpaceX again. So yeah, man, we're doing it here live for you. All of these trades, as Neil mentioned, are all on equities. They're not options. They're all the actual stocks themselves. So here we go, man. SpaceX blowing up again right now to the downside. 112 imminent, it seems like. And NVIDIA's doing well for us. Man, this has been a good morning. We'll go 2 for 2 here as we hit this, and we should start watching what's going on right now. Alphabet hitting hyperscalers. We already talked about how disastrous Meta's been and how that's not looking very good. And yeah, that's still true here for Meta, getting absolutely pumped to the downside again here today. 606 for Meta, down 3%. I'm hoping that doesn't last. I like Meta. It is a holding of mine. Let's see if Meta can somehow figure it out here. But yeah, good take, I guess, at SpaceX, and NVIDIA's trying to work for me. Trade number 2 of the day here, NVIDIA, 40 cents in the money.
There you go. And Mo Bugatti in there. Ooh, Nat Gas just came out there. Nope, broke up, not down, so no trade. For myself, just cancel orders. Watch all every day. Hit big on SPY put swing. What would you be buying today for long-term accounts? I don't think I'll get the stink bid in Alphabet because the level I like is much lower. So yeah, for myself, I don't think I'm going to get filled in. If I didn't own any Alphabet and it wasn't like the number 2 or probably number 2 right now, holding for myself that isn't an ETF, then I probably would pick that one up. But I have enough of it that I'm going to be waiting a little bit on that bad boy. Not Tesla. I'm going to wait a little bit longer. The 280 on Tesla is a good level. Some of the pullbacks in the aerospace names are looking pretty good. So they could be interesting. But I'm not really looking at anything other than a couple of days on Alphabet. Just we had Nat Gas. Shoot, I just heard the build out of my ear, but it's still actually going upside. Anyway,
32 billion versus 29 billion.
32 billion versus 29 billion. But the trade from last week that didn't happen, well, I'm looking one direction of the break of the consolidation, it was low. So it didn't break lower. It means I don't get triggered in. And this is the reason I'm preferring the short, because it basically trends down all the time. So I'm not taking this trade if it's breaking higher. So next week, I'll throw the order again and see if Nat Gas gives us the goods. We're going to go up to Sia at the desk as the market tries desperately to hang on to the lows.
USO climbing up 6% on the day at the moment. IRGC Iran saying we will not allow the United States to use deceptive ceasefires to replenish its oil and ammunition reserves and then resume attacks. Is coming from Iranian Fars News. USO on the rise, up above 6% at the moment.
Try to stop you out first. Thank you very much there, Sia. As Alphabet Yuck 318, where the bottom ends up today, I don't know, everybody. Like you look at the daily chart, that's a pretty hefty gap from the trend line to the 200 period moving average, which is why I'm preaching patience. I still think it's going to be the best of the bunch. All right, IBIT, round 2.
Oh, good. I like your IBIT.
Round 2, if I get a topping tail and you lose VWAP again, then I'm just going to jump right back in when you lose VWAP and try to play you to the low. But I have to look at BM&R. I got to acknowledge it. Yes, I'm going to try to get back into IBIT, but let's be real. When BMNR was going higher, I was like, well, I don't know why it's stronger. ETH wasn't doing anything, so let's just take it out. Now right back at the low. So it did plunge, but it is what it is. You have to read the market as you see it in that moment. So we're going to get back over into IBIT. As I said, we got about 5 more pennies, and we're going to get Lucid as well, which, that price, it wasn't an attempt to get 666. It was effectively, the style, short the prior day low. That's the first level in a downtrend to look at, and then the prior day resistance spot was $7. So we shorted the first. It also happened to VWAP, but I'm sitting 640, and then a gap down to about 625. Lucid ended up, it wasn't on my list yesterday, but it ended up my best stock because of the way that it lost the volume weighted average price, absolutely plunging. But I want to remind everybody, this stock, what it did for the longs was unbelievable. And if things get very nasty in this market, don't forget about Reddit. If Reddit sniffs the low from yesterday, I think that's a buy. Because we talked about how that story is not a confirmed Wall Street. It was the Wall Street Journal talking about them breaking up with Alphabet. Again, this is not something which is for sure happening. It caught a bid at 167. If it even sniffs that today, I like that for a bit of a buy. But that's a day trade. And the question earlier was about the long-term account. I think it's more of a day trade off that low. Let's go to SIA. It is past 10:30. I think we're going to do a little sector watch.
Yes, sir.
It's early for sector.
You are absolutely right. We're going to go do a little bit of a sector watch. The SPY currently down over 8%. Let's take a look what's going on with the sectors over here. Lots to cover. Electric tech. You have NVIDIA that's down close to 2%. Apple down 1%. EVGO inching close to the percent mark to the downside. Now these chip names like MU, you have Dell, SDK, not a bad look over here. STX also not a bad look. I would say MU's up 3.4%. TXN, however, continuing to slide a bit towards the downside, 3.9. Now 4% on the day. AMD just turned red. It's down 0.60%. Intel flat on the day. Cisco down close to 1% on the day. RTX is soaring up 7% on the day. You have tech services. Google obviously carrying that drag down, monstrous drag down since yesterday. You have Google down 7%. Microsoft down 1.9%. You have Meta down 3.5%. Oracle down over 1.5%. We're going to discuss a lot of news that we're seeing over here in the news segment at 1 p.m. So don't go anywhere. Be right here. Palantir trading down 1.2%. Netflix is flat. PANW inching closed, being down 3.5%. IBM flat on the day. CRWD down 2.6%. Finance, you have flatness right across WFC, BRKB, JPM, whereas you have Visa, MasterCard, and MS sliding further down over the 1% mark. Bank of America sliding closer to 8%, and GS down 2.2%. Retail trade, you have right off the bat, I feel like this is one of the sectors that is a bit bearish today across the sector board over here. You have consumer durables as well. That is one of the bears for today. You have retail trade. Let's focus on Amazon down 4.5%. Walmart down 2%. You have Costco down 8%. Home Depot 2%. TJX down 1% as well. There's one name that I always check in this sector over here. That for me is over here CVNA. That's down 2.5% over here. CASY up 2.5%. Health tech. Lilly up 1.3%. We had that news with Lilly about its drug over there, and that has passed both the trials, phase 3 trials. J&J trading flat at the moment. ABBV up 1%. MRK up 2%. And this one name in the sector, TMO, that is soaring very close to 9% today. Energy minerals, like I always say, this is one sector that you don't want to see super strong. Oil prices rising. Energy, probably the bull of the day. But again, not happy about this at the moment. Producer manufacturing, AMAT up 2.8, CAT up 1.6%, LRCX up 1%, GEV up almost 3.5% on the day. Consumer non-durables and consumer services are a mixed bag, but led by bearishness over here. KO down 1%, PG down close to 2%, PM down 1%, PEP down 1%. You have consumer services, Disney sliding further a bit over here, down 3% on the day. RCL is, I would say, considerably considerably, sorry about that, heading towards the 1% mark. Hilton also down 2% on the day, and BKNG down 3.2% here. Process industries, distribution, communications, a bit of a mixed bag over here, mixed sentiment, bit of flatness, bit of bearishness, bit of bullishness over here in some of the stocks. Communications, you have TMIS down 5% on the day, with T down 1.11% to be precise. Transportation, finally, UNP is up 5.5%, CSX up 5%, NSC is up 6.7% as well. I would say overall, with consumer durables, Tesla lagging further down over there, 3.5% almost, 13.5% almost on the day. I would say it is not the best look over here for certain stocks, big names over here, but we're hoping that towards the end of the day, they turn green or at least make a bit of a reversal from their losses.
Market, thanks, Sia. The market just picked up. We got stopped out of that video when it broke 208, and then all of a sudden I looked over and I was like, what? So I don't know if there was just news there that just hit, but okay, NVIDIA, I see you. Nice move higher right into the 50-period moving average. So that's a nice little bump there for NVDA. And you had mentioned that AMD had finally gotten to the red side of trading.
I was surprised it wasn't already.
Yeah, so it just had a bounce back upside as well there. It was down to 549. Nice move higher. Tesla was just down 14%. Like this name definitely taking it on the chin just a little bit here as well. And of course, that's Tesla now down 13. Yeah, it did get into that 323 level. We can definitely have a bounce opportunity there, I would say. Almost feel like I want a short, to be honest with you, right now back in for NVIDIA based on that most recent move higher. But I do like the name, and I wouldn't feel right about losing more money on a short when I already liked the long there. Made a little bit, but then gave it back there. Just a cup of coffee there, but still down on NVIDIA, as, you know, no problem, again, trying to tell you guys, you know, what the story is with my trading. But yeah, other than that, I just saw someone putting in, what's up, Spencer Suarez? Thank you so much for hitting this up as well, Spencer. Your rate, oops, I closed the chat. I have to get it back open. But right into there, he just mentioned, there it is, Netflix. So we'll keep that going. Sia, don't worry about your mic. Andre is listening to it, and if there is a problem with it, we will adjust the mic. There's some people in there that Adara likes to sort of yell when she does some of the reports, so maybe the mic, no, I'm just saying. Maybe,
the gate, I think they call it.
Yeah, they need to change that up a little bit. So, you know, Andre or Fabian's over there, I think, working the board as well, he was. So if there are any problems with the sound, we will get that fixed. But hey, man, keep those posts going, because we are always looking for, no, someone just maybe said Sia's mic was too loud, but I don't know how it sounded in your ear. Sounded fine? Yeah, Fabian's the man, the myth, the legend. He's got it going.
He's locked and loaded.
No problem on that one. But yeah, there goes NVIDIA. Damn it. We wanted that long at the day's low. Unfortunately, you know, when the market's down almost 2% and looks to go lower, I gotta break out of that trade once it, you know, violates the low there, and that is what happened. So NVIDIA right now making, you know, that decision look incorrect. But for now, NVIDIA nicely cruising back up to VWAP. So that's a good story here for the NVIDIA longs. I hope some of you were able to hold on to that one. So, yeah, that's the story there on NVDA.
NVIDIA's off the lows, but man, like, to talk about something breaking the highs today, that's part of the AI play, that is a chip name, SMCI of all things is threatening that top break. It's yesterday's high at 32. The high is above 32. I get it, 32.30, but really that's where it rejected. And the same thing that we were seeing at 31.5 early in the morning yesterday seems like it's happening at the 32 level. Look at all the wick tops. Like, it's trying to break, and then failing. When it broke last time, it then turned into support and then made its next rally. So I think that's the pattern to look for. Break this high, turn it into support, barcode it, break the top, scalp to the high, and then that'll be it. Of course, I'll say all of this, and then I'll do a standard breakdown over in that bad boy. Also, this time I'm going to, if the market wants to bounce here, oh, how many, hit enter 3 times. And now it'll flash BM&R. Is what it is. Once this thing pops even a little bit, we're going to jump into the fade. And then DRAM, the memory chip names, which I would have thought if we're going to get led higher, it would not be SMCI. It would be like Micron or SK Hynix. But DRAM is kind of stalling out here at the 59 level after gapping up and looking so strong this morning. If this loses the volume weighted average price, it's a good bull flag. obviously most people will be looking for the bull flag break long side. I get that. But I like this for more of a breakdown. You look underneath the hood, there was just so much weakness in SK Hynix all morning long.
It's ripping.
Well, they got a bull flag going, but it's like could not break the high, and then they all came back underneath. The strongest name is SMCI. It's not Micron, it's not SK Hynix. That's the one that's threatening the tops, not these ones. They're kind of threatening that they want to lose VWAP the other way around. I just like trading DRAM. We do have to pay for locates, but you'd have to pay for SK Hynix too, and they're more expensive for us. Although that's really not by much. What we have not done, and usually we'll cover these a little bit better, your small cappers, it's ZCMD. I'm not even gonna bother trying to pronounce the name of this. I believe it's a Chinese company, so good luck if you try to do so. Suffice to say this one is disgusting. I don't know why they popped after doing an offering, but they announced an offering this morning, dropped, and then tried to squeeze, and then went back to doing what you would normally do if you have an offering, which is cascade into the $2 level. So this one is halted at 237. It's actually it's halted to the upside for what it's worth, indicating a 260 open. But there's a reason that this one is down 44% after yesterday's drop, and they did announce that offering. The low is about 140. We're going to go back up to SIA, and about 15 minutes to go, and then you're in the midday.
Google sliding down 6.7% on the day right now. Reports just coming in that Alphabet's future spending commitments have neared the number of $811 billion. Alphabet's future spending commitments have soared to $811 billion. It's inching closer to be down 7% on the day.
7%.
Yeah, I mean, getting lower. It's only at 319. I don't think it's horrible, but as Sia just mentioned, man, commitments, free cash flow. There's been a couple issues there with that Google report. All right, we didn't get stopped out again up there at 1350. So with this move back in, we'll take another fill at 112.50. That's a couple times in a row that we've done this. SpaceX now, of course, $4 plus in the money as we continue to go lower. That was a mistake, so it's adding to my position, which makes it my average price worse, but we're still waiting for 112. And look, a bunch more outs right here. Let's let 112 break now and see if we get into 110 right there for SpaceX. Sharif, do not look up SpaceX right now. Huge move down. Yeah, nice little move there, all the way down to the downside. We'll just continue to watch out what's going on there. $4 there. A name that we talked about, GE Vernova getting hit recently. I'm right back to flat now on the CEG stock, which I'm very surprised at how well, and they're not the same. GE Vernova has the turbines and everything, but right into, which I still really like, right into here, and I'm actually thinking about picking up some Vernova if it keeps on going lower, but right into here, we initially bought right at these levels, and then we had to buy some more down here at 240, and our average price, so our first take was on the way down. We bought, what was this level here? Yeah, I think it was 280, and then we were in trouble. We did buy the 240s off of this level right there, whether or not it was 243 or whatever it was that one day where we dipped down. Actually, it was right into here. We got hit down the downside, and so we bought some more off of that level because we've already seen the bump, and then now CEG's back to 270. We might have bought here. I don't remember buying in the last couple of weeks, so I think we might have bought there. So on the way back in, first taking in around this 280 bottom there, and I'd have to go back and find exactly what's going on. I'll get my exact price for you after. But I kept on saying 280. So we're almost back to flat here on GE Vernova, on CEG here, Constellation. So definitely, wait a minute, if my average price was 280, I don't think I would have bought at 300 there, but I definitely got some down here. So I'll get back to you. Anyway, that's going higher right now over the last couple of days. So I like CEG there. Wanted to get a little bit into, it's just like I picked Caterpillar. I also picked Google, right? And Google's getting down 10% there, close enough to that here today. But Caterpillar was another way to sort of play the build out and what's going to be happening, hopefully in the rebuild of,
Well, they win in a lot of ways, yeah.
Yeah, so I really like Caterpillar there, and that's been getting hit, right? We liked it up there at 950. It's down to 905. We'll see if that can get going back to the upside again. Caterpillar down to some key levels there. So I think now, just like we had Brian Shannon on, we talked about things that we love, and including the XBI. By the way, holy shnikes right now. There goes not really. There goes SpaceX downside right now, as that is now 111. We did not kid yesterday when I was saying 110. And then after 110, man, 105. And then it's just like, okay, we've already lost $5 since 9:30. So we'll see if there's another $5 in this name. Then all of a sudden, you're starting to hit the panic button maybe if you're long. And I think, whatever's being sold, Shrieve's already told us that it's about 30% of the current public float right now that is looking short on this name. But I think a lot of this is, nervous hands heading into the lockup. And then I really do feel like August 6th, SpaceX will have one of the biggest up days it's had since its inception.
ARM had a huge move up when the lockup expired because
Just a call I have.
it was another one. Well, I mean, I feel the same way, and I cited ARM as about the reason why. Because I can remember being like writing the note in the morning, the lockup expiration, we're going to look for the short. And I think there was like one short and one loss. I'm like, this ain't a short. Because it was like it's explosive. Everybody expecting the same thing. They'd sold into it. And it was just a short covering rally for like half an hour off of the open. It was straight up on that day. I should pull up on eSignal if I can, but I'll have to do it on, I'll go to eSignal at some point. Tesla's now down 13%. And if you like that 323 level, the low from April, well, you're here right now if you happen to want it. It's just continuing its bleed over and over again. It's been one of those mornings. Like hold on to your butts, hold on to your shorts. I got the last leg in Lucid. I'm waiting for 16,625. So we basically shorted the one and only pop off of the open that happened here. Risked it it was under 10 cents, but call it 10 cents. It was kind of 8, but it doesn't really matter. And now we're looking for into here, 625. But the more the market falls, do not forget this one, Reddit. Reddit's going to, at this point, it looks like it's going to go red, but I think this one's going to put in a higher low. If it gets all the way to 167 after yesterday's story, I think that's a buy, but it can easily put in a higher low at the prior close at $170 as well. There's a couple of places to look for a bounce on this sucker. It's still green on the session. And again, go to this daily chart. Every time this is bounced to the 50-period moving average, it has broken the 50, regained the 50, and then made a prior high. Broken the 50, regained the 50, and then made a new high. So it's broken the 50. All it has to do now is regain the 50, and then it makes a fresh high. There's something with an upward trend. You're always going to be able to find at least one. Oil as well. USO just broke the high today. What's the super chat? Nick, we've got Cleveland Cliffs, great earnings, breakout swing off downtrend as well. I'm going to have a look at that one for you, Nick. Thank you for the super chat, Nick. We appreciate you. I know we have a couple more new super chats to get to. Yeah, that's a great breakout, but if you're not already in this, like that's 20% if you're not in on the break at 10. It's like, ooh, are you chasing it right into the moving averages where there's an exit point? Got to be in that one already, for sure. And then Mo Bugatti one more time. Hit big on SPY put swing. Oh, we did address this one. We did address that one, but thank you again, Mo Bugatti. What's the next one here? 1024 JWD. Apple turning things around today? Probably not. I haven't looked at Apple this morning, but my guess is it might not be. It's only down 1.5%. It's doing better than Microsoft. It's doing better than Alphabet. It's doing better than Amazon. But that's because they're not doing the big CapEx spend, everybody.
Oh, not stressed out at all, my guy.
But look at
this is
yuck.
SpaceX is just. This is the only trade today. Like, we have a small hit there on NVIDIA, which is almost nothing. And just Houston, yes, Fabian, we do have a problem. And there it goes, man. We just bought 1120s right there. Multiple shorts, 116. And this is the kind of action that you're going to get watching with us right now. It's 1050. We left you yesterday with a $6 winner in SpaceX. We start you today with the exact same thing. And the best part about these trades is really the risk management, because our stop out was 117. It was actually 116.50, if you guys remember, and then I changed it up to 117. So like this stop on this trade was about $1 right now, and you're in the money now 5. So 5 to 1 there, and still going lower off this move. So I don't, we'll go to the gym, we'll come back and we'll see what's up with SpaceX. I mean, we'll put some stops out wherever the 50-period moving average is when we leave. but definitely downside play. The only sad thing is we only have 10% left right now on this name, but it's downside. It's SpaceX, and it is awesome. So there we go, man, to the downside. Shout out to my lovely wife who just messaged me and said SPCX there. So shout out to you, Marissa. Thank you so much for watching and always supporting. We have a big date night again tonight. We're going out to a restaurant in Little Italy. So it should be a lot of fun there tonight. Multiple date nights this week. And last night we didn't get home till 10:30, but we were at the Diamond, of course. No kids playing of mine last night, but I am the coach, and we went there. We got an exciting last-minute win. Marissa, also the scorekeeper, does an amazing job, and it was 2-1 in the 6th inning. It was a pitcher duo. I gave one
comeback win, or you held the win?
No, we had comeback win. I gave the motivational speech. The kids listened, and then it was nothing but love. After that, we stole home a couple times, got some big hits, and it was nice. We wound up winning 6-2, so we exploded for 5 runs in the top of the 6th, and then
the other team had Jeff Hoffman's kid closing.
Yeah, exactly, and they also had Vlad, so we were good for that one there as well. All right, let's go back over. It's 10:53, only 7 minutes left to our show. Then the midday madness begins, where they'll be talking about PAVS, ZCMD, Sora, and hopefully a lot of mega cap talk on the midday as well, because that's what's moving here today. Let's go back over to the desk and see what's up with Sia.
Two things up in the money markets right now. The ECB, European Central Bank, keep borrowing costs on hold as of today, but leaving room also for more tightening in the upcoming months, as there is a widening conflict, as we do know it, at the Middle East, pushing up all these oil prices, energy prices, driving them up again. ECB has kept its benchmark deposit rate at 2.25% as of now, but has said that it was, quote unquote, closely monitoring the intensity and duration of the stock, as well as its indirect and second round effects. I'm sorry about that. Finally, let's take a look. Sorry, we have EUR USD, the pair, down 0.37% at the moment. Let's take a look at the dollar, the DXY right now, currently trading around the 101.5 region, up 0.3% on the day, hovering near, I would say, the highest level that it's been on about 3 weeks. So this upward momentum, again, primarily driven by the escalating geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, which have, once again, sent energy prices surging. So it seems like oil and energy affecting the markets vastly here.
Thank you very much, Thirsty. I know we have a super chat from Mo Bugatti, but PAVS just twice hit the halt band at 771. This has halted upside a couple of times, opened up. Oh, it's going to hit the band again. 771 I have as a limit down. Oh, it's moved down. So the halt level might have moved underneath the volume-weighted average price. Yes, now it's 763. It's threatening to halt again. 15 seconds, that's how long it takes. It can either go up from here or it can halt to the downside, unfortunately, if you got trapped in this one. But I'm guessing hopefully most people were long early, and there it is. So now halted. Initial tap 750 on PAVS, and now we will throw up the super chat from Mo Bugatti. Started your Robinhood at 2.5K Monday, and SPY puts in Alphabet put you at 51K today. Cashing out, this is wild. I'm going back to 2.5 next week and going to win the lottery again. Thanks, you guys.
Neil, did you see that Jamaican couple?
Sharif just said, Neil, did you see that Jamaican couple? The answer is...
Oh, yeah. Just moved from Jamaica, and they won $72 million. No way. Yes, yes.
72 Jamaican?
No, 72 million real, and they're going back to Jamaica with that money, man. Like, immediately.
Cut and run. Cut and run. You buy a lot of beef patties with that mess. Although, I don't know, man. They might be unhealthy. Too many carbs in a beef patty there, Sharif.
Yeah, way too many carbs, man.
Way too many. Although they're absolutely, you know what? They're delicious, and you got to add, the best way to do it is to add more carbs to it. You take the Jamaican beef patty and you wrap it in cocoa bread, and then put more carbs up in that, and it's absolutely delicious. And I will carb out to it all day, every day, Sharif. I'm keeping it real. Oh, you have any idea how good? Oh, anyways, it doesn't matter.
Can I comment something? While we're on the talks of Jamaican food, I think the best Jamaican food place in Toronto is Wanda's. It's in Mississauga.
So then not in Toronto. Got it. Okay. All right. So we'll we'll move on that one. Best Jamaican food in Toronto is in Mississauga, according to Sia.
Well, I guess you're talking about the GTA.
So
The Greater Toronto Area.
Greater Toronto Area, yes. There. Yeah, come on, Joe, give her a break, man. Mississauga is basically in Toronto, Joe. Come on, man. Is that the GTA? There we go. Always correcting Sia there, Joe. Very inappropriate. Okay, so as we go, man, only a couple more minutes left, and we'll wait to see what happens here with SpaceX. Gonna stop out if it breaks through 112.50, and I'll see you guys after, and hopefully we'll be able to put on another good show there into the afternoon. But you know what's been moving around. I know Sia did sort of the look of the general market. Let's have one more quick idea here before we go over to the midday finance today, getting hit a little bit, and JP Morgan holding out okay, but it's Goldman Sachs down 2%, Morgan Stanley. So maybe look at some weakness here. Bank stocks have had really great quarters. Goldman Sachs down 2.5%, maybe a great opportunity to pick up some value there in the financials. And we always get questions about long term this, long term that. I put some J&J in the long term at 220. We just recently bought a little bit more on the day that we made it one of our picks. We bought some more J&J that day. I think that was 250 or 248. So that's up again. Basically all today. It's up $2 there today. Eli Lilly's good. Some of these CapEx spenders like in Amazon is down 5% as well. It's all one giant bleep hole, so she's good. Yes, thank you so much for that, Adam James abroad. Carvana down a little bit there. Target down as well. Walmart down to 107 again. So that name continues to get pumped a little bit there. And in the technology, so the technology services today, like Google down 7%. Google's at the lows right now, 317, and going lower. The market's at the lows as well there. So as this market continues to fall all over itself, it's Meta getting crushed, it's Oracle, everything in the space. Do not look at your account today. CrowdStrike down 3, PanW down 3. Like they're all just getting absolutely pumped right now. And, like I said, everyone's smart on the way up. It's on the way down where you make the decisions. Marvell there as well, NVIDIA, Apple. The only trade we lost on was this NVIDIA long, and now it's at 207. So we only had 2 trades today. So we'll have to wait to see. We go 1 for 2 and at probably, the best spot I've been at all morning this week. So, we'll just continue to watch out for SpaceX to the downside with only 30 seconds left. Not much winning there. We should have that President Trump
so much winning
meme there where it's like, all we're doing is winning. It doesn't look like that today, but I think the markets will be back.
We got the dancing one.
We had David mention, and I guess that's not looking very accurate right now, as David, the early super chat mentioned possibly the market turning green today. That's looking less.
Well, I think
what could happen?
What did happen, the green part, I don't know that I would have been on board, but sometimes when you're down that far, there was that opening candle on the 15. It was buying to try to close in the gap, but look what happened. It goes right into VWAP and then resume action to the downside. So, I think you're still an opportunity to short the pops, at least for a little bit here. There's the one.
There it is.
It's too much, and I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more.
We have to win more.
We don't have to, but hopefully we will.
This morning, all the shorts have been winning for sure, no questions asked, but we're also going to be winning one last time at the desk for us, and then we'll flash to the midday. We're going to see you first, and then we throw you to Joey Options and the Professor.
Let's quickly wrap up. That intro is amazing, by the way, Andre. That's great. So now, Bitcoin, let's quickly wrap it up and throw it to the guys. UK-based The Smarter Rep company has announced the sale of about 178 of its Bitcoin. That's raising roughly $11.7 million to fund repayment of convertible debt that is held by the group. The company now holds 2,700 Bitcoin. So with that, you have Bitcoin down on the day, very close to 2% mark, trading around the $64,800 region. Ethereum at the moment is down 2.11%, trading around $1,892 region. Solana down 2% as well, trading around the $76 region. Not a good look on Bitcoin here. We know what's the reason. Sending it to the guys for the midday show.
I'm gonna have to take off ADB. BATL is breaking out. Boom, 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 boom.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. That is your boy Joey Options. I am Sharif, and let's say hello to everybody moseying on in the chat. We got Vinay, we got Arcane, shout out to Anurag, Kilgo, shout out to Drew Farrell, NVVE, Streamlabs, calm the hell down, Streamlabs. You're starting off on the wrong foot. He's trying to put in a ticker.
Already?
Blocking his stuff.
Oh.
Shout out to just another hard worker, my man.
Terrible
Money
trades,
clip.
man.
Huh?
You see what Terrible Trade said?
What'd he say, Joey?
Said, what's up, Beavis and Butthead?
Oh.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good, man.
Hey, butthead.
Hey,
Yeah, I love that, man. So, shout out to my man Scott H, Crazy Dirt Weed, Hangry Wife. We got
Crazy Dirt.
Alan, Adam, James, Abroad, Tisha, Frickin, Perkins. We got Charlie Taff, Mr. Kevin G. Shout out to Customer ATH. Let's go all the way down. West, y'all. Arcane, Laval, Rex Banner, Mr. Love Shack.
Yo.
Mike P. Rider. We got Andrew Chow right back at you, baby. We got Yannick. We got Juan Padilla. Terrible Trades. There he is. West, y'all. Caxman. Salt Farm Kids. And shout out to the Blicky, Spears, Donna Baca, Mr. Kevin, Adam, All Class, Adam Deluce, man. There he is, baby. From straight.
Blicky.
From the tough streets, the embattled streets of London. Shout out to him. I don't know what I'm going with that, but Jaguar Nut. One more. Edwin George. Noon Loon. Walmart is killing my soul. Says Noon.
Yeah. I mean, it's getting
Come on,
smoked, man. Like, so is the rest of the market. I was going to see if the banks were strong today. Not necessarily the case, but enough is enough, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into what we were trading here today. We're going to kick things off with our...
He wasn't logged in, was he, Tiffany? He wasn't logged in.
Oh, Sharif, you didn't even help me out there.
What about they didn't say anything to me?
You made them walk. When they walk over, you know you're in a bunch of trouble when they walk over. Anyways, all right, guys, we'll get into that here momentarily. Let me spiel on for a couple of seconds before we do pop into that. This is our only loss of the day, but I mean, nothing to write home about. We did have the most shares on this Tesla trade, and I'm like, if this thing starts selling, then it's no good. And yet we have yet to find a bottom. So Ozan, writing those contracts, congratulations to you. So we took that loss there on Tesla. But one thing that I was kicking myself about here bright and early this morning was this initial long off the TQs. Pulls back, and I just got out break even, and then it went on that other run. And I said, not today. We're going to try it one more time. So we're slightly positive here today, ladies and gentlemen. But once again, only a cup of coffee or so. But all right, guys, VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access. Well, Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem. You can find them out on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS.
I just want to give a quick data point, please.
Give it.
During President Biden's full term of 4 years, the triple Qs made 28 all-time highs. During President Trump, we haven't even gotten to 2 years. We're at 21 all-time highs. Okay, so let's put it into context.
Okay, say that again. What was
during
Biden's?
President Biden's full term, 4 years, we made 28 all-time highs on the triple Qs. During President Trump's second term so far, which isn't halfway through, we're at 21. 21. So we need to keep everything in context.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, we have to take into consideration, what if it's a disaster? Not saying that it's going to be, because I don't think that it's going to be. All right, I'm a big time bull. You know this. But what happens if for some apparent reason, it's just a disastrous 2 years and we get stuck at 21.
Entirely possible.
You know what I mean? But I don't think that's necessarily the case. Now, listen, what the numbers from Google, we're going to get into that later on in the day. Absolutely phenomenal. I love everything about it, and I'm going to continue to do so. Now, what's on our list today? I wasn't going to trade it, but Google will keep an eye out on it. A high of 214 yesterday on NVDA, now down to 206. Guess who's going to be buying more? This guy over here. Tesla just getting absolutely slaughtered and taken behind the woodshed. A dog's breakfast here, down 14%. Bright and early. Sia's got the lunch ready to rock and roll. We'll figure out what that is momentarily. But the NASDAQ, bang, it's Mexican. So hit that one there. It's cash money. $67 break here on TQs. And then if you want to talk about absolute disasters, here's SpaceX. I mean, it can't get any worse. Well, it probably can, and it probably will. But you get a low of around $110. Man, we were talking about $100 and even potentially down to $80. This isn't the IPO that we're looking for, but hey, it is what it is, and you have to take it for what it is, I think, at this point. Will I be buying more? That's why you never go all in at once. I'll grab a little bit more here, but I do believe, now this may be a hot take, I don't think that we see all-time highs in SpaceX for quite some time.
Man, your friend Kalua is printing up a storm here.
Quite some time,
Days.
man.
Kalua, I made $4,500 in payouts in the last 5 trading days, $550, then $2,000, and then $2,000 again today. We going outside right now. Time to have a good rest of the day. God bless the markets, man. God bless you, man. Good attitude
man.
there. Love to hear it. Let's get right down to work.
Let's get down.
Yeah, so guys, I'm keeping a close eye here on BATL. USO is up 6.5%, and so we need to keep our eyes on some names that we can actually trade that are adjacent to oil. So BATL, this is the one that I'm looking at. Neil astutely pointed this one out to everybody early on. 181 high, showing 178 right now, taking out that top at 175 where it had some resistance early on. BATL, not a big. We're not looking at some big movers today. It is a very light bunch in the world of small cap gappers. I'll submit to you the highest gapper on the day is to the tune of 59%, and that's LGCL. And it is substantially below the volume weighted average price. So the pickings are very slim. We're going to have to trade these ones carefully. And I'm personally going to trade them a little bit more sparingly today because I'm not liking what I see. So BATL, first and foremost, that's what I'm looking at. And then the sell. We gave you guys the sell as a swing back in the day. Just got back into $25. It's been a volatile one. You can see, it's kind of still putting in those higher lows. I did get stopped out of this one below $20, but I did get back in, so we're in a couple of bucks in the money. Let's see if this one can mosey on back into that $40 area where we were not that long ago. When was that? That was late June. Okay, so not bad. That's not that long ago. So we're keeping an eye here on FCEL, possibly intraday. CJMB just bled its own blood. It tried to get back into the volume-weighted average price, but that was a false breakout or a bull trap, I'd say, if I've ever seen one. 1055 candle, rips up from 220, pops all the way up to 253, touches the volume-weighted average price, drops, loses prior area low. Now it looks like it's on the way to $2. So this one, a bit of a problem. Assassino, are you talking to me in my ear? Because I don't hear you. I don't know. I'm plugged in. I've got everything right.
You logged in now?
I think somebody played around with my settings yesterday because when I did come to my computer, there was a lot changed. So I'm a little disappointed with that. But we'll play around with the settings. Exactly. Somebody changed it.
See ya.
Fantastic. Try again, Assassino. Perfect. Now it's working. Somebody gonna get that hurt real bad. All right, so we're gonna keep an eye on that one, but for now, we're gonna send you to see it.
It was Sean.
Keep an eye out for MSFT. Microsoft a bit towards the downside. Not a bit, continuing to slide towards the downside. 3.2% now. So Databricks and Microsoft, MSFT, have extended their partnership into the 2030s, not 2030, 2030s. The expanded partnership is also aimed at helping enterprises bring business context to enterprise AI, and Databricks will be running its core business operation on Azure Databricks. Microsoft continuing to slide.
Right, Assassino, I am ready to go when you are, my man. All right, guys, quick reminder. Trader TV Live members get Sharif's Mind daily morning research note every single trading day that I am here. We're talking about the big market stories, the key technical levels, the trade plans, how to get in, how to get out, what to look for, as well as the catalyst and what we're actually watching into the open. It is only $4.99 a month, as the Katina man likes to point out. It's about a cup of coffee a day, probably a little bit less. 20 cents if you're paying 20 cents for your coffee, that is, of course. And you also get members-only videos. You get posts, custom emojis, as well as loyalty badges. Hit the join button below this video on YouTube to become a member. Thank you for everybody who's joined. All right, Bovin is yelling about NVVE, so I got to look at that one immediately because he was pointing it out to me last time, and I think it was halted down. It is halted down. Bovin says NVVE is halted down, but hoping for a hold of 7 to move up. Look, Bovin, we saw this multiple times with the small caps this week. They hold down, but they hold trend. That's the thing. And I would submit to you, you've got something here. You got that halt right around 729, 728, but look where the volume weighted average price is. Look where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. They're both pointing to that $7 area. So that's first and foremost. Once this resumes and it looks like it's going to be a 10+ minute halt, I need it to hold above 7. Now, you could try to set up, a bottom picking trade there for $7, but, watch out because it could halt again and you may not be able to get out. So I would say wait for the resumption of trend. Try not to, guess whether or not that it's going to be the bottom or not, but NVVE in focus. But I want to keep my eye here on BATL. 181 high. I'd like to pick up something off 175 because I perceive that to have been the initial resistance level. Now, you know how BATL is going to go. It's going to march to the beat of oil's drum. So you got to have an eye, of course, on USO or whatever other oil name you're looking at. You're looking at UK oil, US oil, whatever, right? So keep your eye on that. Those are the ones I've got. And then there's a couple of leveraged ETFs here that we can speak about. MSTZ is just an absolute rip city today. This looks like, is MSTR, I'm assuming, obviously is down big. Yeah, MSTR is down 7.5%. So you have MSTZ, looks like a dang buy program. I mean, I can count the number of red candles here on the 5-minute chart on one hand because mostly green here. So this is an inverse leveraged ETF. It is a good price for small cap traders. We're talking about $12.50. The volume on MSTZ has been ample, Joey. What do we have here in terms of volume? I'll tell you in 1 second. MSTZ, we've done about 4.5 million shares, so it's not bad. It's not fantastic, but it's not bad. So keep your eye on that one. And welcome to the 2 new members. We got Michael Crum, 2618. He just signed up. You get my morning note. How about UTech Chipia? I'm sorry, I probably butchered that, man. But thank you for joining as well. Both of you guys can get my morning note. It is incumbent upon me to tell you where to get it. It's not easy to find. You head on over to the YouTube homepage for Trader TV. This will be what it looks like there. You'll see the tabs at the top, home, videos, shorts, click posts right there. And if you're a member, you're going to see that members only badge right at the top there. Just click read more. And there she is, right in the link. Read full PDF here. First, of course, is going to be Google. Second is going to be Tesla, Joey. We got IBM. We got ServiceNow, USO. The gauntlet is on this bad boy today, so make sure you're getting it every day. And just before we get Joey's take on things, we got to send it back up to you.
Freeport McMormon, that is FCX, has made an earnings beat estimate on rising copper prices, but CEO of the company saying waiting for Trump administration decision on copper 232 tariffs. If tariff is imposed, company could get higher price for its U.S. copper. The stock is currently sliding further down, more than 4%.
All right, so what are you looking at?
Yeah, homeless god, man. I can't imagine that, to be honest with you, because I think there's other things that have a little bit. We'll get into it. Listen, we don't want to break down all the fundamentals and going through all the reports right now, but there's just numbers within Google's report that is just okay, sell, because I'm over here with a grin on my face. Just getting prepared to buy more. No, I'm being dead serious. AC Slater to that says Ben Affleck. Yeah, we grabbed some at 350. We started small. Why? Because you're going to wait for earnings. You're going to see what happens. Market pricing in a lot of the move. But listen, there's going to be a lot. There's a lot to talk about. I don't want to get too in depth with it right now. But I'm all giddy. I'm all giddy about this stuff over here, Sharif.
I'm liking
now
it,
at this point. Yeah, I mean, why not?
You're happy.
A great conversation going to happen. IBKR says go to the top side. Now, we're just looking for an opportunity. Now, I may be looking in the wrong space. So you've seen that we are messing around. I was going to use a different terminology there with Tesla yesterday, and it didn't work, and it was our only loss today. Now, if we look at this from a bigger picture and we zoom out and head over to the daily, I'm over here freaking out, and Sean and I had the conversation. It's okay, yeah, I was all in my feelings about oh man, I let Tesla go around just under $300. Well, guess what? A year and a half later, you're only $20 from that point. So I mean, there's nothing really to write home about. Now it's getting even worse, to be honest with you. November of 24. If I go back even more, you're going to be oh man, you really haven't missed anything in the past decade. And that's the reality of what's going on with this specific name. Imagine going back all the way to here. What's going on? I'm
printing on this, bro, and I know Bovin's gonna print too. Look at Bovin immediately. immediately. Look
What
at
is that?
look at-
NVVE?
Look, Buffin, you kill me, dude.
It's
I
just
love
immediately.
it. Yeah, immediately. I knew he was gonna do that. So I did it before him. There goes NVVE, Joey. 780 limit up. Be careful, okay? This one can turn on you in a minute. 780 limit up.
All right, is back up there?
It's killing it.
Maybe we head back over to small cap because I'm
like
not
it.
finding any form of a bottom at this given second here for Tesla for us to find a bounce. We tried the one attempt. I mean, these two trades here, this would have been the day maker right there if we just held on to the size that we had all the way through here. But this pullback kind of spooked me out because everything else was just absolutely tank city. So I'm like, what am I going to do here? The NASDAQ could follow. But we made that mistake. We looked at the levels, got right back in where we were before, and we were fortunate enough to take the majority off at the volume-weighted average price. Now, this was the only attempt on TSLL, as this thing absolutely gets destroyed. This is why you don't hold these leverage products for long term. All right, this is a massive issue in South Korea. Yeah, I mean, when you're over there and you have these leverage products and people don't understand the downside of things when it comes to these things. Tesla down 14%, this thing's down 30%.
Oh my days.
There's nothing you can do. It will never recover. It will never financially recover from what it's going on right now. Sharif's got some stuff cooking up. Let's send it over there.
All right, there it goes, man. It just ripped through 8. So we got 694 on here, 791, 802 limit up. Okay, for the newer traders or the newer viewers, I should say, when you are looking at my screen and you're looking at my level 2, the red rectangles are limit up and limit down. On the right side of the level 2 will be limit up. So 802, now it's 815, Bovin. 815 limit up. On the left side, you can't see it now because we're moving up. You're also going to see limit down. That means where we're going to halt, what price band we have to reach and stay at for 10 seconds for the halt parameter, the volatility halt parameter to trigger. Bovin says he's looking for 1040 on NVVE. So, hey man, it's an 840 high, Bovin, current bar high on the 1115 candles, 815. As I mentioned, the candle that got to the high of the day is 840, and here comes 818 on the ask. Can we see 850? Looking for continuation here on NVVE. And I'll submit to you guys, we haven't even got a decisive clearing of $8. You're seeing the bid now move above 8, but it wasn't that way. And I'm assuming it's probably going to zig and zag a little bit here as it's doing right now, back into 794 on the bid, 809 now on the ask. So I'm packing the patience. I like how you read this one, Bovin. I like how you saw that $7 level and how it was overlapping with those key technical indicators. We spoke about the volume-weighted average price as well as a 10 EMA on the 5. They were overlapping both at the $7 level, which in and of itself is a psychological area of support and resistance, depending on which side of the trade you're coming from. So we're going to continue to watch NVVE here. Bovin says they canceled their offering or something yesterday. That's what Bovin's talking about with respect to the headline. So let me just look at my blotter here. 818, 849, Bovin. That is a new high of day, and now we're in a halt parameter, Mr. Options, man. 849. We need to stay at this level for 10 seconds, but this one has been littered with false halts so far just since I've been watching it. I'm out. There's the end of my trade right there into 850. Boom. From 694 into 850 on NVVE. Looking pretty good here, Bovin. We've only done, though, 1.14 million shares of volume, but this is a good one so far. As I mentioned earlier, the pickings are slim in small cap gapper land, so we're going to focus on this one until it gives up. Get it, Tisha? I see you. The 1883, he's done for the day. He just took NVVE long and he's done, Joey. He's going to go out and enjoy the weather.
Good.
Shout out to Tisha. I sold because you sold. Cap, girl, cap.
Oh.
Cap. Katina Man is long NVIDIA 206.71. Somebody is $1 in the money. Zen Zombie, WBD, say less. Let's pull up WBD Assassino. What do we got here? What are we looking at? Oh, okay. Why are they having a day? Did something happen? Oh, that's right. The European Union gave PSKY the nod. Unlike their home country over here where the states are trying to block them, right? We know that. The states are all bringing that kind of combined lawsuit to prevent them, and they got an injunction, right? So good look here for WBD, man. 26.20. Look, I'd say ride trend. to me, the 10 EMA is where you put the order at. Looks like you had a bit of a flat top there at 26.10 or something like that. 26.20 high. What is happening? Are you serious? Oh, Wrath, man, BC, Joey. He pulled a KC 526. He dropped 10 membies in the chat. We thank him for that. So now PJ Heimeyer, you got one. James SP 4791. How about Samuel? GRTW 334. Lazzy for Trader. All you guys got free memberships. Thank you to Wrathman BC. Are you from BC, brother? So yeah, thank you very much for that. And all you guys who I read out the names of, make sure you're going to the Trader TV Live homepage on YouTube and getting my morning note every day. Check it out. Thank you very much for that, Joey.
All right, Sharif, man. There goes another leg to the downside here in Tesla. I mean, we're down almost 15% on the intraday session. It is absolutely disastrous. To the individual in the chat who said you want to buy it, well, that was about how many minutes ago? How's that working out for you? It's not too good, unfortunately. Yeah, well, I mean, man, you got to be patient on this thing. Like we had the conversation, and it's not to dunk on you. We had the conversation, and the way that I speak is like I'm probably going to be in it in a couple of minutes to the long side, but that's just for a temporary trade. Like it's an intraday. Yeah, I know, obviously. Very, very nice of me. But anyways, aside from that, you want to be patient, man. This dude is rude. Yeah, man. Listen.
Who, you?
Yeah. I'm
Usually people are saying that about me.
Yeah, no, but this is what I said. There's gonna be more downside. Yeah. Like, no, man, you want to be patient on it. It's not funny because this is real people's real money, and it's not like you're a market maker or anything along those lines. You're having an issue finding any form of bid. All right, like you're not bouncing, and every additional pop is getting met with more selling. All right, so you have to be extremely patient. Like you're gonna hit 15% in a matter of a couple minutes, and then the way that it's looking here from a daily, you're gonna want to wait and be patient until things start to turn around. Now, listen, the CapEx may not be a fan favorite or investor's favorite, but I like it at the end of the day, not at this given moment.
How many sell-offs do you think we've had in the last, say, calendar year? Not even calendar year. Let's just go to the start of this year on CapEx spending fears. How many big downturns have been kind of precipitated by that? Would you say 3 or 4 maybe?
Yeah, probably.
Something like that, right?
Well, I mean, within Meta, they didn't like it. Then within Microsoft, they didn't like it. I mean, Google, I don't know if it's necessarily a CapEx thing. It was increased, but I think a lot of that was priced in. Amazon, pretty much depleting their free cash flow. They're not liking it. But at the end of the day, when you start seeing a return on the money, who's going to like it? So for me personally, it's just like, all right, keep spending all this money because these hyperscalers and these major corporations will eventually see a return on investment. And that's what I'm going to stick by. That's my thesis. These guys aren't spending money for no reason.
No, I completely agree with that. And I think they'll be just fine. Jacques, shout out to my man Jacques. I thought he lived in Paris, man.
He's in Oregon. Quebec.
Yeah, he's in Oregon right now. And then he doesn't even live in Paris normally. He lives in Nice, man, which is a beautiful city as well in France, man. So.
Yeah. I know.
Because I was checking where your boy was, because I was gonna be in Paris. I want to meet up.
You're moseying on over there.
Here's what he says, Joe Sharif. Right. I bet you guys a beer. Tesla below 200 by year end. Ouch.
Jacques?
Yeah, man.
$200 by year end?
$200, man. That's going to be a tough one there, Joey. Well, who knows what's going to happen with that?
I'll bet you a beer on that anytime. I think that's a solid risk there.
Right? Thank you very much to Chris Pondit for the $5 super chat. Made a few K.
Okay.
With Google and Tesla puts. This is your world, Joey. Thanks to the first good thing to come out of Canada since Norm MacD, Pam Lee, and the Guess Who. That's so me. There's a lot of good that comes out of Canada, man. Plenty of good comes out of Canada. Just think of maple syrup, right? Huh? Rush. Shout out to, Assassino, man.
Rush,
this guy. He's coming in hot with there. Guys, I have to interrupt. NVVE's open. It's an 886 high, and here it comes again, Bovin, looking like it's showing 8 1/4, 8 1/3 now. The volume is picking up. Now we've got about 1.5 million shares, which isn't that much, but it's better than 1. So it's holding 8. There seems to be a buyer here at 8, Bovin, because look at this 1-minute chart at the top. It does wick below 8, but it's quickly being bought up. Here's 8 again. Does it hold? It's holding for now. So that buyer at 8 continues to defend the level. So we're going to watch here, and this could be a squeezer into 10, guys. Don't forget about this, right? Because when you get that close to $10 on a gapper like this, you know, there's often times that you do get a move pretty close into that $10 area. So here's what I'm going to do. Current bar low or prior bar low is 778. Let's give this one to 777. We'll give this one the old college try, Joey. Let's see if it can hold up above $8. We're going to put some profit takers, you know, just a little bit there. So see if it gets a nice little squeeze to the top side. Otherwise, we'll lose about 25 pennies per share. What do you got?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Terrence and Phillip, the Trailer Park Boys, like the list goes on. Trader TV Live, like how much more can you ask for to come out of our country, really, at this point? The Red Green Show, I mean, we can go on for days about this. Poutine, like, it's like, man, half of America doesn't even know what that is. We're doing you a favor by keeping it from you because it would just be absolutely insane. It's all your favorite ingredients. You got stopped out on that one. Rachel McAdams. Yeah, exactly. Drake. But anyways, enough of that. We could go on all day. Let's go over to our...
Insulin is Canadian too.
Insulin and basketball, I'm pretty sure, came out of Canada.
Yeah. What's his name, man? Something Sir something came up with it. I used to remember those commercials when we grew up.
Yeah.
Part of our heritage.
What is it? Oh man, I know it too because there's a high school in.
Yes, Sir James A. Naismith, Katina.
There you go. Katina Man, smart. More than just a pretty face, that's for sure. Katina Man over there. Anyways, aside from that, $99 on Robinhood. 99. That's mad disrespectful. TKO just getting absolutely smoked. Let's head over to the banks and see what we got going on. Down 0.5%. But JP Morgan, not too far off of the all-time high. And then Walmart, just unfortunately breaking through that support level here that we were talking about not too long ago. Where are we going to look for a potential base? Around that $100 marker. Okay, I thought I was going to get in trouble. But here it is, 102.98. Sharif's got that momentum. I have nothing in the world of large caps. I don't know when Tesla's going to bounce. It may be never, and it may not be on today's session, considering we are down 15%. The one name that is holding on to positivity in the large cap world is none of them. NVDA down 1.6%, Google down 2 3/4, 7%, Apple down 1.4%. SpaceX down another 2%, Microsoft down 3%, Amazon down 5%, Broadcom down 2%, Tesla down 14%, Meta down 4%, AMD down 2%, Palantir down 2% as well too. It's closer to 3%. Now I might head over to small cap land.
There goes NVVE back in 818, just took out 869, looking for 925 now. Let's see if this can hold up, Bovin. Bovin, it's all over the place. That's the thing. It's wicking like crazy. Stop placement is going to be super strategic. Just, take my screw up here as an example. I get in to defend 8. I gave it to candle low. But, hey, this one dipped down into 750. So stop placement here to avoid getting stop hunted, I think, will really be important in this trade. 886 high. It could get to 10. My spidey sense or my bias is that I'm looking for 10 on this thing. But do I get stopped out on the way? That's the tricky part here, okay? I'm not going to DCA into an oblivion. This is a momentum trade to the high side. It has to hold, otherwise I get out. So we're nicely in the money now, and here it comes again, Bovin, into 850. While we wait for this one to resolve, we're going to send you up to Sia.
Keep an eye out. The market dropping a little bit over here. The SPY down a side. Exclusive comments coming here from Axios saying that U.S. President Donald Trump saying that he's quote unquote close to a decision on quote unquote massive attack against Iran. Keep an eye out. U.S. President Donald Trump saying he is close to a decision on massive attack against Iran. This is coming from Axios. Market towards the downside a little bit. The SPY is down 1.5%. I'm going to check what the USO is doing at the moment. soaring up above 7% on the day today. Not a good look here at all on energy markets today.
Prezi, let's end this shenanigans, man. Let's end this. All right, man. Whatever it is, Joey. What are you looking at over there? Because we're long battle. We're taking prints here on BATL. Obviously, Sia brought us the news. There goes battle. First print, looking for 182 next.
All right, man. I got some things going on here. A couple of solid indecision prints off of those. Maybe we take a stab on NVDA for a potential bounce off of these bottoms here, guys. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to take a stab on this one, regardless if it works or not. I have no issues with heading over to small cap land either, right? We had a great time on it yesterday. One solid trade on it, and that's all you need sometimes. So what we're gonna do here on NVDL is we're gonna post up at a quarter, 31 and a quarter. In the meantime, let's send it over to CN1.
Thank you so much. Here we have Juan with us discussing European markets. They're going to close in some time, but we're going to take a look at what Juan has for us right now.
Thank you, Sia. Feels different to be on this side of the table now. European markets basically falling into the red as the ECB, or European Central Bank, kept interest rates unchanged, while global tech sector sell-offs and also rising energy tensions adding a lot of pressure. If we take a look at some of the indexes, Stoxx 0600 down by more than 1%. They broke key technical baselines, a brutal 2.7%. Technology slide, completely erasing early week gains for the Stoxx 0600. Even in Germany, the DAX suffering a 1.46 slide into the red. Now they're below 25,000 handle, and basically manufacturing components buckled under rising utility bills as well. France, the continental leader in terms of going down there, we had a huge drop in ST Microelectronics, plunging more than 14%, near 15%, after issuing a Q3 sales forecast below that of market expectations. But they did have a little bit of resilience in that sector in terms of the defense sector. We saw Dassault Aviation up by about 8.3%. That's a French aerospace pioneer, providing a bright spot, of course, for the CAC 40. They skyrocketed all the way to the top of the Stoxx 600 after delivering a massive first half earning beat. In the UK, they were the outperformers of the region, even though they were still in the red by around 0.61%, heavily insulated by broader global downdraft thanks to outsized upstream energy weightings. But like the main story for European markets, I mean, even though despite Alphabet's second quarter revenue beat yesterday, there were some profitability concerns regarding hyperscale investments. You know, pan-European tech sector plummeted by around 2.7%, led by that crash, of course, by ST Microelectronics. But with the ECB rates holding, hopefully the interest rates unchanged, they're still pricing in more exchange rate or more rate cuts throughout the year before 2027. So policymakers are still monitoring those effects. Still a leg down for continental indices. And I mean, the main story as well here, the Gulf tensions hitting day 12 right now. Absolutely. You know, earlier this week, Brent crude was around $91 a barrel. Now it's up to nearly $98 a barrel, which is nearly $10. I mean, that is a huge 3.9% spike today itself. So yeah, we just heard news about Trump and the war. So hopefully, yeah, those energy prices are definitely affecting European markets.
Absolutely. And also, like what you're speaking on Alphabet, the European Commission, as we do know it, also fined Google around 890 million euros for Digital Markets Act, that is non-compliance with their Play Store steering rules, also search preferences. So there is that. Thank you so much, Juan, for that. He's going to come back at 3:30 p.m. recapping the Asian market, so do not go anywhere.
Yeah.
We're right here.
We're right here.
Not going anywhere, so yeah. All right. Back into NVVE at the whole $804, showing me 35s. I like what Tisha has to say there in the chat. Tisha, quite astute. She's like, it's either going to flush or it's going to pop. I don't know why you retracted that message, Tisha, because that's absolutely accurate. It's either going to lose 8 and lose 8 pretty aggressively, Tish, or we're going to rip. So let's see which one comes first. I've done everything that I can here by getting my price close to the whole dollar. Where there has been support problem is We got 3 red candles on the 5, 886 high, and then we have few lower highs here. So unless 8 holds and the buyers step in, we're probably going to lose a level. My man, Adam, James, abroad, he's been having a great week. Shout out to my man, LGCL. Yeah, I've got that up there. Grenfeld was calling it out. I don't like it. You know why, Adam? It's trading below VWAP. It's recovering from area lows off 132. High of the day is 179. But when you look at the pre-market high, it goes to 248. I'm talking about LGCL. That's the chart for it right there. You can see the white line. That is the volume-weighted average price for me. It's going to need to get above 2 to get interested, but we're going to keep an eye out on it because y'all keep calling it out. So we'll keep types on it, Joe.
Yeah, all right, guys. We're posted up on 2 levels here. This is the TQs. And then also NVDL, you can see the time in which we post it. And this is the most frustrating thing on the planet.
What?
Is that, hey, we post up, Sharif, waiting for a pullback. No pullback there. So these are the opportunities in which you kind of want to punch. But hey, it is what it is. If we miss the train, then so be it. TQs, we'll look at a potential buy here right off of the lows at 65.25. I believe we'll have the ability to get that, especially if these big boys are going to recovery. So these are the 2 orders that we have out right now. And this is my risk, guys. I think it's really important to note this, is that, hey, look, if I'm wrong, I get a 1-minute candle open up south of there, then it's like, okay, you're out of the trade. So what do you have? You have the risk 20 cents on this one, and this one is just about 10 cents or so on NVDL. But I do believe that that one is going to have a little bit stronger of a recovery before we get any form of pullback here, because the buying really starting to step in, even here on Tesla. So, hey, man, missed the bottom. It is what it is. I told you we had a couple of decent trades on and nothing to write home about. But one more, and then we're going to be sitting where we kind of want to be. And with that being said, where is the next opportunity, as our guy Obi would say? Now, Sharif's got the small caps on lock today. We can head back over and take a look at some of the larger names and what SpaceX is up to. $112. Absolutely disastrous here, unfortunately, for all the individuals, including myself, who were buying this name in the $150 marker. Now, someone's like, hey, I bet Joe said he bought Tesla off of those. No, dude, listen, I told you guys this before. I was an owner from, I believe it was early 23s. You had some nice appreciation. And then I sold at the lows in 24 at the tariff tantrum. So I lost like a year and a half of unrealized gains. And the exact same thing in IBIT here. IBIT, the exact same thing. IPL price, building a massive position. And then sure enough, I only started piecing some out when we gave back so many unrealized gains after that. So it not working out how you want to, but I'm glad that we did drastically reduce our size in Bitcoin. Now we're starting to get the pullback that we're looking for. I do believe that the TQs is more obtainable around these lows than what we're experiencing here on NVDA. 1 second, Sia, because look how much we're already extended from my entry price. That would be a hefty pullback. Now it may or may not happen regardless of the scenario, whatever does come to fruition. I have to accept it. Let's send it over.
U.S. President Donald Trump telling Axios that Iran is not ready to make a deal. However, on the other hand, we also have comments coming in from him saying that Iran is willing to discuss terms. So there's a lot coming in right now. If there's any more that is not confusing, I will update you about it.
Thank you, Sia. We should let everybody know as well. Carolyn Levitt holding the White House press conference right now. She's taking questions with the press in the press gallery there. Carolyn Levitt back, of course, from Matt Leave. Shout out to her. Any wild cards, we've got Sia locked and loaded. We'll bring you that at a moment's notice, guys. So there goes NVVE, Joseph Options through the $0.50. It's got a lot of bottoming wick candles into the $8 area. I added like a psycho to this position, Joey.
Oh, is it going to break the high of the day?
We're going to find out pretty soon here, man.
We're going back to see
Joseph Options is a big seller.
What is that?
He's in my way. And there it goes again, Mr. Options into 69.
Hold on.
Now hold on. Let's pause the price action so Joey can punch in. Into 886. Let's see if this one breaks 9. We're going to send you to see it.
Sorry, keep an eye out. Yes, you're right. You have, we do have Press Secretary Karen Levitt talking right now. But here are a couple comments that she is saying that Trump has not talked to MBS since the post. She's also saying, sorry about that. She's also saying that USTR will be making a statement soon about global tariffs. USTR will make tariffs announcement later today.
Dude, you see what this light blue is? Boom. Hold on, man.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Well, I gotta celebrate you. I got the print,
yeah,
man.
but I'm telling you, I got this partial fill, man. Look at that.
Get
Look
it,
at that
Joey.
No, that sucks, dude.
What,
partial
man? You
fill.
got? Yeah, well, okay, that's fine. You know, you
Man.
gotta be gratitude a little bit there, Joey.
All right, man.
And there goes NVVE into another high of day. 923. I love the chat, man. The chat is undefeated. Joey,
Yeah.
I don't think we're substantially above 9 yet to start saying, hey, let's start using 9 as support. But let's watch here.
Oh.
Down goes Fraser into $0.75. Yeah, so that's kind of what I was talking about there. So we're watching. Let's see here where the buyers are stepping in. Guys, my suggestion to you will always kind of be the same. Unless you have an eidetic memory like Adara, you probably need to use a smaller time frame chart, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, just to spot where the buyers and sellers are repeat offending, right? Are they stepping in at 9:03 every single time or 9:02, whatever? Where are they selling every single time? So I use a smaller time frame on the chart to kind of gauge that here. So that's what I've got up on the top screen. We're looking, well, I'm waiting for it to populate.
Oh, it's going again.
There
It's
it goes
going.
again, options, man. It's headed, I believe, to $10. It may not be in a straight line. It may zig and zag. It may stop you out along the way, but I feel it's headed to 10.
Yeah,
963 limit up right now, Joey, if we get there. 963 limit up. Assassino, you have to short that position board. Why, man? The position board's right. I'm not in it right now.
Someone
I'm
said
looking
you
at
have to
getting
short
in
the
it.
position board?
That's crazy talk right there from Eclectic Passions. Ozan, 969. Ozan, you know where I'm going to wait, man.
I'm done messing. Like, I got my scalp
chair
on
keeps
it
going
yesterday.
down,
Yeah, I know
Joey.
you
I
had
don't
that
know why,
issue.
bro.
You got to tighten up the thing.
Got to tighten it up. Here comes 950.
Oh, there it goes, 950.
Yep.
Guys, I got filled on half the position here on this one, on the momentum play. It was the exact same thing, just waiting for the tape to turn around, and then you can play that momentum style. And then sure enough, we get a nice scalp for it to be one of the better traders here, better than Tesla, that's for sure, on the intraday session. So a nice pop-up from $8.84 all the way up to $9 plus. But now we're trading at $9.47. It looks like it wants to continue to go. Oh, man, oh, man. You say you're a file and position board says no trade. I'm not. I'm not in a trade. Like, I got all out. You have to understand that when I went to take it off, I only got filled half. That's why it's light blue right here. I got filled half of my position, and then I took it all off. At the top. Yeah, man. I'll say it again. I don't really need to, but no, in all seriousness, there it is. Nice momentum style play, man. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. I do believe I'm going to remove my order here on NVDL, or maybe I won't. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Let's see how price action prints. But this is the move that I was looking for and just wasn't fortunate enough to catch this pullback. Now I do believe there's going to be a higher and a better opportunity, a higher probability, I should say, of us catching this fill over here at 65.25, all right? So if this pullback is a little deeper than expected and we have sellers slightly step on the gas once again, then we are going to rock and roll. No, don't apologize, man. Listen, you know I love all you guys, regardless if I poke fun or whatever it is. No need for apologies around this neck of the woods. Let's break it down. 66, another 25 cents. It's gone again?
It's coming.
Yeah,
it's coming.
Yeah,
in the 70.
I'm out of that one.
And there it goes again into another high of day. 980 on NVVE. What a rocket ship. Here comes 10. We're picking up on volume, 3.75 million shares. We're closing in on 4, Joey. Probably see 5 sooner rather than later. 980 high. Couple of sell prints, though. Prior bar high, 974. Current bar high, 978 or 980. I don't know why it tells me the high of the day is different than the current bar high. So watch out here, guys. There is some resistance coming in just south of the $10 area. Now, let's see if the buyers here a little bit stronger than the sellers, because what I'm seeing personally is the buy orders stair step up higher and higher. So the support is moving up incrementally. It was at 940. Now it's at 960 generally. Let's see exactly whether that holds up or not. But NVVE needs to be in focus here. Nick Dub. Nick, I hope you traded that ADBVE as a swing, because I looked at it this morning. It had gapped up again. Now it's failing right now. But you were asking me yesterday which one of the small cappers I would have looked for a swing, and we looked at the daily on a lot of them, and it was only ADBV that had a multi-day run. So I hope you took that. But his question here is, jumped in on NVVE at 825 and then added at 787, sold 60% at 950 and a little on the way up. My man is printing storms. Cash is falling from the sky, Joey. Doesn't matter which direction. Shout out to my man, Nick Dub in the chat. Meant to say thanks. Great stuff, guys. Great. I'm so happy for you, Nick, man, because it gapped up pretty nice. I think you're up 30, 40% on the position if you caught it in the pre-market high, but good for you. What we're talking about is that trade from yesterday, ADBV, which is still up 14% on the day at around 14 bucks. But shout out to Adam James Abroad as well. Adam, was it not you yesterday that was saying it was likely to gap into 19? And I think it got to 20-something today. Just like NVVE is going to get into 10, Joey, another high day, 985. But there is still that selling pressure just south of 10. So I need to keep alerting you guys to that.
Man. Nice pop there in Tesla, guys. Off of those lows. I mean, I wasn't going to try it again, but I want to see if we can catch this order right here on the NASI. So if this pulls back a little bit more, guys, another 20 cents or so, 23 cents, and then we might be in some good positions, to be honest with you, relatively soon. I haven't looked at Microsoft. I know we talked about the percentage metric in which it was down. Here, listen, okay, this is what I've been doing as of late. So I've been just punching a little bit of shares, kind of bamboozling. I don't think I should tell my secret, just in case you're even, well, it's not really a secret. I just know that they're listening, so I don't want to say it out loud. Because
there used to be a guy that sat in that very chair that would say the same thing, but I think he actually believed it. Yeah. That's the thing. He had a moniker. His name was Platinum. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? The chat don't say anything. Let's see if the chat knows.
No, but some things are too coincidental to say that they're not listening. We're going to dabble a little bit in here, but I mean, this is just a fraction. This is just a fraction of the actual size that I want to build in. The intention is to get filled at 25, and that's going to be the majority of our position. Now, if this continues to bounce here, obviously I'll be upset in the fact that, like, all right, some is better than none, but that is not the amount of shares that I want to have in on this position. And I'm okay with this 25 fill, because as soon as it breaks 65, we're at a dodge on this one. All right, guys. So we had a nice little momentum style play on NVVE. We've had a couple of trades here on the TQQs, and then also TSLA has been our only loss on the intraday session, and we're sitting around that noon hour. So it's almost time for the favorite segment of the day, Neil's lesson of the day, to drop some.
How is it already an hour, bro? I wish the entire show moved as quickly as that first hour, because like it's just
it's that in between bit that is what is really what gets you.
Can I say something though? Like when the small caps are moving, it's just your focus is so hyper concentrated on them, you don't even feel the time. Sure, it's the same for you, small caps. Large caps, it doesn't really matter. Once you're focused.
When I'm locked in and I'm being patient and I'm just like waiting for something specific, day goes by so much faster opposed to me just like punching and like just really churning shares and not really on my A game. This is when the days go a little bit fast. Now that we mention it though, it's probably gonna go significantly slower.
Oh yeah.
But that's all right, man. A nice little uptick. This is what I was talking about here on the TQs, guys. We were holding that base and I'm like, okay, just in case we do find somewhat of a rebound, I do want to get in a little bit of shares, but I do want the majority to be at where my risk to reward is going to be drastically better. Now, with this specific setup, I'm not proven wrong until we break the low of the day, and you can see the difference within price action. I'm a quarter away, like 25 cents more than what I would actually stop out if I caught this fill at 65.25. So risk to reward is extremely important, and it's unfortunate that NVDA just went off to the races. I mean, for the long-term accounts, it's significantly better, but for our intraday setup, not so good. And I'm not gonna build into this position. I'm not gonna add more all the way up here. What I will do is be patient and allow price to come to me. Just be like a sniper and allow that shot come directly to you. Sharif, did you notice in the chat how there's like a translation now? So I don't know if you're heavily focused. You're heavily focused.
Yeah. There is.
You see
there goes NVVE. We're gonna limit up.
Again. Oh,
1057 limit up. I've got 59s. What a fail of 10. Watch out, guys, for a flush now. Watch out for people stepping in, but watch out for the flush. Anything below the $0.50, I'm getting the hell out of there. I'm out 975. Yeah. No, I felt I was gonna fail. I could have been wrong on that.
Okay.
But man, I didn't get anything above 10. That was a mistake, man. I should have had a resting order above 10. That was such a mistake. I had my order south of 10 thinking that there was going to be a tug of war between buyers and sellers. Perhaps another time to get in here, Joey. 979. No, not for me right now, man. continuing to watch. Sorry to interrupt you, brother, but like the breakout was on there, man.
Yeah, that's fine, man. I don't really got anything important going on, anyways. I've got a little bit here on TQs just to scratch the itch, really, to see if we're going to get price to come back into the level that we want. I know I've been going on about that for quite some time, but I don't know if today is going to, like, there it is. So this is what's probably driving the move here, right? So we'll go over to a higher time frame. You're getting this move back in towards VWAP on both Google and NVDA. Tesla not nearly as strong. Oh, why didn't I add some more? Oh, well, it is what it is. Some days those are just some of your sessions where you just have a couple of small wins and you have to take it for what it is. Now, there is a clear resistance zone around 65.80, right? So 65.80, if that breaks, you get that push up higher, and then the retest of it, maybe off to the races, it is. But bang, a nice little recovery right here, Sharif. Man, oh, man. Hey, sometimes those are one of your better days. It's like small win here, small win there. It's another small win instead of just looking for that nice home run. So you get on base a couple of times, get into scoring position, and next thing you know, you're like, oh, okay, all right, we're sitting in a significantly better spot than what we were anticipating. Now, what I will do here, ladies and gentlemen, in this resistance zone, we will remove some. So a nice little move here for us on TQs. So far, we're not going to allow this to go against us. We go 3 for 3, 100% W rate on the NASDAQ.
Man. That was some bamboozling stuff. Look at this. Look at that topping tail candy.
Oh.
Show you. That's going to be some problems here. Guys, watch out for NVVE. If it loses 9, this is a lot of trouble.
Oh.
Okay? Because if it loses 9, it will engulf the prior candle at 11.45, the low of which is $9 on the dot. Current bar low, 9.16 on the dot. There are people defending here into 9, but this chart pattern now on NVVE is looking more and more ominous. And if it loses $9, mamma mia, into possibly 8.50, 8 2/3. Here comes 9, 9.05 buyer. Shut it to the 9.05. If you're from Toronto, you know what I'm talking about. Or the greater Toronto area, Joe.
Or Newmarket.
Or Newmarket, yeah, I know. Bro, you got a 905, don't you?
Yeah.
You do, man.
But you know how long I've had that number?
How long?
Since I was like 14, man.
Crazy, bro. That's
Yeah,
crazy. Because you can't even get 416 numbers now. They're hard to
can't
come
even
by.
get that, man. So you can always say,
647.
I'm like,
What's the other one? 437.
Something
There's
like, I don't
there's
even
a new one.
I-
647 is the
I wouldn't even
that's
know.
the
man. I'm like Mike,
the regular one.
I'm like Mike Jones, man. Hey, 281-330-8004. Like, you know what I mean? I've had
Neil's
the number
loving
that,
it.
I've had the number that long. So you can hit me on my line. Just hit my line. All right, see what you got.
Oh.
SpaceX, SPCX, a little bit to the upside over here. XAI has released Grok 4.5 for Android, web, and X platforms.
All right,
Cool
man.
beans, man.
Hit Joe up on the low because Joe is. Oh, okay. All right, Chris. I like that one. But no, in all seriousness, what happened?
I love Mr. Gray. You know Mr. Gray, right? I love this
Yeah,
guy.
what do you say? Yeah, we take a little bit more out here on the NAS. Man, oh man, I'm just gonna have to remove this order as we are starting to recover a little bit more here on NVDA and Google. I think that's what's helping drive the market to the northeast. Now, what is Softy up to? Down 2% on the intraday session. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, but yeah, pretty tough day for the large caps. That's why you have to be patient. I think it's important to know, like, stop doing that.
Stop.
So when was our last trade, to be exact? Oh, NVVE. But anyways, inside of the large cap world, think about it. So we were out at 10-11, and then I didn't re-engage until almost the noon hour. And then also with TSLA, we just never found an additional opportunity for us to get involved in this bad boy. So
Limit down.
last attempt on this one was $8 or around 9.36. So yeah, it is what it is. Another high right there on the NASDAQ. We'll take it as the small W's. Again, Sharif,
what happened,
that's the
Joey?
only issue sometimes, man. You always wish you had a little bit more shares, but that's all right, man. The trading gods have blessed us with this one here today. So we'll
Hear about
take it
Olivia
for what it is.
Rodrigo?
She got her new boyfriend.
She got a new boyfriend. And you know what he's doing, Joey?
He's a
Tell
Wall
him.
Street guy.
He's in PE, my boy. He's in private
yeah?
equity.
Man.
He's about that life. Well,
I'm
she's
about
obviously about that life as well, man. I think she's pretty much set for life. But doesn't her man, hold on one sec, Sia. This is her man,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Doesn't he look awfully close to this dude? The JP Morgan guy?
Yeah, I think.
Hold on.
Yo,
So
the
Sia,
memes-
you know about the JP Morgan thing? Do you know what I'm talking about, or yes or no?
Yes, but I think she made her own money, so I'm pretty sure she has set.
Oh, I wasn't talking about that.
No, we weren't talking about that.
No, you misunderstood.
Yeah.
So this
You know
is
that?
her boyfriend here.
I see.
And then this is the JP Morgan guy, right, who accused that
the
poor
memes,
woman.
the memes circling around that JP Morgan guy. Do you see all the memes?
Of course,
How,
bro.
like, people would be like dying to be in his position.
I see like a number of different memes come out of that.
Yeah.
Oh my days, yeah. But anyway, Olivia Rodrigo's boyfriend looks awfully close to the JP Morgan guy. I don't
She's
know
like
what's
mad
going on
young.
with that,
She's like
man.
mad young though. Is that
Who?
your new crush? You know who mine?
Olivia Rodrigo? No.
You
Not
know
at
who
all.
mine is? My
Who?
new.
I know you like Zendaya.
No, I got a new one.
He's got a new one.
What's her name?
Who, bro?
Charlize Theron.
Charlize Theron.
Yeah.
You like her?
Yeah.
Isn't she a little old for you?
Well, bro, what's wrong with that?
I'm not a fan. That's all you. That's all you. I did like her in the Italian Job, though. We're talking about the same person, right? Is Charlize Theron in Italian Job, or no?
Yeah,
Am I
yeah.
completely out to lunch on that one. How do you spell her name?
You're asking the wrong dude.
Okay, Italian Job cast. I just want to see if I'm right. Yeah, she was. That's her. She's Stella Bridger in the movie. Jay Bronson. Whoa! All these.
Sia going off, man.
All these different things got blocked. What's going on over there? Oh my days! What?
Yeah,
oh,
that's crazy.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
I don't think of what a room warrior is too bad. But anyway,
We're having a great time, guys.
yeah.
But as you can tell, NVVE halted down to 864. Guys, I tried to tell you. That's why I got the hell out of there. Once it lost trend, I told y'all if this one lost 9, given that it was a topping tail candle, it was going to be some trouble. It's halted down now. Good news is, for the longs anyway, is that this one is still right at the 10 EMA, right at the volume weighted average price, so it hasn't lost trend. So you could have something with that. You're going to have it without me, though. I'm not getting involved until I see the resumption of trend. So we'll keep tabs on that. But a lot of other people were astutely pointing out AEHL. So this one did break out into the dollar. It's dropping a little bit down now into about 93 pennies. I like this 90 penny hold, pardon me. This is a very interesting area. Just let me make my point here, and then we can chuckle. So 90 pennies was resistance on these two candles there, 11.10, 11.15, and now it's acting as support. So it kind of flips structure from resistance to support. We know where the resistance is on the day. It's $1. So if you could build up maybe a position at 90, and I would say give it to the 10 EMA. Never financial advice, only suggestions. About 85 pennies, 86 pennies. You know, if you can risk that on a 90 entry, have at it. But I'm going to keep my eye here on AEHL. Joseph.
Yeah, all right, man. Some good stuff around here. We're not going to take our last out until the volume weighted average price. But yeah, a big time recovery here in the overall market. It's just unfortunate we didn't have the amount of shares on that we wanted to, and that's it. I guess I'll stop complaining about it because it is what it is, but a nice strong uptick there for the NASDAQ once again as Google and NVDA head towards the volume weighted average price. Let's see if they start to reject it there. Let's send it over to Sia.
We're doing happening now?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's take a look at what the markets are doing right now. The SPY is down 1.3%. The Dow, I'm going to check that right now. That's a wrong ticker. My apologies. Down 8%. The triple Q is down very close to 2%. And you have the IWM also sliding down to 8%. Safe to say all major averages in the red. Not a good look over here. Let's take a look at one ticker over here. Tesla. Man, it is not a good day for Tesla today and SpaceX. So Tesla and SpaceX are working together more closely across multiple projects. This is coming from CEO Elon Musk saying, while also stopping short of commenting on whether the companies could actually potentially eventually combine. He's also said that, as you can tell from the many collaborations on so many fronts with SpaceX, there's more and more overlap, especially with TerraFab. That's really going to be a gigantic project. We're going to just check the levels of these stocks right now. Tesla down 13%. Last I checked, SpaceX was having a little bit of an uptick, trading flat on the day. But before we go back to trading, let's head to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Thank you very much there, Sia. So I got a question for everybody for the lesson of the day. It's a bit of a trivia question, but I'm not putting a poll out, so you can put your answers in the chat or at least think about what your answer is going to be. What is the difference between today's SMCI chart from the open to about 10 o'clock, right? So what's the difference between this chart, Lucid's chart, and SpaceX's chart from the open till 10, 10:30, 11 o'clock? The question is, can anybody tell me what is the difference between those three if you're a trader? Some might say, oh, well, they're not the same because two of them went down, another one went up. They're all in different sectors. As far as the trade goes, the answer is nothing. Absolutely nothing. What you have here in each one of those cases is a stock that at the open basically gave you a clean 6% move. Now, the reason you might get in is different, but SMCI, low 30s to 32, 6%. Lucid, I was in at 666, but like mid 6.6s down to 6.26, 6%. SpaceX, depending on where your entry is, you can call it 115.5. 6% is about $7. I didn't quite get that. Close enough. Almost 6%. If you get the perfect move, it's close to 6%. This is what I want to get at. You can find the big time moves in all kinds of places. Now, I will grant you, when looking at returns from a percentage basis, it's going to be very, very different if you're talking in Shree's world with the small caps. Getting a 20, 30, 40% move is much more realistic on some of the small cappers. But when it comes to big cap tech and this type of volatility, you're getting opening trades that are sometimes 1, 2, 3 times more than the norm in this extended volatility. And especially in that opening rush, when eventually it'll revert. And it's really just about identifying what it is that you are looking to accomplish. Now, with SpaceX, a lot of people would be looking shorts. Let's say you're looking short. Maybe it could just be as simple as the pre-market highs. It could be as simple as, okay, when this fails the volume weighted average price, a short VWAP to the high, and then make sure you try to get that big move. I can tell you, I already mentioned the plan of action, so I don't really want to go over Lucid too much here because not to beat a dead horse, but this was a continuation from yesterday. Effectively, it's losing this prior support. So with the short into the high from VWAP to close this gap. We literally laid that plan out yesterday in the afternoon. But then you look at SMCI, something we didn't trade. And you can't tell me that it doesn't give you a different type of structure for the exact same type of move. You're going to get that 6 points, but in this way, you're getting it in a different way. Well, if you like to be a mean reversion trader saying, hey, I know everything is looking really, really bad in this market in the morning, but look at the structure of this sucker. Gangbusters, pull back, and look at the breakout. Look, gangbusters, look what it did yesterday. Pull back all pre-market, go absolutely ham, do more than close the gap here on all grain, right? So it's already shown you it can do this trade, like the trend break, and then just absolutely fly to the upside. In the case yesterday, it actually gave you more than the 6% we're talking about. It was almost double digits. So you know that that's capable here, and you're just going along the pattern of, well, I know it's down, but its overall structure remains a long in my eyes, so therefore I want to look for the long, and you simply look for a breakout that holds the low, and you fill in the gap to the range. It's actually a range-bound trade, but it's not 1 or 2%. Like you might normally think, oh yeah, there's certain days where you might take Apple, it's like, oh, 1% on Apple's great, or Tesla, 1%, it's like $3. Like those are normal trades. But on mornings where, and I saved this for last, on mornings where we come in and Tesla was already gapped down 7%, and you see that as a capability to get down 13. On mornings where you also had Alphabet, which had after earnings big time moves. In a heightened environment in terms of volatility, that's where you look for that extended move. And I say all of this to bring it to my last point. There's one chart that, and it's not about sitting here and just, tapping yourself on the back or anything. Sometimes you got to do the absolute opposite. Because the reason that this is the lesson of the day is because of a stock that I got out of right here. So yeah, as good as Lucid was holding for the entirety of the range, by that same logic, when I sat here thinking crypto short and IBIT short, which I was in, and saw BMNR come into the prior close and break trend, I turned it into, it's a scalp into VWAP, instead of, hey, we're in a heightened volatility environment. If this is going to work, I would argue to myself I should have at least held it to the low to try to give it that extended move. And this is kind of what it's all about. You're just trying to give yourself the best probability that you can get the best trade based upon what you see in front of you. You can't go back and be like, I should have had this, I should have had that if it was never on your radar. There's no presumable reason that you could have had it on your radar. But what you can do is try to identify the patterns within your own trading style that can lead to, hey, this is the move that I can hold for this reason because I'm in at a good price and here's the room and we have extended volatility. So I got to try to get the, instead of 1 or 2%, it could go 4, 5, or 6, and I got to try to hold for that. It all starts with something that was already on your radar, that was giving you that chance to go. So as I said, there are lots of ways that you can, I'll come back to skin a cat, sorry. I don't even like that analogy, but there's lots of ways that you can skin a cat. But ultimately, you look at a lot of movers today, and you could have got your 5, 6% off of the open in a lot of places. So don't worry about, I didn't get a monster move on this trade or that trade because I missed this or that. It could just be something that you already took that is already part of a plan or a setup that you liked that just had an extended range because we've got more volatility. That's the other way that you can, people say level up or just make more. It is to have a different expectancy for your trade. I want to shout out, it was Scott in the chat here who yesterday, and I'm shouting him out because yesterday he told me that he was holding Lucid into the close. Like I was like, this short is to here. And he's like, no, there's got more to it. And he gets an extra, I think like 3 or 4% holding it the entirety of the day. His strategy, I believe, was also to hold for more than 625. So today, fine, it looks like it's actually bouncing off of my level, but then look what happened on the same exit that I took. It then went another leg down. So presumably you could still be in this and it's going even further. And you could probably make the same argument for SMCI or probably more SpaceX, right? Like yesterday, you could have had that 6, 7%, whatever it was, and it continues to flush. And then the other day, it comes all the way back. So I think you do want to have your take profits. Let that last bit try to go. You don't want to turn that hold into a losing trade, but you give it some room to run because we are in a heightened volatility moment right here. And I don't think that's going anywhere because this earnings season should be explosive. Before I throw you guys back to the midday, we usually grade the lunch. It was these like quesadilla things, but the shells were unappealing. So I'm just, I eat the chicken, nicely flavored, got some vegetables in here that are delicious, a little corn on the cob. It is absolutely fantastic. No questions asked. We got a good lunch, we got a good market if you were short, and hopefully if you're able to catch a few bids here, not so bad if you're into the long side either. This market's giving you everything you need, including volatility, and we got you covered for the rest of the day here with the midday with Sia. So good luck in all your trading. Man, those shorts printed, but we might have just flipped the script.
I just flipped the script.
Oh.
Let's go. All right, guys, I got to tell you about something. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales this week. VinFast India, they actually partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM, they launched an all-electric ride-hailing service in Kazakhstan, and they're using VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them trading on the NASDAQ under the ticker VFS. Shout out to them. TT Mass, my man. IPW and LICN. Not the best volume for both, though. Let's take... What am I gonna do with this guy, bro? He's next level stuff right there. Oh man, Joseph freaking options. All right, here we go. IPW, good call out, TT Mass. Oh my days.
Oh.
This is, and with the gap up too, being up 18%, the market cap is $681,000. Okay, guys, be careful with this one, okay? So IPW, the first taker called out by the mass. I'm going to call him the mass now. LICN, let's see what the other one is. He calls out a lot of good names, by the way. So if you're a small cap trader, you ought to be keeping your eye out on Grunfeld's levels, TT Mass, Scott H, Bovin, Tisha, Casey. I know I'm missing some people. A Chuck of all trades as well. So keep your eye out on those names. They're often calling these ones out when I can't really see them because we're doing the show. LICN, I like this one for a dip trade here to see if the flat top at around 117, 118 can hold. 127 high, showing 122 right now, but you are right. It is a little bit light on vol. With respect to NVVE, because I think that's the one we were really focusing on a lot in the early part of the show. And this one, I don't think this is the right setup at the moment. It is an unbroken lower high chain. Unless we can start, moving above 950, 975, I'm going to steer clear of this. Now, I get some people, they take this opportunity for some stagnant price action here to build a position. I get that. I just don't trust these small cap gappers enough to say, oh, let me accumulate at this level because I know it'll hold. No, I have no idea, right? Especially since names like this can be absolutely moved up and down by, a relatively large account with somebody at home. It doesn't even have to be an institutional seller, right? So NVVE, I just rather ride trend rather than guessing what the trend will be next and building a position. So I'm going to steer clear of this one until I see what I like. Now, I want to give you a couple of decent ones here. EQPT. This one, I think the money entry obviously would have been 19, given that 19 was the resistance level earlier, and then it obviously overlapped with support. But 1966 high, just got into the 50 there, so nice rounded shape, good bull flag. You can kind of see this higher low, higher high pattern generally here. I don't think I do anything with this unless it comes back in to test 1930, because 1930 was a bit of a resistance level there. So if it wants to hold up, maybe I can get involved. But other than that, I got to tell you, I'm still in battle here because it really hasn't given me a reason to get out. But I'm not liking anything at the moment, Joey.
All right, man. Good
See
stuff.
what NVVE here is trying to make a move.
So
here,
we were fortunate. I see you just smashing the cues. Yeah, thanks. Well, I wouldn't call it that. Like, listen, I told you guys that we were posted up on the lower end of this range with actually 75% more size than what we had. This was just more or less to like, all right, let's scratch the itch just in case it does decide to go against us. And with NVDA continuing to move higher, I could post up at 66.80s and just take my last little bit out. That's the only reason why I'm riding this, man. We don't have very many shares left on here, so there's no reason for me to panic and get all out of this position. It was a good attempt here, especially after this base was being formed. That I'm like, all right, let's see if we can get something going at least. And if I was really fortunate, what would happen is we got the additional pullback and then we would have caught that fill and then off to the races. But you can see maybe more or less a cover rally starting to step in. I don't know if it's buyers starting to engage or more or less shorts just starting to take a little bit more profit. Now, Blicky, yeah, brother, if you're tapped out, man, just go and relax. Guess what? The market's going to be here tomorrow. And then if that's not the case, if tomorrow's not your day, well, then Monday morning, bright and early, you know what time we start, 8 a.m. So make sure you guys tune in. Other than that, if there's specific names that you want to go over, just put it in the chat. But what we will do right now, considering, is we're going to head over into our options chain. I believe we have Intel reporting after the bell. So what we will do is take a look at what we got going on from this expiration cycle, just in case there's any overhead resistance that we would say, hey, we don't believe we're going to climb any higher here. Now, there is some size at 107. Where did we open up at today? That is the major question. Yeah, I seen that rug pull here, Sharif.
See that?
950.
Limit down, 807.
Yeah, 950. It looked like it tapped into and then drops $1.50 just like that on NVVE, guys.
Trust it.
Yeah, so just be cautious with that. Yeah. Sharif's been cleaning up on this one all day. We take a little scalp and only half the position. That's why we got that different style blue, that aqua blue right here. Maybe I don't know if that's it. I think the other one might be aqua blue. This is remember aqua.
Same with me too. Aqua, the band.
Yeah, of course, bro. Ours is the same color. So
this is, I'm a Barbie girl.
Was it them?
In the Barbie world, and yeah, there was.
Was that them?
Exactly. Get it. Sia.
Oh, here, Vantage. All right. So
It's fantastic.
Sia may not even have been born out there when I got
don't
my,
think so.
my
I'm
first
pretty sure she
Aqua
wouldn't.
CD.
She wasn't born, but
Yeah.
you know, that's fine.
Who's
Hold
the-
on, Sia. I think that song came out in '99. I could be wrong.
It did. It came
did.
out pretty, yeah, but my dad and my mom put me on it because they would listen to it.
Oh.
So I love it. Yeah.
That's how they're getting it down over
yeah.
there. They're getting it down.
There you go.
So yeah, there it is, a partial fill on that one. Other than that here, guys, Intel, keep an eye out on this 107 marker. What we will do is head over to our watch list and see what 107 is actually correlating with. INTC here with the underlying asset. So where was our high of the week? 106. All right, man, that's what I'm talking about, Sharif. Our high of the week is around $107, and you can see that we've been rejecting that. So we might be struggling a little bit to breach that level. Options Writers World potentially with that name. Sia, talk to us.
The IWM currently sliding a bit towards the, not a bit, sliding towards the downside. It's down 8% at the moment. We're going to take a look at two tickers I have for you right now in the small cap space. We're going to talk about CRSR. Corsair Gaming down over 4%. There's just analyst commentary here. Neutral by B. Riley Securities. That's why the stock is trading down right now. We have RYAM. That's down 3% on the day. Rayonier Advanced Materials. So it's trading around $8.75 right now. So the company has announced that R. Kobe Slaughter will be resigning as Senior Vice President of the company, General Counsel, and Corporate Secretary effective 7th of August of this year.
Thank you so much for that, Sia. Yeah, just keeping an eye here, guys, on NVV. It's all over the dang map. You saw the flush. It would almost limit down there. And now it's back above 9. Yeah, so to me, look, this is hard to read. It's not trending. As you see, it's moving sideways. And to me, when a small cap moves sideways, unless I have an insane amount of conviction in the level, I ain't touching it. So also, AEHL continues to bleed its own blood to the downside. Where the hell is it? There it is. It's losing VWAP Bovin. And I think that the only, saving grace here for AEHL could be about that 77.5, 77-ish area, but that would be below VWAP and therefore would breach my rules as a long. So I will not touch it there. The sell. I'm talking about F-sell. It's back. It's moving back above VWAP here. So clearly, VWAP is not an area of support or resistance that F-sell respects. So I cannot base my trades on this. What I will look for is a breach of this 24.25 area. Look at this gap up. How the hell did this happen? Did it halt? Like, why did that gap happen there? Show me on the one, man. That's bizarre. What kind of weird ass price action is this, man? This is like 10 o'clock. It gapped up from 297 into 224, 25. How does that happen without a halt? Okay, whatever. If it can clear 24.25, 24.33, get above this weird gap that's manifested somehow intraday on the 5, I get involved there. But you can already see it's topping tail through VWAP, so it's already encountering some resistance. Guys, the pickings are slim. The pickings are slim. I don't have a whole lot, so if there are any small cap gappers that I have not mentioned, I'd love to know about them. People saying GSUN, say less. Good, not bad, but volume a little sus on this one. 4 million shares on a 37.5 penny name, but the stair step structure still not looking that bad. 33.5 penny support. Volume is sporadic. Volume is low. I'd probably stay away from this. Tom Anthony, 5504. SMCI, not looking at the market. On its own thing, need a pullback. Thoughts? Thank you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's look at SMCI, Joey.
Is that what it's at right now?
Let's find out. Well, here's the semiconductor watch list. You'll see here, the memory names and the optics names seem to be doing okay. The main chip designers are not doing that well. It's a mixed bag. Some green, some red. There's no uniformity here. Let's look at SMCI. It and I would say, SK Hynix, some of the stronger names on the day, as well as AAOI. Let's look here at the SMCI. SMCI, not bad. Lost trend below VWAP. Had a lot of resistance at 31.5. Above that now. I'd be looking for resistance at 32 though, guys. So if you do get that move up from the $0.75 area where we're trading right now into 32, look at the umpteen amount of topping tail candles north of that 32 area. So, my spidey sense tells me that 32 going to be a bit of a resistance level. And that jives with yesterday's price action right around noon. We got into 32 and we failed 32. We ended up dropping and holding 31. So 32 here, a resistance level of note here on SMCI. Let me throw it at the daily. Is this a repeat offense area? Why do we keep finding resistance at 32? Aha. And another piece of the puzzle falls into place. Long area of consolidation, I would say, from essentially mid-December to the loss of the level in mid-April. That $32 level, as you can see, was a bit of a top on SMCI, despite the fact, of course, that we got above it in early June. But who knows, who remembers how strong the semis were in June, right? So 32, I guess it just does jive here with some area support. I would say the ultimate level on the daily, though, for a decisive clearing is about 35. Intraday, I'd be looking for a move into 32. I'd wet the beak at 32. If you get a price spike up like you got earlier on, have some resting orders, and there it goes, 31.80. 32 could be pretty soon. So not something I trade. Obviously, Joey, interested in SMCI?
No, I'm not, but we can take a look at it for sure. I can give a little bit of my 2 cents on what we got going on. Mickey, as you would like to call it there, Shreve. I mean, a nice pop up here today, right? Like, again, a slight margin improvement. Do you believe this is value? I don't know what your time frame is there. This is where I would say you're proven wrong, but on this trajectory, I mean, it's not horrible, especially at this pace. I do believe that this name is going to specifically break through the high of the day. I could be totally wrong, but I would not be surprised with it, just how the volume is slowly starting to uptick on the lower time frames, and you can see that we're going to be heading into this resistance zone relatively soon, and you can see it's really starting to pick up some steam. NVDA is picking up some steam as well too, guys, which has really helped driving this trade a little bit higher. Oh man, we can get much higher, that's for sure, on the NASDAQ, but we would like to have a little bit more on this one. Look at the options level at 32.50. Yeah, we can do that for you anytime on SMIX and see what we got going on there. If there's an outstanding size of open interest or anything along those lines, 32.50. Okay, I mean, there's nothing crazy there. The next level and where you might run into some overhead is actually at the money, right at this $32 marker. But also, there's not much up into 33, so that could be totally obtainable here on today's session. And if that's absorbed, then you look for that next step up into $35. So, yeah, not too bad of a look over there. Another super chat here, Sharif. Andrew Fiskella. What's up, brother? My dogs, keep your hands up, and a SS off the canvas in life
and in trading also. Love that, man.
I don't get it.
It's just like, stay up.
Stay up?
Yeah.
All right, man. We try to stay. Yeah, we try to stay up, man. I appreciate that one there, brother. As we try to always be up. Even when we're down, we're up at some point, which is crazy.
You go, Joey.
But anyways, $67. Maybe we just take the rest out, but we're still negative on the NASDAQ here, ladies and gentlemen, to the tune of 1.6%. 1.6% to the downside there. I wouldn't be surprised if the NVDA goes positive here today. Google's still down 6%, so you might find a recovery on that bad boy. But SpaceX, if it runs into that 120 mark, that's a ways away. Where's the next resistance zone? Maybe you look for some, I don't know, sure, I'm trying to find it, but it's just been an absolute free fall from 125. Now you could have a pullback into that level, and watch out, right? Like, just considering you've been down so much, you have been cut in half from that high to where the low is 51%. Right, you will get somewhat of a bounce. I just don't believe that it's going to recover as quick as we're anticipating. Again, I could be so wrong. It's not even funny. And I would happily be so because I am officially a shareholder of this name.
Of SpaceX.
Yeah.
SpaceX. I mean, there's not a whole lot green in the world of larger caps. SpaceX, one of them. Up 0.81. The flakes as well, but you know how I feel about the flakes. They're below 70 again.
Who is?
Netflix.
Oh, are they? Yeah, good thing we're all out of that. Trash flicks.
Oh, I know. I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking.
We had to get out of that one there.
I added to my short position on Astis on that bounce to 60, said Sam 13. Have at it, man. Good look for you. Wow, did I get out on Battle in time? Look at the flush on Battle. Did USO drop? No. I mean, it's like a couple of bucks, not even. It's like $1.25 off the high. BTAL, Sia, bled its own blood and continues to bleed its own blood down into 170. I don't know what's going on with BATL here, but it is heading down. I'm long now. IPW, I just got the beak wet there at 109, setting up for a 110 break high day on IPW. There it goes, options, man. Into the high. Give me my money, man. Punk. 113. We're setting up at 113, 115. Should I cancel the 113 order, Joey? You know it's bad luck there, man. I shouldn't be posting up at 113. We're gonna.
A high of the day break on that.
Yeah,
one?
we're gonna go 12s, Joey. You know, just in case. IPW up 24%. There it goes, taking out my 12 order. Now we're looking for 15. We're looking for a little bit more here, up 24%. Shout out to everybody in the chat who called this one out. Seller at 13. No continuation. Can we see 14s come in on the time and sales? There's 14, Mr. Options Man. 15 just showed up, but no continuation, so we don't get the print. We're looking for a 15. It's got a cross, though, to get that print. We're at 7s. No continuation. So, yeah, we'll watch here. IPW, guys, nice breakout there. Looking for a bigger move. Bovin, I was actually going to add into this one into 1. I don't know how you feel, Bovin, about that $1 support, because there was a lot of interactions at that $1 area. Wow, look at that flush right back into my entry. Could this be an opportunity to add, though, into this monster? So going to continue to watch this one. Anything below $1, though, guys, I will have to get the hell out of this one because I'm not going to be DCAing south of $1 on IPW. Bovin says 92 long. Get it, my man. Bovin's long south of the dollar. So it gives him a little bit more room to rest easy with this one. Oh, my God. What is Battle doing?
What is it doing?
Battle is just bleeding down. Look at that. All the way down to 168. My days. Go ahead, Sia.
So basically on that ticker, BATL, they're plunging because of a dilution shock. The company, as of yesterday, late yesterday, filed to unlock the resale of up to 37 million shares. So stock is just reacting to that right now.
Thank you, Sia, for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, we know these names go up a little bit, Joey. They take advantage of issue, raise some cash, right, at higher prices. That's kind of the modus operandi for these small cap raises.
Absolutely, man. All right, so a nice strong uptick there, ladies and gentlemen, once again in TQs. So I mean,
MU just took off. People are saying, Joey.
Yeah, let's take a look at MU.
It's ripping.
It is ripping.
It's ripping.
It's helping drag the market higher. A big time breakout here on Micron, ladies and gentlemen. Through that high of the day. And I mean, we talk about these larger cap names not being exactly after the opening drive, momentum style trades, but off to the races go. Wow, you could have caught this at 957, at 950 cents, a sub $1,000, Sharif. So from peak to local low, you were down 35%. Well, guess what? From that $800 marker, bang, you're up 25%, just like that. Man, oh man, what a great time it is to be involved with the some of these memory storage names. You just continuously buy any dip. But listen, I might eat these words, but what I do believe it will happen, Sharif, is that we establish a lower high and then we curl back over. What happened?
Oh, nothing. I'm just seeing the face-off here
between those guys.
Yeah.
We got a couple of big fights coming up here momentarily as well.
$1 on IPW.
Still down 30% off of the highs, guys. You were fortunate enough to catch 35%, 46%. Western Digital was cut almost in half. All right, like SanDisk was relatively close as well. So from that high, $2,300, down 44%. Down 44% and now starting to find its merry way back towards the top side. SanDisk was moving first. Never mind Micron. This bad boy was off to the races first and foremost. So, yeah, a pretty good look there, guys, especially if you're getting involved. Yeah, NVVE is moving again. It's moving again. Yeah, I like this. I like the look of this one.
Yeah. We're going to Sia.
Sia.
MU, so the move is just caused by a couple of hours ago. Right now, it's just rallying, reacting to the same thing. The Tesla CEO, Elon Musk, said the memory chip maker, that is MU, has secured a quote-unquote significant allocation of memory chips for Tesla, despite an industry-wide supply crunch. So shares are just rallying in response to that.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, NVVE's moving. I just got stopped out of IPPW. It was like barely even moved my P&L on this one because I started out very small on IPPW, but I want to focus on this $1 level. If it can hold and mosey on back, I want to jump in, but I also have to be alive to NVVE. Bovin, I feel there's a 950 flat top break here starting to brew on NVVE. My problem is that this one is subject to bamboozlement. And we saw what happened with that 1050 break. So I'm a little worried here. And there's about $1 worth of range, 850 as support, 950 as resistance. So if I'm to trade this correctly, I'd have to be getting in, or wherever I get in, I'd have to give it to like 850. There it goes, Bovin, into 961. What does this one have for us, man? Watching, looking for the buyers to step in at key levels. I think the breakout is on. Watch out for the flush here. Seller at 80. You need to be alive to that. Looking for the move into 10. Joey, what do you got?
Yeah, same thing, man. I like the momentum style play, and you know what we're looking for on these styles of trades in particular?
Huge
the high of the day break. Volume really starting to support this move. Oh, wow. What a nice. 40-cent pullback. All right. You know what? Oh, my God.
Bro.
Wow. What a wick city on that one.
Man.
Here it is,
the
man.
way it is.
You know what? We're going to just avoid this stuff. We're going to stick to what we got going on here with the Nazi and take it from there. Hopefully, we can find some opportunities to add into this position. But, I mean, we're far gone from our entry point. I don't know if we're going to. Maybe it's just going to be one of those sessions where we have to accept the day for what it is. Straight BTA on this one, Blicky Spears. But we'll walk away. Maybe potentially, I know there's still some time left, but a light green. I want to hit the gym a little bit earlier today, so maybe we'll call it that. See ya. What's up?
Microsoft, MSFTC, the ticker's not reacting crazily right now, not making a move, but this might later, so I'm just going to mention it. Microsoft replacing OpenAI image models with its own models in PowerPoint and Bing. Just replacing OpenAI image models with its own models in PowerPoint and Bing, B-I-N-G. Not making a move right now. Nothing of uptick or a downtick that I've seen is down 2.4% on the day, but in case you want any reference to something happening later, that's it.
Very much for that, Tia. Thanks for pointing that out. Hangy wife, let's actually pull up the chain and see what we got going on, Nazi. Oh my God, why do you always do that to me? All right, we could just do it like this here, and then we'll get everything sorted out momentarily. Don't panic, breathe. All right, everything is now good. See what we got at this at the money call. Okay, all right, there we go. 0 DTE. So, I mean, there is a lot of volume stepping in here. There is some open interest as well, too, ladies and gentlemen. But look at the volume at the money really starting to uptick. So, somewhat of a defense. But the issue is here at Hangry Wife, what I'm thinking about is, like, when we're looking at the NASDAQ, there's so many variables that come into play that you have to take into consideration. Now, the question may be, what is driving it at this moment? And I think I can answer that quite confidently and just stating that it might be these memory names, right? Because now as combined, like apes together strong, right? So what we have here is a bunch of these names really starting to pick up some momentum and steam. 4% here in Micron, 5% there in SanDisk, Western Digital 3, Seagate and DRAM, SK Hynix, all moving and starting to break out, which definitely helped fuel a little bit of this memory storage fire. Now, what do you got going on, Sia?
By a percent. Let's take a dive into the market right away and send it to the guys as soon as possible. Electric tech, you have Nvidia down 1%, Apple down very close to 2%, holding that same, I would say, a little bit of a bearishness that's been there since earlier in the trading day. AVGO slipped further into its gains, down 1%. MU holding strong, up very close to 5%. We saw that a little bit of an uptick right now, not a little bit, quite an uptick right now. AMD down 1.3%. Intel reporting post-market after the bell. We're going to report it, hopefully, so please be here. INTC down 0.63%. You have Cisco on the upside, 0.74%. TXN has not been having the best day today, down almost 4% on the day. SNDK up 5.5%. RTX up 7.3%, holding that same bullishness from earlier in the day. Tech services, Google and Microsoft and Meta, all the three names are not having a good day today. All of them in the red, sliding further down. Google seems to have come back a little bit, but it's still down 6.3% on the day, with Oracle down close to 4%, Palantir down 2%. Netflix flat on the day. PANW down 3% right now. Finance, BRKB, JPM showing flatness on the sector, not reacting as much right now, whereas you have names like Visa, MasterCard, and Bank of America sliding a bit further towards the 1% mark. Bank of America is down 1%. MS down 1.6% with GS down almost 2% on the day. And you have retail trade where Amazon is inching closer to 4.5% mark, sliding down towards the day, with Walmart and Costco also being down on the day, and Home Depot, TJX sliding further than 1.5%. Health tech, there is strength across this sector. I'm seeing Lilly up, J&J is up, ABB is also in the green, ABBV is in the green, MRK from earlier in the day. J&J was a bit flat, currently it's making a bit of a reversal to the upside. It's up 8%, good look over there. TMO, DHR up over 5%, TMO almost 9% on the day, and DHR up 6.3%. Energy minerals, super strong strength in energy today with oil, Brent, WTI, USO, everything, with XOM, CVX down up over 2%. CVX is inching closer to 2% on the day. So not a sector you want to see green, like I always say. Producer manufacturing, AMAT up 2.6%, CAT 2%, LRCX inching close to 1%, and GEV, leader of the four, up by almost 4% on the day. Consumer non-durables seem to have slipped further into its losses from earlier in the day. They're a bit in the red, followed by KO down 1% and close to 1.5%, and PG close to 2% on the downside. Utilities, mixed sector today. Very mixed sentiments over here with process industries and industrial sectors as well. However, in transportation, I want you to note that UNP is still rallying from earlier in the day, and NSC. Both are up over 4% with NSC over 5%, and FedEx is up 3% at the moment, and CSX up 5% as well. Consumer services, Disney sliding a bit to the downside, close to 3.5%, and communication, finally, TMIS. Not a good look over here for TMIS. It's down 7% on the day. VZ&T also down. This entire sector probably like the bear of the day. But finally, to end it all off, you have Tesla, the worst stock that I'm seeing in front of my eyes right now. Tesla down 13.3% today, and that is not a good look for the company. GM sliding to the downside, Ford to the downside. Not a good look for consumer durable sector today.
Yeah, there's a lot of red on the board, Sia. There's no question about that. Thank you so much for going through the sector watch. Long NVVE at 58. Looking to defend that $0.50 level. My bias was the range is 850 to 950. So we're going to give this very little room, relatively speaking, of course. So the prior bar, I'm talking about the 1230 bar on the 5, has a low of 932. That's where it ends for me, right? I'm looking for a price spike up, maybe into 875, 9, just to continue with the range that it's already established. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. 860 is what it's showing me in the ask, 856 on the bid. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. We got to send it back up to Sia.
You keep an eye out on AMD. It was on the uptick right now, just a little bit of a downtick, climbing. It was still climbing. The AI accelerator market is expected to reach $1.4 trillion by the year 2030. This is coming from AMD ticker, a little bit to the upside right now. It's still flattish on the day.
Do not forget, of course, we have the AMD event, which should be starting, I think, right now. Yeah, it's already started, I think, 9 minutes deep. Yeah, thank you, Sia, for that. So AMD, the wild card, of course, their AI event, I believe, started at 9:30 Pacific time, so 12:30. She's talking. Who is Lisa Sue on? Yeah. She's on. Okay, fantastic. So the keynote already starting. Dr. Lisa Sue dropping hot lines, I guess, with the keynote there. So here come the wild cards. Keep your eye out on AMD. Anything can happen. Who knows what they're going to announce, but widely speculated I'm out of NVVE as this one is going to hold down here. 760. It's going to hold down, guys. This is an aggressive sell. 783 on the bid. 760 limit down, so we ended up giving back a little bit on that one, but that's all right. I tried my hand at it. Wow, look at the move down. Limit down. 760. This is bleeding to the downside here. Wow, look at my out, bro. It's literally almost $1 above where we're going to limit down now, man. You stops, guys. 3, 2, 1. Halted to the downside. Jensen in a dress. What's happening with that? No, man, it's not. Milton. You know, Milton. You know that they're cousins, right? Like distant cousins, not like first cousins. But Yeah, there's a lot of overlap there. They didn't even know that they were cousins, right? At some point, they had to meet just accidentally in the professional setting, and then they started talking, and they're like, "Oh, you're related to this person?" You're like, "Oh my God, we're cousins." So that is kind of the look there. All right, guys, not much going on in small cap gapper world. Everything failing. Let's send it up to Sia.
Take a look at AMD falling a little bit here, even though AMD, Lisa Su, CEO, saying that AMD is seeing the data center CPU market hit $220 billion by the year 2030. There are comments coming in. She's speaking right now. If there's anything more, I will update you, and I will update you in some more time. I don't want to interrupt the guys.
What? Well, look at it. And he keeps doing it. Look at this.
That's crazy.
Why is he doing that?
What is he achieving on that?
I don't know, bro. I don't know what the hell he's achieving. Maybe views? He's got 232,000 likes on this thing, man. My days, this guy's a nut job, bro.
Yeah, well, yeah, literally. Yeah, I mean, we can pull up AMD and see what we got going on as Tesla starts to curl over here. I won't be trading it or anything along those lines. I don't know what it was. It was when it was a significantly cheaper stock is when I was definitely better at trading the name. But yeah, not too far off of the all-time highs. Like, talk about holding up well. Gets this dip right around this 460 marker. Excuse me, climbs in $100 higher at that point. You're only about 7% off the high. We're still sitting in this NASDAQ trade to see if there's going to be an add opportunity. I don't know if there is going to be at this point, especially with the memory storage names looking to break out and climb a little bit higher here, guys. 5% across the board for a lot of them, 2.75 for some of those names. I thought the financials would be a little bit stronger on a session like this. That's not necessarily the case, which I find slightly odd, but I guess it doesn't really matter what I think or what I find odd at that point because, hey, man, where's the money rotating to? Lockheed Martin? Like Lockheed Martin with a big breakout there, Sharif.
That looks like a great hold area.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, like that's
flip to the weekly on
that's a solid setup there, if you ask me.
Yeah, let me see it. Go, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, bang. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Are you kidding me?
You like LMT?
I like that structure, my guy. Look at the area resistance and that little low area between the two peaks.
Yeah,
and look how it's holding that same area resistance. Now it's support a little bit lower, say around 500.
I like that. Yeah, I like the look of that one. I know Ryan Cohen's got his eyes on this one. eBay. Wow. I mean, like.
Don't look now, but Ryan Cohen could get that company, bro. I don't know, man.
Bro, he said he's gonna get it. He said he's gonna do it one way or the other.
Yeah.
So it's either they sell it.
It's gonna be a hostile takeover.
Yeah.
You know, unsolicited bids.
Yeah. He said he has the cash. Yeah, he diluted.
And he diluted,
so,
right? So
he's like, hey man, he might step in and just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna take over.
He's going to the shareholders directly.
Well, he said he doesn't want it to get to that.
Well, I don't think he's going to have a receptive board or management, to be quite honest with you. They look like they're pretty...
Well, because they still haven't even said anything to him.
Well, dude, look what he said. He's going to go in there, he's going to cut $2 billion. Like, some people are going to lose their jobs.
Yeah.
And
they
know that. They don't want him there, right?
No, right away.
They don't want him there, man.
Straight away.
He bought more shares. That's right, Taylor.
Yeah.
I think he has about 10% of the company now, give or take, right?
Yeah.
Fact check me, Chad. Am I wrong on that one? Does he have about 10?
Right.
I think that's the last number that I heard there.
You were saying he's Canadian.
He is
right?
Canadian. He's
right?
from Montreal,
so there we go. Another.
He doesn't talk like a Canadian though. He's lost his Canadiana.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he has.
Yeah, I love his one-word answers though.
Yeah.
Just one-word answers, and then it's like, all right.
Great guy, bro. Great guy. That CNBC interview will live in infamy. But he did a longer version lately on Bloomberg.
Yeah.
Dude. And I think he was a little bit more forthcoming in some of the details. He talked a bit more strategy, but what he's actually going to accomplish if he picks it up.
He just didn't want to be on CNBC. I don't think. Like, he just didn't want to feed into all of that.
Dude, he played his part, right? He is the guy that elicits all the retail guys that don't like the suits, so to speak, right? You guys are screwing us. Now we're going to screw you. He wants to be the poster boy for that generation. So he doesn't want to talk nice to the Josh Browns and the Becky Quicks.
No, he doesn't care about Becky Quick.
He don't speak nice to those kind of suits.
What's our boy's name again?
Which guy?
The multicolored eyed guy, man.
Multicolored eye guy?
Yeah. Andrew, man, the young guy on there. Why isn't his name coming to my mind? We talk about him all the time.
Sorkin?
Sorkin, yeah. Andrew Sorkin.
I didn't even know he had.
Yeah, it's different colored eyes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I can't believe I've been watching him all these years. I had no idea. Venue 42. Thank you very much, brother, for that. NVVE will trade on pink sheets from tomorrow. Will it open today, or are we stuck with this? Brother, how is it going to get to the pink sheets from tomorrow? I mean, it doesn't make its way down there that quickly. There has to be a notice, right? And then they have to, not keep their stock above $1 for some time. Look, it's up 31.25%. I see that it's halted down. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. We'll see. I wouldn't say don't panic too quickly here. Keep your eye out on it. Now, will it open today, or are we stuck with this? No. Where are we in the halt here? Just before we go back to see, let's see. So halt time 12:40:48. We're not even in a 10-minute halt yet, brother. So the earliest open for this one could be 12:50:48. If I don't know, Venue, if you're a newer small cap trader or what the sitch is, but the volatility halts come in waves of 5 minutes. So you just look at the last print on the time and sales, and here it is on my screen, 12:40:48, and you just add 5-minute increments on top of that until it opens up, okay? Just before we get to Sia, I'm in LICN at $1.20. We're looking like we're trying to take out the $1.25. It's a 128 high. Let's see how this one goes. Thank you for the super chat. Sia, what do you got?
Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm just keeping an eye out on what she's saying here. So there's a couple comments coming in. AMD is, however, sliding further into its losses right now. It's down 2.5% on the day. CEO Lisa Su saying, we have never been in a better position to lead. The thing that I'm most proud of is that we have the deepest partnerships with companies that are building the future. And more than 16% of Fortune 100 companies are now using AMD EPYC. She's currently showing the AMD Helios chips as well. The MI455 accelerator mounted on an EAM module that goes into Helios is currently, that is what's being shown right now. If there's anything more updates that move the stock crazily, I will be sure to update you.
Okay, you guys were right. So thank you for the super chat. Didn't see that. Venue 42. NUVVE to be delisted from the NASDAQ to trade on the OTC markets effective the 24th. Here is the SEC filing for anybody who's interested. There is the website there. I mean, I can throw that in the chat for anybody who wants to read this. There it is. It's in the chat. Yeah, tough look. So I don't know if this one even resumes. So right now, I believe it is a volatility halt. Let's go to the NASDAQ halt page and see exactly what code we're seeing. NASDAQ halts. There we go. Current trading halts. Let's NVVE there. It's still saying LUDP. Limit up, limit down, right? So LUDP, that's the code that we're getting. It still hasn't changed. So we'll see. But it's the first one there, right? They're both. This is the halt that when we were talking about. This is the earlier halt, 11:55. This is the 12:40 halt. So at the moment, it is still a limit up. Volatility halt. But yeah, thank you guys for astutely pointing out that this one is slated to be removed off the exchange. Eugh. So it is a 0, says Benton. Yes, Blicky Spears, shout out to you as well. Oh boy. Yeah, that's the way it is, man. That's the way these small caps are. Anyway, 10-minute halt. Gonna elapse here in about a minute, Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff. We're all out of this NASDAQ trade, guys, as it broke the trend, and we never got that reclaim. I'm looking at some of the larger names really start to, yeah, it hims. So, Sharif, I pulled that up. So, FDA panel votes to place popular peptide BPC 150.
Peptides?
Yeah, on the compounding list.
The Peppies, eh, Joey?
The Peps.
The Peps.
Put a little pep in your step, and yeah.
Shout out to GHKCU, and your friend Retatrutide is going to be part of the main. Because Eli Lilly filed for early, I guess, admission for Retatrutide today, right? Now it's going to be a little bit delayed, but they are filing there. Yeah. Positive as hell, phase 3 trials.
Little peppy right there. No.
Sky Q moving on.
Sky Q's moving, says Sharif. So good luck on that one there.
It's open. It's open. It's bleeding. Get out while you can, guys. It's going to limit down 623. Get the hell out. while you can. Okay, this is moving down pretty aggressively. It's going to halt 3, 2, 1. We're halted. NVVE down 6:23 halt time. 12:50, 1:03.
Are we going to SIA?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to dive a bit further into the HIMSS move right now. It's up above 7% right now, more than 7% after an FDA panel has recommended adding the BPC 157 to the 503A, that's 503A compounding list, potentially opening a new peptide category over here. So HIMSS is jumping well over 10.5% right now.
All right, sure.
Yeah, I'm leaving SSE.
You out?
I'm choosing the bathroom, bro.
Oh, he said he's leaving. He's out, man. I'm going to the bathroom. It's just me, man. I was like, you out? I was like, oh man. I could ramble on for like another hour. I'm sure C and I could probably tackle it, but he's back. It looked like he was out. I guess he had his shoes off, and I'm like, all right.
I can trade, right?
Oh, all right, come smash some buttons. Yeah, don't do that. Don't.
I'll set up market orders and just like.
There's nothing wrong with a little market order over there. You want to start trading, Sia, or what? No, thank you. Why?
I talked to Brenda about this too. I think I am very comfortable and want to get better at news and finance over day trading for now.
Get
into it at some point. I think it's pretty cool.
That's fair. You're a smart individual, but I'm sure you heard the saying in life: don't get too comfortable with being comfortable. That's why you lift bigger weights. All right, I like that one, man. That's what you got to continuously do, is keep lifting those weights. No, just to honestly invest your money, I think is definitely, yeah, for sure. Invest it, don't necessarily, you don't have to if you don't want to anyways. Aside from that, because you get very comfortable is right. Send it over.
Sorry about that. Sorry to interrupt you right now, but AMD conference right now. So CEO Lisa Su saying that Helios in full production shipments will be starting soon. And Lisa Su is currently also joined with CEO of Anthropic. So they are in talks. Any comments coming in, I will be letting you know. But AMD is sliding further into downside.
Praying for Sharif. Hopefully, hasn't eaten any American. Can I not use the bathroom without conspiracy theories moving around, man?
I know. Well,
oh my days,
dude. No, it's because you must have had your shoes off.
Yeah,
and then
I
you
always
were putting
do,
them
bro.
on.
Like I don't like.
That's why.
Can I tell you something? This chair demolishes my shoes, bro. It scratches all of them up.
I always was wondering what that funky smell was.
Yeah, cute, buddy. All right, here we go.
I need you to read a comment.
Boom. Into LICN. Go ahead. Send it to me. I have to concentrate on this trade. But LICN taking out levels, baby. We're into 127. We've got some shares on this one. We're looking for a bigger move up into 128. 128, the high of the day. There's not really much in the way of anything holding up here except this one. I also want to mention as well SkyQ. This is starting to recover above the volume weighted average price. So be careful with this one because, it's not that far above VWAP. 627 high. We're showing 57s right now on SKYQ. Sorry, I didn't throw in the ticker. There we go. Look for possible resistance here. Right, we're just like marginally above the $0.50. So keep your eye on this one. I'm keeping my eye on it, Joey.
All right, good stuff, man. We're all out of this trade here. It hasn't been a horrible one on the Nasdaq. So I mean, look at the longs, guys. We're working on the 5-minute time frame right now. We'll zoom in a little bit. So we were fortunate enough to get this little scalp. But the real trade was all the way up north of the volume weighted average price. Same thing with this, right? So, I mean, we take it again, and then you just have to wait for all of this selling to cool down, and then eventually some signals will display themselves, and it'll allow you to get into another trade. So there it is, bang, 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 bang. And then once this trend line was officially broken, we just get out. So that was definitely a pretty good one for us here today. And I was posted up. I was thinking about getting involved with Tesla, but we only took this one. Sharif doing the Donald Trump right now. We only took this one trade on this name, right? Like it's down, it's still hovering around the lows, and I'm happy for that. Gaurav and I were fighting tooth and nail on this bad boy yesterday, and it just wasn't doing what we wanted it to do, and that's a really bad sign leading into earnings report. Then we had this one trade on NVVE, and we are fortunate enough to take a nice little scalp on that one. Only a partial fill on this bad boy, but then it did climb all the way up to 1050. So it is what it is, and we're not going to complain about it whatsoever. What's the W on that one?
We're printing here, my boy. Yeah, we got 20 on, man. It showed me 34s here. We just went the peak at 35, Mr. Options, man. We're looking for 38s next. We added to this one a little bit larger than we took with other positions because we gave back some on NVVE. So we're trying to get back into the good graces of the P&L police. Crazy dirt weed.
Yeah.
LOL, that dance. Just a 1 second clip. Did you guys see the Spanish players when President Trump didn't want to get off the stage because he wanted to be with the Spanish team? You see some of the players. My man, Mikel Mourinho, of course, from Arsenal, he started doing the Trump dance there. He's like, get it, Donald. Right? Everybody loves the Trump dance. You don't even have to actually like Donald Trump to like the Trump dance. It's just funny on its own. So funny, bro. All right, man. All right, we're holding here, Joey, at 1 1/3. Look, this one, if it comes back into 1 1/4, I'm going to have decisions to make here, whether to get out or add. Because we did have a lot of resistance at 1 1/4 once, twice. OB, he is the one thrice. So if it does drop back a little bit here, I'm going to have to decide whether I want to pick some up. And then my goal for this one is $1.50 or thereabouts, right? So I think that might be a little bit ambitious, but we're going to keep a close eye on this one, especially with really nothing else running. So sadly. What is the AMD news, says LPK? They have an AI event that is currently happening now. As Sia reported moments ago, Dario Amodei and Dr. Lisa Su on the stage right now. Dario Amodei, of course, is the CEO of Anthropic, and AMD has a new relationship with them. So just search on YouTube. Are you watching the video? Are you watching? Yeah? Can you throw the video in the link for everybody? So if they want, throw the link in the chat. Sorry, that's what I meant. So if you guys want to watch, Sia's going to throw that in now. Dario says. There it is. Thank you so much for that, Sia. Thank you for that. There it is. So let's bring that up over here, Joey. Yeah. We're going to be watching, too. We want to see Mr. Amodei.
I'm gonna watch it this evening when I can actually just fully concentrate.
Yeah, we're going to click live right there. There's Dr. Lisa Su. Just show quick Assassino, and then we can take it off. Yeah, Dr. Lisa Su. She's wearing blue, Joey.
I feel that's her go-to getup.
That is her go-to, my guy. Yeah. Shout out to her, man. That blue jacket, it's so becoming.
Whoa.
Right?
Yeah.
Send it to Sia.
For sure. See ya.
All right, so keep an eye out. AMD climbing, trying to make a reversal from the losses that it has made right now. Expected to launch next generation of AI infrastructure to challenge NVIDIA. We don't know when the date of this expected launch or series is, but for now, also this coming in from a couple sources saying 160-pound AMD compute tray was just showed on display right now, and quote unquote, Lisa Su saying that's what it takes to run agentic AI in the real world.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Sia.
All right, yeah, Sky. Oh, that's Sky NY. No, we don't want that. Sky Q. We're going to take a look at that. Yeah, Trapman, nice work. What we do, what we are going to do is pull up for top VoIP, who always asks very kindly and the highly and positive individual. Oh, okay, I see what you got going on here, Shreve. Yeah, might get going here. I mean, a nice curl over. We might be able to find a opportunity on this on this bad boy here today. Now let's pull up Carvana for top VoIP. We got Big Mike in the chat here. MPD, yeah, MPD.
Big Spile really liked that thing that you made me send him yesterday. He said it made him chuckle.
Yeah.
He had been having a tough day at work, and when you sent him that, he just collapsed laughing. So he told me. He didn't say that, but I'm assuming I can imply that he did. We can both pretend.
Yeah, ask him for me if he missed me, because I miss him. All right, what was I about to post? CVNA. Yeah, I miss getting made fun of. And
of course, right? Who doesn't, right?
But no, here we can pull up the options chain on this bad boy. Fabian working away back there. We like that one.
What's going on over there, Fabian?
He's got a lot going on, man. Hey, man, listen, Fabian, never mind. I'll talk to you later. What was I about to pull up, CV?
I know it was Fabian. That was probably on my computer playing around with the audio yesterday. I'm almost certain.
No, I know who it was.
Was it Ram?
No. I can't narc, man. We don't.
It was Tiffany, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't.
It can't be Assassino.
It might have been, because he's not.
Well, then I can't do anything about it.
Exactly, but that's what I was getting at, so. You can't really do anything there. Let's pull up the actual underlying and see what we got going on. Yeah, this floor is going to break. This floor is going to break in Carvana. in my opinion, at some point, right? Like we're just holding up on this shelf here. And I think it's only a matter of time. Like another like a bad report or something steps in where the street isn't going to take it right. It's just boom, all the way to the downside there on Carvana. In my opinion, options chain isn't going to tell us that much because why? It's not the most liquid of names. We can go further out, but it's just like, okay, what are we even looking at here? Some individuals can really, really grab a hold of all this stuff over there. So yeah, I mean, aside from that, CVNA, I do believe that there is going to be more downside within this name in particular. There goes Sky Q.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
I'm not in it. Yeah. I know you're rugged. Dry snitching, says Joe. Man, hey man, I'll rat you out, man.
This guy doesn't rat out anybody. Like that's his thing.
Yeah, that's what I think. I would say, but see, that's why I can joke about it because I'm actually not gonna say anything. It might have been Ram, it might have been Sia. Or it might have been Neil. I don't know who it was. Neil. Yeah, exactly. So
Neil?
Here it is. Sky Q up 39%. We like the look of this one's jib. Don't snitch, says Lewis. Yeah, well, let's see when the going gets tough. Let's see how many of you really, really keep your mouth shut. But anyways, there it is. Sky Q looking pretty good, man.
Hold on. Exactly what's happening? I got stopped out of LICN. It just failed 114, so I had to get out of that belt. Whoa, it's going to limit down, man. 102 limit down. Be careful, guys. LICN bleeding its own blood, so we'll give back 5 pennies per share there, but we did well on this one. But whoa, what a move down here on LICN. We're involved in Sky Q. We're looking for this one to mosey on back to 6. But I got to tell you, HIMS looking real good right now, man. HIMS on what, the New York?
Oh.
It trades on the New York? HIMS is New York, bro?
Yeah, bro.
I didn't know that, man. I barely trade anything that's not small caps, right? So kind of a bull flag right now on HIMS. I want to mention that the prior bar low is right around that kind of, geez Louise, right around, what is that bar low there? 34.92. Current bar low, 34.99. Sky Q is coming back down here. I'm worried about topping tails and a fail back to VWAP, so I have to keep an eye out on this one before I enter a trade on HIMS. But HIMS looks really good, man. 35.70 high. How are we going to square this circle here? All right. I'm going to think about this one for a second. Let's send you to see you.
Important comment coming in here. So you remember, like I just said a couple moments ago, how Helios will be starting shipments. AMD will be starting shipments for Helios soon. Now there's a timeline for it as well. So Helios is already in full production with shipments beginning at the end of the 3rd quarter and ramping through 4th quarter. AMD has officially unveiled Helios at its event, its MI450 powered AI system, which CEO Lisa Su is calling, quote unquote, the most powerful rack scale AI infrastructure.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much for that, Sia. And I actually, I know I said I wouldn't trade this. Guys, be careful. If we're going to be trading AMDL, you really want to be cautious of the spread. Just due to the fact that it can get pretty ugly at times. Let's see if these volume spikes hold for us, or we're just gonna stair step a little bit lower. All right. So I mean, I know I said I wasn't gonna trade it, but we'll keep our eyes on it because some of the volume and volatility kicking in. I do like the look of this one. All right, guys. So there's Sky Q still hovering around. Maybe we get a pullback, or we go and break through this $5.80 marker. I mean, I am looking at it, but am I eager to get involved? Not necessarily. I think we're just gonna end up walking away with the session that we've had today. I mean, it's been an all right one on the Qs. We had this scalp on NVVE, and our only loss of the session was on Tesla. So Tesla not living up to, well, I mean, it's got hit pretty heavy. I shouldn't say living up to its name, but yeah, I mean, 13% to the downside is never fun for shareholders, and yeah, it's unfortunate.
Or something too.
Yeah, man, go
Great
ahead.
question from Mike. Mike Lieb, 1966. Oh, hello. No, I was just saying somebody in the chat. Oh, because Michael. That's why. I was like, why is he looking at me? Said that to my man Michael. So what happens if NVVE doesn't reopen for some reason and you are short? Well, your short position moves on. So you can still buy shares on the OTC exchange to close your position. So that's kind of how it works. But the problem is liquidity can be extremely low. The spreads can be very wide. And the kind of hard to borrow fees are charged by your broker. They change significantly. But in this case, you don't have to borrow anything because you're going to be buying to cover. So it moves with your position. That's the point that I wanted to make. But if it remains indefinitely halted, you cannot buy or sell shares, obviously, right? Until the halt is lifted or the security is kind of formally liquidated or canceled. So I'm just looking at my chart on the top there. Your position will stay open if it remains indefinitely halted. You have to pay continually. You're going to continue to pay your borrowing fees, right? If you pay to borrow them, if they weren't free to short. So that's a bit of a problem there. And your margin account kind of will lock up the collateral required until the position is liquidated and trading resumes. So you got to be careful with that, okay? This is a very, very unique situation. Typically, we don't have, things being delisted the day they're gapping up like 40, 50%. But hey, it happened today. I hope you're okay with that. I hope, nothing offside. Let me know how it goes. Anything else I can do or any other questions about that? Great question, by the way. I'm assuming a lot of other people had it. And just good information to know, man. So shout out to you, brother. I hope you do well on the trade. Continuing to hold SkyQ here. I'm going to try to add into this position for a move back above 3.25. That gives me a bit of a better cost basis there. How's it going on the other side, Randy? It's beautiful, eh? You guys got the desks. The floor is glazed and it looks fantastic. The boys were playing RC cars yesterday, man. Randy brought his RC car from home, and it's still here, and they were killing it over there. If you don't know what we're talking about, it's our racetrack. We got a big office on the other side. So this is the studio, but there's multiple parts to the office. The other side, just like this side, got renovated, and so there's no furniture. So it's like open season. So the boys, they're having a good time. Shout out to the boys. We built a little Nürburgring. They built a little Nürburgring. I love it, man. I don't love the price action on SkyQ though, Sia.
Comments coming in from OpenAI. There are people, so they have people coming in talking with Lisa Su right now. Anthropic was just here. Now there's OpenAI. So OpenAI is expecting to deploy AMD Helios at a massive scale. They're working together on the same. Currently, AMD still down on the day, 3.8%.
Luis.
What's he
yes,
saying?
Man. I got a message from Luis.
Oh,
man.
there goes SkyQ.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just going to message him. Go ahead, Joey.
Do your thing.
Yeah, I know I'm printing on it.
My bad. It's hard, man.
Yeah, well, look, Joey.
We got 572, prints up to 80. Watch out, man. You're at 72. It's pulling back here now.
This guy, bro.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I mean, listen, guys. I think it's been a pretty good one across the board. You've seen Katina Man
Ghost
had.
IQ.
Okay, Katina Man had the. It might halt here, man. Katina Man had the short, and Neil was putting on some trades here today. You have Sharif and SkyQ and NVVE earlier in the session. We were looking at the NASDAQ here today, and we did want to try to find a potential long on Tesla, but it just truly didn't display itself. You had to get into the nitty-gritty and really look into the detail of things, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, NVDA recovered. I guess that's something positive we can take out of this situation. Do we want to head back over and see how AMD is? Because we have the keynote going on here today. We're holding up on the 5-minute. What is the 1 minute telling us? Now, what we do have is a little bit of buying pressure starting to say, all right. This is what we like. This is what we want to see. This is what we want to see around these lows, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if the issue is, and the issue being is, I think being isolated is more important. What do I mean by being isolated? So what we would want to see is this specific candle around the low or the open of the previous one, and above the high or the open or the close of the next candle. So it leaves kind of like that island, something along the lines of
Island boy.
Right here. Yeah. Shout out to those guys, the Island boys over there. Frankie and
I seen one of those guys trying to box.
Yeah,
Did you see it?
Yeah. I mean,
why was he doing that? I would have just.
That's why some people just. That's why those types of guys own firearms.
Let's throw up.
They ain't gonna fight. They can't fight.
Yeah. I just thought it was like straight arm punches, but the arms they look like noodles. No. In all.
Adam, man.
Who?
Adam James, obviously.
Adam. Let's read that out. Names like INHD and NVVE scare me with SC gappers. You and I both, man. But you kind of become a little bit immune to the fear with these small caps because just, it gets to be normal after times. I've been trading small caps since the pandemic, since I want to say early 2020. Stopped for a little bit when I got to the floor here because they weren't doing that well in 22. They didn't do that well in 23. If you remember that time, you know that it wasn't really the time for small caps, especially during, you know, the year of 22. It was horrible. The market was down like 30%. Small caps weren't doing well either. So I kind of got off them. Then 24, right, as soon as President Trump looked like in the summer of 24 that he was going to win, then they started picking up again. So I got back involved. Now we've been trading small caps exclusively for the last 2 years. So you kind of feel that way sometimes with these. But I don't disagree with anything you're saying, Adam. They are a dangerous bunch. But there are ways to mitigate, of course. Right? Summer of 69? No, not that far back. Continuing to watch SkyQ zig and zag here. We got a couple of beak wetters through the 80 penny level, back down into 79, 77. Nothing to write home about here. But I want to mention the HIMS. HIMS sold off pretty aggressively, but it bounced as cleanly as I can see off that 3 1/4 area, which happened to be the 10 EMA on the 5. And here it is again, right back above 35, 35.70 high on HIMS with a peptide headline. You okay? I thought you were laughing. She is. Why are you laughing, Sia? Enlighten us. She can't say.
You can read it. You read it out because
I included a story.
Yeah.
I included a story. We've been talking about Tesla, right? We're also going to talk about more names later in the news segment. So one of the names that I included, he was like, it's just something that he said. It's not even funny if I say it out loud, but if you read it and if he shows it to you, I'm pretty sure.
What did you say? Can I read it?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm like, hey, going through your list, Tesla should 1,000% be on there, reported last night. Never mind Honda.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I think she just likes the vehemence
I
with
know,
which you
I know,
use.
exactly. But I'm like, yeah, in all seriousness, like, let's
Joey,
let's be real here.
What am I gonna do here, bro?
Oh, there it goes.
There goes SkyQ into the. No, I was about to say the high of the day, but it's not, bro. It's not. But we did wet the beak there at 87s. We're looking for more though, guys. Showing currently 83. I added like a psycho into this position at 70. So we're holding some here. We're looking for the move into 6. Doesn't feel like it's going to be in a straight line. It's not the day really for the parabolic moves up. You can kind of been able to tell just by the way these small caps have been trading all day. So Adam, Sharif asks the chat, how many people are stuck in INHD and or NVVE now? Okay, just be real though. If you're stuck in NVVE or INHD, throw up ones in the chat. Throw up ones, right? Let's just be as honest as we can be here. There's no shame in this. It could have happened to absolutely anybody, myself included. So there are some people stuck. Okay. Big Wick, Mike Peter Ryder throws a 0. This guy, bro. Skevon, Zion, Lala. I'm stuck in INHD. Sergio 2. All right. People are throwing up 0s. Why y'all throwing up 0s, man? But yeah, it does feel like some people are, stuck in this one or one of these ones right now. And, we're wishing you guys the best. Hopefully we'll get some resumptions here on NVVE. I don't know if you guys are stuck long or short or what the situation is, but, I hope you guys do well. Just don't forget what we spoke about, right? When this one opens up tomorrow on the OTCs, it's going to be moved to the OTC. Whether it opens up is another question. You will be able to cover your position if you're short. You will be able to sell if you are long. However, the price will be fundamentally different. The spread will also be different, and the liquidity will not be as ample, right? So just keep those pieces of information in mind. HIMS, there it goes, back above 35 bucks, 35 and a third, 35.70 high of day. There goes SkyQ again. It's having a lot of trouble with this 87, 86 area. We're going to wet the beak, and there's 88. We're looking for a move into 6 here on SkyQ. Let's keep an eye out on this one. We're sending you to see it with news. There it goes, yes.
More comments coming in from AMD CEO Lisa Su saying 2026 marks the first year the world uses more AI compute to quote unquote run models than to train them. She's expecting inference to consume 60% of global AI capacity as agentic AI continues to scale. Also, that our new Venice CPU has extended our leadership in the industry. So the new EPIC design also gives the largest generational gains. They're showing a lot more chips that have been introduced by the company at the conference right now. Any more news, I'll come to you with it.
I'll submit to you guys something. I think that AMD has a decided advantage over NVIDIA when it comes to CPU design. They've been doing it a lot longer, okay, much longer. And you're probably wondering, well, why do you care about CPUs? They're not in vogue anymore. Well, they are, right? Ever since we've shifted from these sort of chatbot LLMs into agentic AI, CPUs have a bigger part to play. So CPUs all of a sudden back in focus here, and as important, I don't want to say as important, but equally, maybe a little bit less, than GPUs. So I think that that's where AMD certainly has an advantage over, NVIDIA, which I'm not saying their CPU is bad or anything like that, but think about the experience, think about the amount of iterations that they've had creating CPUs, Epic, all the other things that they've made. So that's my little spiel there. But continuing to watch SkyQ, Joey, we're doing well here. I think current bar high is right around 6, give or take. 596 high a day. We're showing 94 now. I put a couple of liquidity testers south of 6 and north of 6. And there it goes, options man, in the 6, showing 599s. Let's see if we can get north of 6 here. So pack in the patience, looking for a bigger move up here on SkyQ.
Good stuff. All right, yeah, bravely, we apologize. What's up, Reds? Thank you very much for that one. You know what, we will pay some focus. Now, listen, NVDA Outlook, who's asking that one? The one IT dude. What's up, IT dude? Let's pull it up, man. I mean, we've been talking about this name all day. Well, you see some of the other mags heavily in the red. This name isn't too far. I mean, you're about 0.8% holding away from positivity. And I mean, a lot of it was just due to some of the pressure from the NASDAQ overnight. Now, this is a big time V-shaped reversal. Are we going to head towards the high? No, but what we will do is zoom out and we'll head over to the daily, is that we ran into a key resistance zone and we're starting to see this pattern a lot across the board and especially across the Magnificent Seven stocks. Now, maybe we switched that terminology up because I know before we had FANG, now it's Mag 7, but that was just exclusive to individuals who are in the $1 trillion club. Now we have more individuals in the $1 trillion club, Shreve. So maybe we've got to expand this one. But at some point, I do believe that we're going to break through and head towards this all-time high. When? That's a great question. Now, there could be some disruptive service step in, and the next thing you know, you're back into 190s, which would be absolutely fantastic for me because guess what? I'll just buy some more. But right now, I'm not going to complain. Now, I told you guys I've been building and building and building. Now, I'm only in about like 20% of the complete amount of size that I want, maybe even less, to be honest with you. So anything south, like I told you guys, south of my average price within this specific account, I'm buying as much as I possibly can. Now, money, unfortunately, doesn't grow on trees around here, so you have to be patient and allow things to come to you, and then you be really precise with your entries. But I think NVDA is on a trajectory where it can break through some key levels and definitely head up into this $236 marker. So yeah, there's your NVDA lookout. I'm forever bullish. Listen, it may seem like the sky is falling here today with Google down 7%. Cool, guess what? I'm going to buy a little bit more. That's why we started. I've been faked out by noise on multiple occasions, but now just getting more thorough and just going through some of the reports, it's just like these guys, which we'll get into momentarily here, have... I don't want to give away my points, right? It's not like I'm giving away. I don't want to go over them on multiple occasions, but there's a lot positive going for Google. Tesla will remain forward-looking, but something that we've been kind of forward-looking with for so long within this name is actually starting to come to fruition, right? Like we're going to start some mega, you're going to see amping up of the Cybercab and the first generation Optimus. Now, I don't think that Optimus is going to do that well, in my opinion, but I think the Cybercab is absolutely game-changing and structural change within people's day-to-day operations. Now, we can actually, I think that's a really good poll for us to set up right now. Will you be, are you interested in autonomous, would you use autonomous vehicles to get to work every day? I think that's a great question because I'm stood on the point of, hey, people who have an hour-plus commute, if they can use FSD or autonomy to get into and from work every day, I believe they're going to take advantage of it. That's where I stand personally. Adam James says burn them all, which is, that's also okay. Dude, if you know what, you know what with Adam James, this guy, how do you get from country to country?
I'm assuming he flies.
Yeah, all right. So that's a lot of fuel right there, Adam. So I don't know what's up with that one, my brother.
That's like Trudeau.
He's like Trudeau.
Yeah, he banned all the single-use plastics, and then him and his friend Katy Perry there were having a red cup. How come we can't have red cups up here, Trudy? Right? So there's the look. All right, I just have to cover a couple of things. Grunfeld, great information, Grunfeld. I have to tell you guys this, okay? D-lists will become more often. Yesterday, the SEC approved NASDAQ rule change that mandates the immediate suspension and fast-track D-lists any company whose total market value is below 5 mil. Checked. Yes. On July 22nd, 26, the SEC officially approved NASDAQ proposed rule change. Here's what the new rule actually does and why it will cause delistings to speed up dramatically. 1, the threshold. Companies across the NASDAQ's global select, global market, and capital markets must maintain a minimum market value of listed securities, MVLS, of at least 5 million. What's the trigger? If the company's total market value stays below $5 million for 30 consecutive business days, the NASDAQ will issue that delisting determination. There's no curing period. For most rule violations, like falling below the dollar per share, NASDAQ gives companies usually a 180-day grace period, and sometimes they give them extensions to fix this issue. Under the new rules, there is a 0 cure period, immediate suspension. Once the 30 days are hit, the NASDAQ will immediately suspend trading on a fast-track delisting. Dang. Appeals do not stop the halt. Even if a company appeals the NASDAQ's hearing panel, the stock will not stay trading on the NASDAQ during the appeal. It gets dumped to the OTC, the pink sheets, immediately while the review plays out. Dang, man. Dang. Yeah, no, that's going to change small cap trading, man. Because if you've been on their you-know-what list for 30 straight days, and then today, like NVVE, that's day 30.
Yeah.
You stay the hell away from this thing, dude.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
You can get caught in a halt and you may not be able to get out.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
So, schmack. Thank you so much, Grunfeld, for that, brother. You guys are shouting me out. Shout out Grunfeld there, man. He's the one that gave me that information. So shout out to him. Thank you for that, Grunny. That is brutal, man. It is brutal. It makes small cap trading, especially, on day 30 or close to, a little bit more risky. So it is what it is, man. Shout out to Yannick. He likes the rule. Shout out to my man Yannick there. Guys, HIMS got into another high day. Couldn't call that out, but okay, Adam, I'm just going to send it to you in a DM, brother, because it has to do with the delisting rules on the NASDAQ. I'm just going to copy and paste it and DM it to you. You should probably read this because you're a small cap trader. You got to keep an eye on this. So HIMS, TIF, does look pretty good here. 35.85 high. We're showing 35.45 right now, so about 40 pennies off the day high. It's got a great bull flag kind of pattern here with some higher lows. The only bamboozling candle was the 105 candle, and it held the 10 EMA like a glove and then proceeded to make another move back up. So HIMS in focus. I got out of SkyQ because it came back into my entry, but it feels like it might hold up here. Sorry, charts are freaking out. Yeah, the charts are crashing out, Tiff. There's nothing I can do about that. But that is the look. So I'm going to keep my eye here on SkyQ at 580, but I really don't have anything else. Maybe NVCR. You guys astutely pointed this one out, but it is trading a little bit. Oh, wow, this one's going to crash out too? Yeah, the charts have their days, man, they're both crashing out. Look at that. I'm getting blank screens on both ones on the bottom left. Let's load up NVCR on a trading screen here. Get a gander of what the price action is now that my charts are no good. What do we got? We got a wide spread here, man. 7 pennies, 17 on the bid, 24 on the ask, but we do have resistance at 20. This one could absolutely rocket up. I'd be looking for a 20 drop and hold. But if it loses 20, I'd get the hell out, right? So keep your eye here, there. Oh, Katina, man, come in with that lunch, bro. Show everybody, show the people what we got. The Katina man's got the lunch. You took Brendo's salad.
Oh, let me get
fajitas.
Ooh, we got corn, you got chicken on there, some mixed veggies. There's your salad right there.
let me get some of that, man. Yeah.
This guy's trying to take his food, bro. My goodness.
Still be logging NVIDIA 206.
Oh,
Well, guess what, Katina man? You know where it is?
you know where it's
NVIDIA?
at, Katina man?
You're $4 and change in the money, my guy.
Oh,
Because it's at 210 right now. Katina man long 206 on NVDA. Keep your eye on that. Guys, rule change for the NASDAQ, eh? Yeah. Did you know about this? Small caps are going to get delisted immediately. They should, yeah. I'm going to send you guys. This is very interesting. Yeah. Did you know about this, Neil? Because I didn't know about it. It's from the 22nd. So, no, I'm not, brother. Look, if 5 million market cap, if it drops below 5 million market cap for 30 days, you're off on day 30. There's no grace period whatsoever. Yeah, so it's interesting because we have one that's fitting that profile today, Katina, man. It's NVVE. It's halted down. It's going on the OTCs tomorrow, and people are panicking. Well, it was good to the upside. Now it's halted now for almost half an hour. So, yeah, 126 right now, Joey. NVCR trying to hold up at this level. We're going to pack the patience. We're sending you to Sia.
CEO of AMD, Lisa Su, continuing to make comments over here saying Venice is in full production and customer demand is strong. Venice-based systems to appear in the fourth quarter. Also saying that the new EPYC, like I mentioned earlier, but I want to mention again, NVIDIA moved a very, very small amount, but still did, has 20% more performance than an NVIDIA CPU.
all right. Thank you very much for
Put it in the chat if you guys want to read through it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I appreciate that, bro. You look worried. What's going on? Says, do I look worried? What if
Sorry,
I
Neil.
smile?
I mean, there's a lot of rules. What can I do, right?
If I could just smile here, maybe.
Neil's like, it's
maybe
so
I'll look a
long.
little
What am I
bit,
supposed to do, bro?
The one-liners.
A one-liner, Neil. We got details, my boy.
Yeah, the one-liners. Tiffany, do I look worried?
El Sol
I'm very
398 says you need to smile more. He's smiling right now, man.
I swear that's almost all I do. No? Do I walk around like I don't have that? I was gonna say I don't know if it's appropriate, but
What?
the resting face. Do I have the?
Oh,
resting?
well, yeah, the bitch resting face.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. There we
Look
go.
at that, I'm smiling in this one.
Unlimited upside.
Here's
Yeah,
my guy.
I'm
Here's
always
my
smiling.
guy. Get it, Joey.
Yeah, I was gonna say something, but anyways, we forgot about that. Let's head right back into the good old stock market. I feel like I'm always giggling and like.
I think you're a pretty upbeat guy.
Yeah,
unless
which
it's
I-
one of those days.
It's one of and
I can detect it immediately.
A few
It's
are
like-
far between, but I try to laugh some things. But see, the thing is, I'm laughing, but deep down inside, you don't know how much pain I truly am because because
Boys are
my
trolling.
long-term portfolio. But anyways, that's all you can do is laugh it off, man.
OpenAI infrastructure chief. They plan to work with AMD on the MI500. Oh my days. OpenAI obtained AMD Helios GPU racks 3 months ago. Altman, no, sorry. See, I didn't mean to steal the thunder there, but I just saw it coming in. So interesting take there, Joey.
Yeah, thanks, Laugh Forge. I appreciate it. Yeah. Why is that funny? But yeah, I appreciate all you guys, man. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. Yeah, OpenAI, man, it may never go public. You never know.
Let them go public. I'd like for them to go public so people can short the hell out of them.
You and I had this conversation.
Yeah.
I think the narrative changes. Like, Sam Altman's been ousted once before. If things get really ugly, which they are pretty ugly right now, with him in regards, that is, then who knows? He might happen to get kicked off once again if the board votes him off.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to have as many people come to his aid this time. We know Satya put his foot down last time. Satya was like the kind of the veto.
Yeah.
As soon as he heard that Altman had been kind of booted, Satya got involved. And I don't think he has the same relationship with Satya that he did in 23.
Does he have the same relationship with anybody who he struck deals with that he did a year and a half ago, 2 years ago?
Well, man, the dude is, I don't want to repeat Elon.
Scam Altman.
Yeah, like the amount of people who distrust him, I feel, is markedly higher than the amount of people who speak well and who say, yeah, we can kind of rest easy when Sam's around.
Yeah, I mean, hey, man, it is.
I'm not a big fan of his. I'm not a big fan of OpenAI anymore.
Oh.
You know, I'm just not, right? Their model is not superior. The model is constantly making mistakes, both in formatting, in summary style, in information. I'm not saying AIs are perfect. They're not.
They're not.
But his, you know, if you want to be that frontier.
Well, he is frontier.
Is he though?
Dude, come on, man. He's got almost 1 billion monthly active users.
I'm not disagreeing with that. The numbers are what they are.
They
I can't
are,
argue,
man.
but I'm just not saying. I'm saying it's not as good as the others.
Yeah, I
Right?
think
Like-
Claude. I think Claude from a MAU standpoint. Your boy Sundar also doing pretty.
Sundar, yeah, they got a couple of delays, but that's okay.
Yeah, but
right?
I think that's light work, bro. Did you see 950 million monthly active users? You're creeping in on OpenAI numbers. Like, it's neck and neck, dude.
Yeah, and they don't have. They have the enterprise, which OpenAI doesn't, and we know what B2B margins are. They're a lot better than B2C. Eduardo, I love this guy, bro. Eddie, if you were in Barcelona, I'd want to meet you, but you're in Madrid.
Oh.
So we're not going to be coming to Madrid. I like Eduardo, man. He always comes in there. I know you don't like Altman either, Eduardo, because I know how your political leading is, right? And so there's no way that you like Altman. So I think we fall on the same side here. Am I right, Eddie? Let me know, brother. In any event, guys.
I like OpenAI so much more if and when Sam Altman is removed as CEO.
Do you know what happened here? Do you know why Claude is booming? Because all the PhDs who were distrustful of Altman, who didn't like Altman, all left OpenAI and went to Anthropic. Dario was
one of them.
And that's what I'm saying. So they have
yeah.
the best people. They have all the mathematician PhDs, the actuarial
Dario and his
mathematicians.
sister, man, were one of them. So.
And why do you see? That's what I'm saying, right? So he's not for me, and neither is OpenAI. But you know, Anthropic comes to market, we're punching. But that's the thing, Joey. Like you and I have often talked about this as well. The speed with which, you know, the leading model, like you're in the lead today, I'm in the lead tomorrow.
Man.
It changes a lot, man.
Of course,
right?
man. We've been saying that for sure. I mean, I think at some point you're going to see Anthropic. If it's not already at the top of the list, it just doesn't have the consumer base for B2C.
Well said, man.
B2C what OpenAI has, but I do believe at some point it will be able to gain some ground. See ya.
Oh, sorry about that. Uptake on CBRS, Cerebras. Lisa Su, who is the CEO of AMD, currently being joined by co-founder of Cerebras Systems. Right now, we're going to also take a look at how CBRS on the rise right now. We're going to take a look also at how AMD is doing at the moment. Not the best look here, but still trying to keep that momentum and still trying to make a reverse from all the losses that it has been making since Lisa Su started her conference this afternoon.
Yeah, shout out to Dr. Lisa Su, get it? She's wearing blue, by the way, guys. You know, she got that blue jacket on again, so it's a good day. Madrid right now is like an oven working on full force. Barcelona has the sea and the nice coast 1 hour away, too. Yeah, shout out to my man Eduardo, man. Eduardo, are you a Madridista? Did I say that right, Assassino, or did I throw in another syllable? I don't know, but you're close. Madrileño in Portuguese. That's Portuguese, though.
Bom dia.
No, I think, you know, if he's from Madrid, he's either an Atletico fan or he's a Madrid fan. Or if he likes soccer at all, perfect. Somebody said, okay, good. I said it right, Joey. But that's...
Who is our guy,
Lamine?
Yeah, he plays for Barca. He plays for Barca,
yeah,
right?
Of course, Barca, brother, yeah. Sharif de Latina TV. I really don't follow too much soccer, but from family legacy, I would be Real Madrid. Shout out to my man there. Joey.
Yeah.
There goes Sky Q again, coming back in.
Going, man.
We failed 6, Joey, right? We popped into 6, we dropped, set him up, open up shop, right into that 570 area, and we're looking for a little bit more now. There's 86-ish. Come on, man. It didn't give me my money, man.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. We're going to set up a little bit higher, Joey. Let's set up in the 90s, see what we can get on that one. Shout out to my man, Eddie. Mike P. D. Ryder. I looked up all the tickers at risk on the NASDAQ. Lots of ones that I like to scalp. This will be interesting. Shout out to you, Mike. Very astute of you to actually go and do the homework to see which ones are at risk. That's brilliant. Mike, if you can message me that list, man, if you've got it, I'd like to be able to know them as well. We're both on the gram, so I'd like to be able to see what you got there. I appreciate you, Mike PD Ryder. Yannick is a big Barcelona fan. Shout out to my man. Gavin Ross. Need to speak to A-Day Trading about that delisting news. Absolutely, man.
Yeah, talk.
Luis freaking Barbado is definitely going to have something to say about that. And I just messaged him right now, actually, on the gram. He was sending me his WhatsApp because he's trying to.
Good. Yeah, you guys are going to link up over there.
Yeah,
Sign
man.
in. Sign in over.
I'm pumped. The problem is, though,
trading.
I hope maybe he can switch the small cap segment to Tuesday. I only say that because I'm leaving Wednesday afternoon at 1.
Oh,
right?
okay.
So I'm not going to be in the office.
So, yeah.
But if he does it Tuesday, then I can do the small cap segment from there.
Yeah, exactly, man.
That would be pretty cool.
We'll hold it down over here for sure.
Get it, Joey.
And see what you guys got going on.
What is the gram candle stocks?
Instagram.
Instagram, brother.
Instagram.
Sorry. Yeah. My mistake there.
It's all right, man. I mean, not all of us knew that. Bro, that would be awesome. Yeah, it would be absolutely really cool.
Man, Jacques.
Whoa, what's up, Noloon, man? Anyways, aside from that, guys, Sky Q, this thing, we're waiting to see if we're going to get that high of the day break
talking
here.
About Rubio, yeah.
Is he talking about Rubio? Yeah, I mean, who's that on the celebrity esthetician accused of scarring client? I mean, I don't really care about all of that stuff. Anyways, there it is. Sky Q not looking too bad. Katina, man, nice work there on NVDA. Slowly starting to pull back in here, but a nice bounce off of the bottom. We had the lows of the day here on the Nazi here. Let's see if we can pull this bad boy up. Oh, no, we went blue ocean by accident there. Sia, bear
Not
with me
ocean.
for 1 second. Yeah, no, not the ocean. But here it is, a nice move over there. And we take our last little bit off just south of the volume weighted average price. Now starting to head lower. What's up?
Bro, you, man.
Why? Send it to see her.
CBRS towards the downside now, although it is up close to 7% on the day. Lisa Su saying that the company is collaborating with chip signer Cerebras to provide speedy inference through Cerebras cloud service. CBRS up on the day 7%, but there is a bit of a downtick on the stock right now.
PIM's actually sold off because I was thinking about a potential fade.
It's holding 10 EMA right at 35, Joey, but it is 4 red candles in a row now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what we got going on here. There is somewhat of a shelf starting to be established. Now, you want to try to get as close to the high of the day as you possibly can. If you can't, I mean, over here at 35.87, you play that $36 break. If it snaps that, then you just get out of Dodge. But there could be a good opportunity to go short there. And what is it, CRBS? Is that Cerebras?
Yeah, or CBRS.
CBRS. Yeah, there goes. There goes Hims to the downside. Cerebras, or whatever you would like to call it here, pulling back off that 235 down to 222 level. So, yeah, I mean, man, hey, a couple of names turned around, but it looks like we're going to have some form of continuation to the southeast here. There goes Tesla right back towards the low of the day. A curl over here in the NASDAQ. And let's see if we get that bounce here on NVDA.
Snowman, Adara has the day off today. She's got the day off tomorrow. She'll be back on Monday. Shout out to the Snowman. There goes Sky Q into 595. We're long 75. We're looking for 6s now. Let's see if the Q can hold up here. God knows there's not much at all in the world of small cap gappers today. So let's see if this one has got the juice to take out 6, man. So we just got the beak wet there at 97s. Good look here on Sky Q. I mean, there is NVCR. I was about to get into that one. Then I saw it fail 20, so that completely changed. But I'm going to keep my eye here on Sky Q. I do like this 570 shelf. We've been long at 570 multiple times simply because it just keeps holding up there, right? And so long as it does, so long as I'll get in. HIMS is failing, by the way. HIMS looks like it's headed to 34. Volume weighted average price on HIMS is at 33.80-ish, showing 34.45 right now. It's a bad breakdown here on HIMS as it loses trend. There's this doji candle at 105, the low of which is 34.27. Let's see if it holds up there. It's at 34.30 right now. So a lot of blood in the streets. And there goes Sky Q options, man, through $6. Let's set up at 605. Let's see if the liquidity will let me to get that print. What's going on over there, Katina, man? Oh,
that was me, man. That
you.
was me on the siren for you there.
Get it, Joey.
Yeah, let's see if we get this break, man. We want to see. We're going to do the exact same thing that we've been doing over the past couple of days. on SkyKey. Let's see if we're fortunate enough to kind of execute how we want to. What we really need is to see the volume and the momentum pick up in the tape. And I'm not seeing it right now. Oh, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes. Oh, what a horrible.
Come on, SkyQ.
Didn't even give me the
fur, baby,
fill.
fur.
What is that nonsense?
What? What happened,
For what
Joey?
it is. I was posted up at 6.
My money.
And it didn't give me the fill there. Now up to 611. So it is what it is, man. We'll accept it. We missed out on that one. I'm glad Sharif got to participate in that one. What's Katina, man? What are you saying over there, bro?
I love Katina, man, bro. When he gets back, he makes me chuckle, man.
He's always making me chuckle. But anyways, I confirm Joe is not happy as normal Joe. I hope all is good, Joe.
Man, he's fine, man. Oh, what's going on over there,
He's
Katina, man? What do you got on the
chefing up, man,
grill,
on the
brother?
grill,
Oh,
man.
no.
Grill.
Did you burn your eyeballs there, man? Like, I'm pretty
Everything
sure
is
you would have got
alright,
singed
man.
there, Katina, man. What's that, Sia? We were waiting for you to tell us,
We were
right?
waiting for you.
Yeah, we
There's
thought
20
you were
minutes.
covering the AMD thing. That's why. Yeah, okay. All right.
There's 20 minutes. Are we going to do it? No, man.
up
We're
to
just
you,
going
bro.
to trade here.
Yeah, we'll hold
Okay,
on.
let's talk a couple of names here. I actually want to talk Google and I want to talk Tesla. Joe needs time off. Maybe
What is
Joe-
happening
Joe,
up there?
man.
Why is everyone hating on Joe? He hasn't done anything. Guys, SkyQ, high a day, 612.
Oh, man,
Let's
it went.
go, SkyQ, man. A bid came in there pretty aggressively, Joey, right around $6, but it's still below the high of the day right now. So I'm going printless here. Above 6. Well, I took a print above 6, but the next print there, we're looking for 15s, then we're looking for 20s, no continuation, right? I didn't think that this was going to be
Appreciate you.
a beeline
Figured
above
I'd
6.
seen
You
it.
know what I mean? Because, well, that's just, it's not the day today for the small cappers in that way. We'll see if this one wants to change its tune, perhaps change a little bit here. 34 being held at the moment on HIMS. So that one, someone was hilarious in the chat. Did you see Hims went,
Did it?
yeah, think about what Hims sells and then think about what adjective
Yeah,
you
blue
could use.
blue
that.
chew.
Yeah, exactly. I can't say it, Neil. I can't do it.
Yeah,
we got to go to sleep.
hold on. I got to give a couple of shout outs here before we
All
do,
right.
man. All love. Snowman. Is that 1017? Brr. All right, Snowman. Ozan, we love you too, Ozan.
Yeah,
Ask
Ozan's
Liquidity.
sick, bro.
Who else? I don't want to miss anybody, man, because that's what we need. Rav, I know that's what you were getting at there. And Fur CC. What's
Get
up,
it, Bovin.
everyone? GG Duckies. Shout out to
Forget my
everyone.
boy
Joe
Bovin,
Go
too,
Alpha
bro.
4 official. Yeah, nice move there on SkyQ there, Sharif, as you're holding on 575. That's
Yeah,
a nice
man.
little move right there. Go Canada for sure. See what do you have?
Okay. AMD and Cerebras. That was not a bad reaction, by the way. I was just shocked. AMD and Cerebras, CBRS, are to deliver AI inference that combines the AMD Helios GPU and the GPU rack, the entirety of the rack, with the Cerebras wafer scale chip. We have CBRS that was on the upside, then went on the downside. It tried to go back to where it started from when we had the co-founder join Lisa Su, but currently still struggling to make that level again. It's still, however, up on the day significantly.
Perfect. Thank you, Sia, for that. Yes. Did you go through your watch list to see what's strong and what's weak? Should we do a little
Yeah,
bit of that?
we can roll it back, man.
We
I
can
go through
roll
it.
it back.
Thanks. I appreciate that, JM.
So no Mag 7s are green today. All of them are red, without exception. I mean, NVIDIA's, up 0.07 since the bell rang, but down 1 1/4 on the day. SpaceX green, Netflix green, but I wouldn't touch that with your money. SMCI green, Micron, SNDK, WDC, SKHY. So you can see here there's a theme, the memory names, and SMCI is in earnings place, so it's a little bit different. The memory names and the optics names, LITE, AAOI, the optics names, all green on the day. Then you can kind of move down a little bit here. Let's look at some of these clean energy names. You got Bloom Energy, FCell green as well. Chinese ADRs for the exception of, Li Auto. They're all red on the day. Moving down, crypto getting clipped as well. Nothing new there, but you do have some of the former miners. We're talking about CleanSpark, Mara, Riot, Hut, Cypher, all green on the day, and good moves for these guys. Look at Hut. Neil astutely pointed this one out to me in the pre-market, HUT. It's coming close to the high of the day, man. A lot of resistance at 119 on Hut with a 120.38 high, but this is as close to the high of the day we've been in a while. We got down to about 113. So you're seeing that on CIFR as well. So very, very similar look between these names. Look at the kind of harmony between the charts on the mining names. Let's see if CleanSpark looks like that. Very similar in all 5 of these. I should say. The military names very strong on the day with LMT's earnings report. 8 3/4 right now on Lockheed. You've got, pretty good names as well. RTX up 7, LHX up, I believe, 4. So a lot of greenery in the military defense names. Meme stocks, all kind of red. Same with the cybersecurity. They're all getting clipped for the exception. I wouldn't even call Cisco a cybersecurity name. I don't even know I have it there. Fintech and decentralized finance also red on the day. Marijuana names, for the most part, red. You have ACB and GRWG that are marginally green. Watch out. Now, SkyQ could fail here, okay? Biotech names, all green except for Moderna and Regeneron.
Go over crypto, Sharif.
I did already. It's mostly
did?
red, but I talked about the mining names are green, right?
Okay.
You've got, social media names, your Reddit, Roblox, Pin, Snap, they're all red on the day as well. It does feel like SkyQ might fail here. Just have to watch this for a sec, so I have to pause here because it just popped up and it got to 615 and it failed. So look how I didn't get that print on the top right of your screen. And now it's failing, about 20 cents lower than where it just was seconds ago. So I'm a little concerned that this doesn't reclaim 6, so I'm going to keep my eye out on that. EV names, solar, decidedly red on the day. Aviation as well. Joby, oh my God. Retail names all red as well. Let's flip to some energy names. You can see obviously a bit of a different look there when it comes to the energy names, obviously, given that USO is up big on the day, so they are a mixed bag, and even the ones that are red are barely red. Airlines, all red on the day. You're seeing big red. American, oh my days. Americans down 10, 9 1/3 on Americans. You're seeing LUV as well, which reported earnings down 5. You got JetBlue down 6. UAL and Delta faring a little bit better. Banking names, Joey, for the exception of Schwab, all red on the day. Likewise with your consumer defensive names, Target, Costco, Walmart, CLPG, they're all red. Nat gas names, bit of a mix there. Uranium, also mixed with mining and infrastructure. But look at URI. Oh, my days, 11% here on United Rentals. Did this thing report? Oh, yeah, it did. It did report. That's why. It's a big 11% there. Caterpillar, Deere, all flat on the day.
All right, man. Good stuff. Good rundown there. As I guess in short, a whole lot of red across the board, man. I'm looking at some of the names. Yeah. Not very much green. I mean, Caterpillar is holding on to green here, but not a single one in the Mag 7 land. Oh, we got SpaceX, actually, $1 trillion name. About 0.1% to the top side. Other than that, man, I mean, we've gone through trade reviews. How much time? We got 12 minutes, man. We got to stretch this 12 minutes out somehow. We got to figure out what we're going to talk about.
Talk about Altman again.
We could talk about Altman as well. We could talk about, I guess, anything in which you guys desire. But this was definitely our better trade here on the day, was this one. But then some nice opportunities throughout these moves here, guys. So not too bad of a look. And again, look at this. Tesla, only one attempt on this bad boy. Gorev and Los Pollos. Los, I haven't seen you the past couple of days. Where you been at, my friend? Only one attempt on this bad boy yesterday.
I still haven't seen Jesse Martinez, man.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what Blicky's saying either. Jesse, he never hit you back.
Blicky's been all over.
No, but Blicky said Blicky and Jesse speak on the ones.
Oh, okay.
And he said last time I heard is that Jesse never hollered back at Blicky.
He didn't holler back at me.
Yeah, he didn't holler back at you. He chimed in last week at some point.
He did,
in the morning, but then he was gone. So yeah, probably. I mean, doing his own thing, obviously, right? You got the family and the kids, anyways. Yeah, that guy will be missed. May we all salute our fallen soldier, Jesse Martinez. But no, in all seriousness, there is our only movie. Well, dude, you want a moment of silence for Jesse?
No, man, we didn't die, man. Come on, man.
All right, here it is. Our only attempt on Tesla. That one didn't work out. And here it is on NVVE. I'll say here it is one more time, and there we go on NVVE with a high of the day break. This thing's now down to $2.86. This was a high of around $10.50. Now it's how is that even possible? It's negative. Okay, I mean that is very much possible. Negative 50% on that one. Sia, what do you have?
CBRS on the climb again, up, soaring over 8.5%, 9% right now. So here's what's going on. AMD and Cerebras partnering to build ultra-low latency AI inference Infrastructure. Joint and AMD Cerebras AI inference platform will be launching on Cerebras Cloud in H2 2026.
Sir, yes, thank you very much for that, Sia. Okay, so Bhavin wanted me to look at VIVK, and I gave him my honest opinion, but look, the pickings are slim for the small cap traders. I get that. We're all looking for something to trade. I like SkyQ right now, but this is VIVK. It's been, moving back up into that volume weighted average price. It's reclaimed 2, so it's got that whole dollar support behind it right now, but it's what standing in front of it is that white line. That is the volume weighted average price. My goodness, what is happening with SkyQ? This thing is all over the map, man. Above 6, below 6. I'm out. Get out of here, man. So if this fails, the reclaim of VWAP above it, I think we could probably lose 2 here. But if it's steady state, stair steps up, holds that volume weighted average price as support, it can look pretty good here. So VIVK, a bit of a Christmas tree retracement. We often call this kind of move up and then move down pretty swift. A Christmas tree because it kind of looks like one. But yeah. Shout out to Bhavin. I won't have anything to do with VIVK unless it can hold above 2. Check NVVE chart. Yeah. Oh, it's open. I hope you guys got out, man. I really hope you guys got out. Like you guys, if I was stuck in this, I would have been watching it the entire time. It opened. I think it's halted again.
Yeah, dude, it's down to $2.70.
All right, well, it's trading now. Get the hell out. If you guys are long or short, cover. Get out, right? Limit down is going to be 257. We're pretty close to that. We're showing 61 now. So limit down is 257, limit up is 315. So for everybody who's stuck into this, this is your opportunity, whether you're in or out of the money, right? Do you really want to risk this moving up? It's going to halt up. I hope people are not.
Man, yeah, get out of that.
It's going to halt up at 315. There we go. Limit up. It needs a few more seconds. Whoo, what a day, man. This rule change is really screwing things up here, man. Good thing Grenfell let us know about that, man.
Thanks,
that is a big deal there. Limit up on NVVE, guys. Trade it carefully, please. This is, it's no joke. You find yourself on the wrong end of the exchange there. So there's issues in Azure. Eyes on Microsoft here, guys. Microsoft Azure West U.S. region hit by intermittent connectivity failures and elevated latency issues since 1444 UTC on July 23rd. That's today. Microsoft actively investigating networking and traffic routing anomalies behind Azure West, U.S. connectivity failures and latency issues. Let's see what Softy's doing.
Pull it up, man.
Pull up. I'm trying. It's not doing anything. It's not even moving. So clearly, the market doesn't care about this. All right, so that's what it is there.
We got a $2 super chat, though.
Have at it, baby.
Netflix, higher low daily, higher high next. Let's go. Hey, man. Yeah, Netflix wasn't, I think a couple of us built a thesis just based off hey, especially just during the whole bidding war, it was the beginning of the end, really, I shouldn't say that's such a push. It was just kind of crazy, but it wasn't good, right? It was around the split area. They're getting involved with the bidding war. And then when they dropped out, I thought that was going to be a good opportunity for the stock to fully rebound and maybe head towards all-time highs. But there's obviously a major issue with a lot of things going on with this name, right? They're spending a bunch of money, obviously, with production. They did invest in A24. I know you like that one, Assassino. A24, and Fabian, we're big fans of around here. But when they stepped out of it, you have this initial bounce, but what you have is selling step right back in. Now, when you have a broader issue, and that's with the content within a specific sector or division within your actual streaming platform, then you might run into some more issues. And I think that's the narrative here with Netflix. Now, from a subscriber standpoint, are they dropping? That I can't recall, but they don't release it every quarter like they used to. Now, what I will give credit to is the digital ad revenue and the digital ad segment within this company is just going to be absolutely monstrous. Now, we do have a lot of individuals stepping in for those shorter duration subscriptions, right? You have the live sports events, whether in regards it be to Jake Paul having his fighting events or some form of MMA featuring or NFL games on the platform. That's positive, but I don't think that's going to be the net driver. I feel like we've gone in a massive circle from linear TV to just essentially falling right back into that world again with some of these streaming providers, and Netflix is at the forefront of that, in my opinion.
All right, Nick, you want one? SkyQ. Here it is. So this is, this is what we look for, right? We look for the name not to immediately fail after having a good day. And I want to submit to you, Nick, since that big volume day that we had on June 22nd, what's that trend look like? It's not Tesla or it's not, whatever, but it's putting in higher highs and higher lows, Nick. So if you can stomach, a little bit of volatility, that's not a bad looking upward channel there. So I think, you may have some resistance here. It looks like probably between $8 to $10. But that would be my pick for today. Now, it does have a tendency, obviously, to throw in some red candles there, but the general trend is the same. It's higher highs and higher lows. So shout out to Nick. Whatever you choose to do, brother, I hope you print up multiple storms on that. Whatever, let me know how it goes. Maybe wait for SkyQ tomorrow because it had a big day today. I don't know. It's going to be really up to you. I don't think I've ever held a small cap gap for overnight, right? So I'm not the right person to ask, but it has a good look here on the daily. Just flipping back all my charts to the 5 minute here. I was looking at the daily for you guys. Yeah, that's it. That's all I've got at the moment. Ozan, thanks. Sounds like that's crazy, Jose. Thanks. Sounds like my wife. No grace period, no appeals. Says, oof, that's a statement. Well, that's a statement, Joey. Take profit early, says Gorev. He's talking to you there, Joey.
I talk to my guy Gorev every day, man. Let's see what he's got going on there with the AMD. He was grabbing some things off of the lows, so congratulations to him on that one. We like that a whole heap there, Gorev, and I'm glad that you took advantage of it. At least one of us did, right? I think that's the whole idea of what we got going on and the systems that we kind of try to operate on. This was it. Oh, man, you dirty dog. You 527 all the way up here to 37s. What an absolute monster of a trade. That was it right there, if you ask me. What was AMDL looking like? Now, this bugger right here is highly illiquid. What is going on with this, man? There has to be some form of a better leverage product because typically you don't see that. Look at the liquidity really step out of this name here. Very interesting. There it goes. A new high of the day on SkyQ almost there, Sharif. Averaging in $6.12 right there. Pull back through 580. NASDAQ continuing to slide here. And what we do have is perpetual down, lower highs here on Tesla as this name is continuing to absolutely tank. Do your thing, man. Do your thing. I need Obi. Is Obi in here today? I need to talk to him.
What are you going to talk to him about, Joey?
Don't worry, man. I'll tell you later, man.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. So, you want that? No problem. Yes. So if anybody could pass along the message or let me know. I've seen Jose and I were talking yesterday, but what I do want to pull up is the NASDAQ one more time as we're slowly starting to curl over. But this was just one of those sessions. And if you have the ability to run replay, just go back and watch Tesla all day to the tune of where it only bounces at, okay? Bye, Jody. Have a good one.
Get it, Jody.
Yeah, see ya. 318.
Damn, bro.
I said bye, but it's just my natural instincts just kicked in.
What? What did I do, bro?
I didn't do anything, man. I'm just over here living, but
I didn't do anything, Katina, man.
I don't know, man. So here it is, right? Like this is just continuous bleeding. This is continuous bleeding. Down here. Why are you fighting it so hard, though?
I didn't do anything, Katina, man. I don't know what he's trying to pull me into this conversation. I have no idea.
No, but you were over there trying to fight the not laughing.
Me?
Yeah, I seen it.
Damn, bro, you got.
And Neil, now you guys are laughing.
What did I do, man? I didn't do anything, man.
All right. No, hold on. See, okay, we'll wait. We'll wait here, man.
I don't know what's going on. Sorry.
Nobody does. See ya.
Nobody knows, man. And that's the question of the day. Never mind what's for lunch. yeah, what's going on? It's the new segment.
At the end of
all right.
And everyone's tired.
It is. So we're supposed to get the outro.
We gave him 5 yesterday.
Well,
man.
bro, this is where you weren't listening to me yesterday.
Well, go ahead.
The outro.
The outro.
Yeah, the outro.
Yeah.
It would have started 20 seconds ago.
Should have.
And we're gone.
We should have been off 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. I mean.
And then we wouldn't have come back tomorrow, but it's okay, right? Like.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
guys.
we love you all, man.
Continuing to watch SkyQ here, guys. Guys, be careful with the small caps today. They are not biting. A lot of fails today on the small caps. HIMS as well just lost the volume weighted average price. So keep your eye on that. But before we head into the big boys, we're going to send it up to Sia at the big desk with news.
Crazy. I'm going to send it over to the big guys as well right now, but we're going to what I want to warn you about is Oracle ORCL down 4.5% on the day. Today is at 52-week lows, trading around 120 right now. Sending it to the guys for the show.
Oracle down again? Not possible. That's not, I mean, such a strong stock. Why would that stock even be down at all?
It's afternoon giggle time. I don't know what
I don't know. I just came back to this. All of a sudden, I got Joe over there. I got Sharif.
I don't even know
what's
what was
going
happening
on over there.
They just started chuckling and it gets infectious. So I'm like, what are we laughing at? And then you get the giggles. Then Sharif's laughing, Joe's laughing, Sean's laughing, I'm laughing, Sia's laughing, and nobody has any clue
It's
why.
all Joe's fault, as far as
So I don't know.
That's what Sharif said. And
I'm all right with that, though. But the reason why I started laughing is because Sharif was doing the old high school move, trying not to laugh. And then obviously it just makes everyone laugh after that when you're holding it in.
That's so cap,
Bro.
You're the one who was quite dismissive there of the person who's saying
But I said bye to Jody first, and then you're like, see you later, Jody. And I'm like,
it's
yeah,
a Jody
see ya.
thing.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
There's more than enough of everybody around here, but we got to go to Neil right now.
You want to know why, everybody? There's nothing to giggle about when it comes to Orogenics, because we've got some updates out of them, ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. The company has activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury. It's an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Orogenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. That's OGEN over on the NYSE American. I want to shout out to OGen. And oh my, the market took it on the chin today.
Yeah, the market down 2.11%, but that doesn't mean that the best trade for me today can't be a long. And there it goes right there. We really nailed this one. NVIDIA, it's going to be a big one today for me, and just pretty happy with it overall, obviously, as we found that bottom, man. And it took us a couple times. We got hit there. We got hit right there. But it was my number one trade idea today was to go long your boy NVIDIA. So the 212 wasn't existing there today, but we did like sort of the rhetorics that was spit out of Google and, more CapEx. We like all that kind of stuff. We've seen it's an AMD kind of a day right now. AMD has their meeting or analyst, whatever it is.
Whatever the
event
event's
there. I don't know what it's called. If Federa was here, she would know what it's called for sure. But unless Sia, do you know where is Sia? Is she still back there? No, she gone. Okay. She's out of here for now. That's okay. I was just going to say she was covering this earlier, but I don't know what the event is called. But anyways, it's AMD today, down 3% there. And it looks like it just started getting picked up there around 12:30. Nice downside move. And then there was some notes with Cerebras, apparently, right?
Advancing AI.
This stock was going crazy. They bought some AMD chips and some sort of a deal there where they're building with AMD. So that caused a little bit of a move higher there, but you can see brought right back to life there, up 4%. I just remember Sia saying Cerebras was up like 7 or 8%. And so that's what it was right there. And then we fall right back in line on Cerebras. But yeah, just quickly here, 117, we'll give back a little bit here, I guess, as SpaceX trying to go back there to the upside. We covered down here. We shorted again at 116. It does drop down to 115. Should have had some outs there. But right now you're trying to take out, the day's high on SpaceX. I mean, what was once down at 111 right there. So I don't want to hear any more like SpaceX can't move, $10 in a day. I mean, right there, that was down 5, back up 6, and to a positive spot right there. Hey, maybe it's people were listening there and thought that, maybe it is a little overdone to the downside based on potential traders selling off their shares come August the 6th. I still think that's a possibility to have a downside move there. But now maybe we found a little bit of a bottom at 110 or so. I mean, I think we were all looking for doomsday there at 100 flat, and then some people in the chat 80. No one's wrong. I mean, this is a 1 day kind of move right here back to the upside. SpaceX hasn't had much of a green day or green 3 days since we IPO. Actually, this is 3 days, but since then we haven't had.
You haven't had back-to-back.
No, we haven't had back. Well, there's been. I mean, one of these days might be back-to-back, but
any updates.
yeah, just downside right there. So yeah, not the greatest experience so far for SpaceX nibblers, I'd say. As if you've been in it already, you're probably out of the money. But that was a good little bottom there at 112. So congrats to anybody that was able to hit that. I'm just trying to short. It just the way it ramped up, like I didn't stop out at 117, but I think now we can probably, take that off. So if this comes up now, we'll just work with NVIDIA and we'll figure out what's good after that. So 117.20 will. Oops, did I just, I already have a stop. Okay, got to fix that. My stop was at 117.50, but we're going to go 117.21 now, put the stop in and get out if and when that winds up breaking that. We're short right here at 115.80, so we're out $1 right now on this trade. It's fine. It's not going to hurt us too bad there, but, we'd like to see this maybe retrace back in just a little bit. But, yeah, it's now above VWAP. It's above everything. So this one wouldn't surprise me if it did work long right now for SpaceX. So we'll be a little cautious on it.
While it's trying to go, I just noticed, you look at Rocket Lab and you're like, okay, well, SpaceX is going to try to go green. And by the way, if SpaceX doesn't break 120, is it that big of a? I know it's a nice bounce for the day trade, but structurally, if it doesn't break 120, it still looks pretty bad on a 15, an hourly chart, a daily chart. Rocket Labs recovers almost all the way. So that's what you would expect. If they drop together, then they bounce together. But have a look at ASTS. Now, in the middle of the day, it tried to fail VWAP, and then somebody's buying this thing at the open range low at 59.25. Well, if SpaceX is going up and this is no longer following, that means it's relatively weak. Market's trending down. It's still putting in lower highs. I want to play VWAP or flat bottom break. 59, it's like 17 or something. It breaks this low. I want to hop back into this trade and see if that gets to the low of the day. If SpaceX makes a turn, this one is way weaker. Overall. So yeah, you've seen this happen across some beleaguered sectors where the leader goes and the rest will follow if SpaceX is, of course, going to be the leader. Sam has been saying they're calling out ASTS all day. I'm pretty sure when I was doing the lesson today, I saw somebody in the chat was talking about ASTS. And if that was you, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Sometimes you do want to look at the sympathy plays. The other thing on my mind is the weakness in crypto. IBIT is still making lower highs. This was the one short that we weren't able to hold on to. That IBIT socked out, came back down through. At that point, obviously didn't get the reload. But as long as it holds this trend down, I want to jump in here, take it through the low. Even if it breaks the trend, I'd still wait for the volume weighted average price as well. So ASTS, sometimes affectionately known as ASTIS, and IBIT are on my mind. And I suppose there's this Paramount thing, which is moving around for you small cap gappers. Looked like it was dead, halted down, opened back up just recently, and PAVS is trying its best to get back to that halt price. From now on, I feel like every single one of these, you got to check to see whether the market cap is trying to hold above the 5 million now. Because
oh yeah, that's that new rule, huh?
Yeah, with that rule,
that's not official yet, I don't think.
Well, that's the thing about that rule is it's where it closes, and it's 30 days in a row anyways. And I think what'll be very interesting is when stocks get to, if it's 30 days, 25 days, 28, in that last week, let's say, before they get delisted with that small cap rule, and then they're trying to close above the 5 million market cap, I think you might get some squeezes higher where someone's trying to push it in the final hour. And that's something you're going to want to watch, because if there's a vested interest in keeping the stock above a certain price, it used to be oh, you got to get to $1. Now it's you got to get to 5 market cap. It's something you're going to want to watch. You're going to want to look at the market cap of some of these small cappers on those fateful days. This doesn't matter for this one today. I'm just talking about in the future. I'm not going to check this one now because who cares? But in the future, I think it's something you're going to want to be paying attention to for sure. And yes, there is. I've seen it before. I think it was. I'm trying to remember the stock. It could have been Best Buy. It might not have been. It doesn't really make a difference. But there was one that it needed 10 days in a row closing over $1. And it got to the 8th day or something, and it was at 91 cents in the afternoon. And lo and behold, at 3 o'clock, what was on the bid at 90 cents? A couple million shares just parked the bid. And then what happens when it got to 95? Oh, that couple million shares was suddenly bidding higher. And this big, large order was trying to walk it up to $1 into the close. Right? And it's like, you see something like that, you're like, okay, well, that's kind of fugazi, but be darned if you're gonna watch that happen again. Next time, you just punch long in front of that sucker and then put your offer at 99 cents. And if the guy gets hit, you just punch out on that in that order. Because if someone else is gonna manipulate, you're not breaking any rule if you take advantage of somebody else's manipulation. It's not my problem. If that person wants to put that order in there, whether they want to get filled or not, I'm just gonna trade off of what I see if you can take advantage. So with the small caps, you might want to take advantage of it if you see it there. All right, let us know what you guys are watching. Market's still sliding lower. Somebody really wants to hold this bid on ACS.
We just saw. I took a piece out there of SpaceX at this 116.20 or 30 marker there, just out of 20% of what we had. I was a little nervous that we could break. I don't like trading long above VWAP and short above VWAP and above all of the indicators that I have right here. So I'm going to, respect this little wick there and see if that is sort of a new low. I'm actually going to I thought I had a bid there. I didn't. I'm going to put a bid in there now just for like 10% or so of what we have left, and then we'll just see if we can get, because there's some bottom, we just had another bottom wick right there to 25, and then it got bought right back up. I feel like there's some buyers now in SpaceX. I saw what you said there, Lyndon Meyer. Was 111 a key spot for you? I mean, it was the last piece that I got out
111.11?
111.17 I have in the account today. So that was a pretty good fill, obviously, on that look there. So we're pretty happy with that. And, we're really happy with our SpaceX trading today. Short there, short more, and then downside. And then we took another fill right into here. And that's where we were going to use 117 as our out, and then should have probably got a little closer to 117. And then my out was actually at 117.50. And then I just changed it now to 117.20, noticing that there's a little bit of toppy action right there. I'm going to add, I have 20% of a unit right now. So, some trades you'll see me sitting here and I'll say, okay, I have, 10, not 10 units, 3 or 4 units would be the maximum that we'll put onto something. And right here for SpaceX, I just don't even have one yet. So we'll wait to see if we can get, closer to like a quarter of a unit or so up here. And only because I don't, I not having the greatest feeling, we did have, obviously off the open, we did have many more shares there. Okay, it's a nice little battle back here. I mean, happy with Google. It's basically back to flat. Not on the day, but back to 320. So that's a good little level there. I'm going to take advantage again of this little bit of an uptick here in NVIDIA, as it's going to be a big stock, and it just dropped below VWAP. I didn't even notice it. So I punched out a little bit when it dropped below. Now we start to go back up there to the upside. So that's going to be what's going on there for NVIDIA and SpaceX. We're going to try to find some more opportunities for you right now. Oh, Figma, are they reporting tonight? We could definitely have a look. See that the big one. I just saw another super chat there. $20 from Chris about Intel there tonight. So we will talk about that in a couple minutes. But check Fig in Power Hour. Was that yesterday's? Maybe check Figma in Power Hour. I can take a quick little look here and see what Figma did yesterday at this time. I mean, Power Hour 3 o'clock, but whatever, same difference. And let's just have a quick look. Yesterday, I guess yesterday Figma did have a little low here and started to go back up to the upside, but nothing exciting to draw attention to, I wouldn't think. So, we'll see. If you're looking at Figma right now, I mean, I don't mind, down 6%. Thing is, you got to take out this 200 period moving average. So just to have a look, we only had seen VWAP in the 200 period right off the open, where many names got cranked down to the downside. It's nice to see it took its 50 period moving average. That would have been a good long there at 20. That brought you to only 20.25. So not much movement there for Figma. Again, another failed IPO, but it doesn't mean it can't work. So I would say I'd like to see a break here. It looks like we're trying to break the 200 period right now. So that's good. That's not going to be good enough for me. I'd rather go long punching. I mean, it might even just have to wait for VWAP, to be honest with you, and then use something like the 200 period as a bouncing spot for you, if you're wrong. But yeah, I don't mind Figma up in this area to go long if you're using 20 as your bottom. So yeah, not bad. A little bit of risk reward there. It's not going to be movement enough.
Yeah, it's just
like it literally has moved 20 cents since 12 o'clock. So not much going on there, but we'll have a quick look at Figma if it touches $20. So
Yeah, it's pretty.
the other one
dead.
was Intel.
Yeah, Intel's the only one.
Well, no, that was a super chat.
Oh yeah, well I just double checked. It's like Deckers is the other earnings name that's going to be reporting, which is kind of boring. But Intel earnings, you wanted to short a pop like IBM yesterday. You know, Intel, after today, like look at we've seen a bit of a bloodbath, right? You're already down 3% on Intel, and it's been trending down all day long. Goes into obviously big resistance. It does feel like they've got less of a barrier to try to make a rally. The implied move is huge for Intel. It's 12%, or like 8, or 11.5, 12%, something like that. Last earnings, Intel did 23. So that's the one that you hear, like that kind of implied volatility. Yeah, you can try all you want to make a bit of a guess. Like I would have felt way better about, you know, looking at like short and say Tesla or like long and thinking like IBM or ServiceNow had a chance because they've been beaten up so much. But when you have that kind of implied volatility, it's like, oh goodness, no, that's cray-cray. Now, if you're talking about this afternoon going into earnings, like trying to fade it on any kind of a pop, well, the pattern's definitely with you. So if that's what we're talking about, not going to sit there and argue with that notion. It's underneath that 100 level. You've got the flat bottom break happening into 100. So if it bounces and puts in a lower high, rejecting this 100, yeah, the short this afternoon kind of feels good, but that one feels like it'll be a widowmaker type of play. I just took a flat bottom break. Well, I guess I'm in ASTS. Similar trade idea here for SoFi. It just broke a flat bottom. Oh wait, SoFi's down 2.5 points today. It's like they didn't even do anything. They didn't hurt anybody, and they're losing the 50 period, and they're wanting to hunt their lows. It's just nobody can catch a break today. But I wanted to find things under VWAP breaking down. So it's a breakdown here of the flat bottom, and then the stop just above. Like really that ends up being like a 70 stop here for SoFi. And just looking for it to flush into the low of the day. So those are a couple names that we're looking at right now. Let us know in the chat what you're watching. I didn't even realize this when I looked over and was like, oh, that PAVS is the stock that's halting. I didn't look at the other stock. Like, here's my halt scanner. And at the time, I just saw PAVS and like glossed over the 7 halts or whatever that is from NVVE.
I mean, it's halting all day. 7 halts.
Yeah, that's not good.
You mean in the 7 halts in the last hour?
Like I saw Andrew in the chat talking about it's a small cappers market. Well, it's a small cappers widowmaker day as well. Like this is, if you don't, and I'm not saying people don't trade with stop, but every now and then we have these conversations about stop orders and using stops and saying, hey, look, sometimes you get stopped out and it's like, oh, you get stopped out at the wrong moment. But if you just watch it, you're like, oh, that's a wick out. You don't take that out. You jump back in. All of these little things that people will say. I will always defend the use of stop orders because this. Like, what happens if you don't have a stop order and you're long this in the pre-market? Like maybe, or this isn't the pre-market, this is the open. So you're long this sucker in like the 6 to 6.5 range. You're holding on. You've got maybe 20, 30% left, whatever it might be. I don't care. And then you don't have a stop. It halts down, and then if you're getting out in here, you lose everything. If you have a stop under VWAP, then you protect a 20% gain, let's just say. I mean, that's not bad. Like, obviously, if it wicks you out and goes to $10, you're hating life because it could have been even bigger. But think about the alternative. Like, the alternative is, like, what if you don't even get out in this one because you don't have a stop, right? So it opens back up, and you're like, no, now it's going to bounce. And you think, okay, well, I'm going to put another stop at break even. Oh, now I put another stop at $6 under here. And then it halts down, and then it opens up at $2.50. And then you go from like a winning trade to you've now had your biggest loss and your account is shut down. Stop orders save accounts, period. And on small cappers, it's even, they don't even do that on large cap stocks. They protect gains on large cap stocks. On small cappers, they'll save your account because it'll prevent you from that 150% loss, which is easily possible if you have to hold through a big long halt on like an NVVE.
Yeah, we definitely. I think stop losses, no matter what sort of the style you're trading, definitely something to look at. You never know when a stock's going to make that move, and you don't want to be caught in a halt. I mean, that's so get out. Even if you put your stop loss at a halt level, that's not a horrible strategy either. But let's go find out who made all the money yesterday at Real Trading and on what markets they made money on there. So this is yesterday's top 10 traders. And of course, we are at Real Trading on a prop floor. And we've talked about this a couple times now. And look, there it is again. Yeah, the Turkish market right there. And it's nice to see someone in Hong Kong, not in Hong Kong, but on the Hong Kong market. There could be in Hong Kong. Yeah, no idea where they're located. These are the markets that were traded and the money that was made by one individual trader. So yesterday's top trader in the company took down 20,600 US dollars and traded these three New York. Well, these happen to be all New York, but all these three names in the United States, all US markets. There, the next one is very similar. And then we had someone over here going to Turkey. We talked about that. He definitely paid for the hair there. A good day. Amex and NASDAQ again right there. Then, Hong Kong, great to see that. And we actually showed you guys Real Trading. And the website, of course, is, I think if I just get rid of Real Trading and we just go like that, and then we click on CMC Markets. No, we click on here, and this is who we are with right now. So it's Real Trading. You guys can become a trader today. Sign up. It's 50 plus global markets. So that's why I'm trying to show you a little bit of the money that's being made on some of these marketplaces. And so that's one of them there. And yeah, we're just excited to continue to work with Real Trading. Been over 25 plus years. And, there's our little logo, which for some reason.
Why is that so small?
I know. I brought that up yesterday or this morning or whatever and was like, what the hell? But there it is. So, all right, I'm just looking at Figma. By the way, we did get it here on SpaceX. So there. So we just got a 117, another out there at 116.50. So we're just stacking right now. We're putting money on top of money on top of money. And it's been good so far with that theory of, trying to scalp out a little bit. We're above VWAP. I still favor the short. We've seen the stock collapse on itself in the afternoon many, many times. And it's just nervous hands. I just took another fill there, by the way. I don't know if you can see two fiat. There you go, two fills. So I took another one there at 50. Just, it's 20 cents in the money now. We're able to massage this a little bit. So, let's see if it does drip down. But, we see some bottoms right there. I do have another bid at 116.12. Without any further ado, I'm going to put another bid actually at 35. And we're going to go over to Sia and see what she's up to.
Yeah, U.S. President Donald Trump will be speaking shortly. He will be speaking at unveiling the ratepayer protection plan to cut energy costs. So that will be happening very shortly. If there's any updates, market moving statements, I will be keeping you updated.
Yeah, I wonder if that had anything to do. We just had a bit of a move there on USO, thank you. Okay. So it's probably worth watching it. I mean, off of the highs for the first time today. That's actually it's not the first pullback. It's had three pullbacks all day long about the same range. Like it'll just go up and then pull back a buck into VWAP and pull back a buck. It just kind of did the same thing off of the highs here. But you're gonna have to watch out. The president can move this, move the headlines. And if it's to the downside, let's just say it's good news and he moves the markets to the downside, battle's up 18%. You might want to watch that. It was Sky Quarry as well, another one. This one probably in a more precarious price position because it halted up. You can't make this up. It halted up at $6.25, proceeded to open, double tap it, and then drop all the way to where it started. Now it's right back to where it did the same thing, and the president's about to talk. If he tanks oil prices, this thing could drop heavily. And I'm sure there's people that are looking at this if you're trading small cappers. The oil ones have been absolutely fantastic. I mean, a lot of days. So yeah, keep it. I think this one's moving more than battle. So if you're looking for a small capper in the energy space, it's going to make a move. And everyone always wants battle. I mean, this one's just moving better. It's Sky Q. That's the one you want. Way, way more interesting of a name. And then back to show you our NVVE is still dying and heading lower. What's the deal here? Because obviously this must have had an offering or something. Oh, never mind. This one's being delisted. That's why. Yeah, so these guys are being delisted. So effective tomorrow, you'll be able to find it on the OTC markets. Shout out to Jeff Mendel. Okay. That's why it's headed lower. That can be a tricky one. It's nasty. Not that anyone owns it in I'm sure not that many people own it in the long term.
Was that NVVE?
NVVE.
Oh, that's being delisted.
Yeah, well, I looked at the chart. I was like, oh, it's probably an offering. But
Oh,
it's not.
okay.
It's being
Oh,
delisted
it's
effective tomorrow.
effective out of there. Okay. Yeah, NVV, and that's part of the reasons why you want to make sure you watch us and ask us questions about stocks. We do have access to good news service and everything here as well. We'll be able to discuss all of that with you guys. Okay. Looking at some of the news that's moving names today. Of course, it's going to be an earnings story and. Wow. Talk about people deciding what to do right now with TSLA. I mean, Tesla is just stuck right now. It's been stuck in a little bit of a sort of a wedge here for a minute. And we're going to see if 320 wants to hold. I mean, I think the 320 is obviously a pretty important area there psychologically. I know we dipped below it here early, but you're trying now to bounce off of it, right? And so let's see, down 14%, it's still underneath, but we are now, trying to flirt with anyways the 50 period and then the 25, but it's looking like it wants to get lower. I mean, the futures are the same kind of way here today as we are now starting to, high. I mean, you could talk about the high at VWAP, fine. I mean, that should have been, again, like some trades are just so easy. They write themselves right there at VWAP and higher, lower high. And looks like we might have just made another one. Watching out for this 50 period moving average, and maybe a break there gets us excited. But I think Tesla, for now, I'd really like to see it break that 200 period moving average. We hadn't been there obviously all day. We looked at it a little bit into there, like we just showed you on a zoomed in, trade of 326 there, maybe if you were looking for a short somewhere. But right now, I think you're going to have to wait for 322 to maybe take a short, or if you're excited about it, maybe a break long on TSLA there. But yeah, so that's one name there. And then if you go over to Google as well, you'll see down here. Yeah. It's we can. Our guest can wait till 2:30. I mean, that's. I think that's appropriate. We'll give him a couple minutes over there. We do got to go to SIA, so we'll go there in a minute. But right now, Google down 6.5. I like this price. I've been buying it at 320 now, and I think it's going to be one name that definitely give 3 days to all the earnings plays that you see. I mean, including an IBM, which we always leave it alone a little bit, but IBM did touch that 200 mark again here today and now busting through 204. All right, Sia, what you got for us over there?
Just keep an eye out on USO here. If there's anything major, I will report, but USO continuing to slide a little bit over here, more than what it was. It was up 8% on the day, currently up 6.8% on the day. It was at $142.29, currently at $140.47.
Trump saying that President Xi is coming on September the 24th. So, okay, so they've made a date, and that should be nice. And we'll just wait to see what winds up happening there with FXI and with some. Oh, wow, FXI at zeros today? Okay. That should be probably bought up. I mean, I think that when President Xi is coming to United States, okay, that's nice to see. Hopefully they'll be able to come up with something. And that's where I said, a name like Boeing, if we're going to look outside of the market here a little bit and stop talking about all these tech names and worried about infrastructure and what's going on, I do think Boeing is pretty important for the China trade. China sometimes when they try to reach out and give that olive branch, a lot of the times it's based on orders for Boeing. I mean, we have that NVIDIA chip problem as well, that could get discussed. But Boeing is something where, President Trump would be happy if he got an order for, I have no idea how many would 25 planes. I have no idea. And China needs, transportation. So I would
demand's
think
there. So
yeah, so I think that's there. We saw. I mean, I know AAPL didn't have a good quarter. We've seen some, missed opportunities.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, look at this Jets ETF right here. About to have Andrew Rader come on, which should be fun, and he's an ETF guy. So we'll maybe talk to him about this as well. But there's the Jets ETF, and this is a holding of the top 5. Look, there's many names in it, but basically it's the top 5 that Southwest, Delta, American Airlines, here in Air Canada. United, did I say them? But all the way to the downside there, and you're just going to see it's trying to hit the 50 period. So instead of picking and choosing which maybe airline you're looking at, you could take the Jets ETF. But at the end of the day, it's still cooking. It's still pretty good. It's still trying to get above the 50 period off of a couple bad days right here. So above the 200, good to see that with the Jets ETF. So I like Boeing, and I think if we're going to talk a little bit about China, I think that's a play outside of the Babas of the world or the K-Webs or FXI and things like that.
Who hit that?
Oh, who hit that? I don't have the China button myself.
I don't even have that button. So that obviously
It's
has to be Andre hitting that button.
Andre
Alright.
the Giant.
Andre,
You know, that guy was a monster, man. They used to say that guy used to
Legendary.
crush like
like
basically a 2-4 beer. Like
2 cases of beer.
yeah, like if he would go out or whatever, sit back in the locker room like they all did back in the day. I kind of feel bad for all those guys now, but
But he was a giant. I heard stories about.
well, yeah, literally.
There's a you know who Wade Boggs is, right?
Wade Boggs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's a baseball player, but like he's not like Jose Canseco where he's like 240 pounds. This is like a regular size normal
Redhead.
dude who apparently would crush 2 cases of beer on flights between cities when they were playing.
Yeah.
He just sit there on the team plane and crush 2 cases.
And was
Regular-
an all-star.
Oh, he was a
Think
stud.
about
all the
how
guy did
different
is all
sports
he
are.
did is align the ball to the opposite field. That was his ball. He was basically like Tony Gwynn in the other league. Just line the ball in the opposite field. Like he ain't no Shohei Ohtani or Bo Jackson. And we're gonna go to see it and we come back. The Raider trader's gonna be here.
U.S. President Donald Trump speaking, saying, I will discuss AI with Xi. China, Xi is coming on September 24th. We're leading China and other countries on AI. The triple Qs are something I'm watching right now. They're down 2% on the day. The move has not been crazy after U.S. President has started speaking. Anything crazy, we will let you know. But for now, back to the guys. We have a very cool interview coming up now.
Yes, sir. And thank you very much, Sia. He's locked and loaded. We see him. There's our good friend Andrew Raider. What up, buddy? First off,
Reporting for duty, it seems
reporting for duty with
duty.
the Raider Report hat.
Oh, you
I
got the
see.
Raider report.
You know, a little drip here and there won't hurt. You know what I mean?
All right.
We like it.
Hey, send me one over here,
That's
man.
what I'm saying. You know, we don't have. I'm losing my hair. I need something on
Need
this
some
head.
free advertising for you, my guy over
on
here.
now.
You know, Raider
We
report.
should do like a jersey swap. You send me a Trader TV hat. I wear the Trader TV hat.
Okay, we could definitely do that. We
You
can
wear
figure
the
that out.
Raider
If we have any
hat.
Trader
See how
TV
it goes.
hats lying around.
I don't know if I have the budget for you guys though. Anyways.
We used to have merch around here. Oh, I'm sure you have the budget.
Oh, we know you do.
But good talk. Excuse me. Good talk about DRAM that day when SK Hynix IPO'd, and you gave us a trade there, and you were talking about shorting DRAM the minute that SK Hynix came out, and we were actually referencing you that day because that's basically exactly what happened. You know, SK Hynix came out, and then all the money focused over there, and DRAM sort of gave it up that day. Was that a trade that you were able to get in yourself? How did that work out for you? And what are you thinking about the relationship now with SK Hynix now that it's on the market? You still like that stock? What are you thinking about that as far as the memory game is concerned?
Yeah, so that was a really interesting kind of saga. You know, the original, it was an IPO, but it's actually an ADR. So it actually ended up being a cleaner trade, the SNDK short. I actually shorted SNDK, so what I did was I split my risk between SK Hynix and SNDK. Still took the opening print trade, as we talked about with IPOs, and you guys know this from SpaceX, but the opening print trade is often a very tight risk-reward advantageous trade because, well, you can get, you know, the first to a market. And when you're the first to a market, that is a big speed advantage. You know, we talk about edges in the market and defining your edge. There's all sorts of different edges. Some people have bigger brains than other people genetically. Maybe they just train their brain harder than others. But those are all edges: intelligence, speed, not, you know, access to different things. Access to markets is an edge. And so this SK Hynix, yeah, great IPO trade. A part of my playbook moving forward is just whenever you see these huge IPOs, and even coming up with OpenAI and Anthropic, well, when OpenAI kind of IPOs, who do you think is going to go down? Well, it's going to be a lot of the names that are like sympathy trades to that. So kind of Microsoft and things like that. People who are holding Microsoft for exposure to OpenAI, but because they can't buy OpenAI. So that's the kind of idea with that.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I think that's always pretty interesting to see different strategies for these IPOs.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, for the OpenAI, I think Microsoft, I mean, you could look at something else when that IPOs. You know, Amazon and Google are one of the biggest holders there on Anthropic. So maybe a IPO there from OpenAI. You think that's even going to happen this year? Like, I don't know. We keep on hearing back and forth talk there about OpenAI and Anthropic, and I'm not even sure it's a great opportunity for them to come through there. I mean, Google just did not have a great quarter, as I'm sure we can get involved with that very soon with you here. But I don't know. I'm not really hearing the greatest things. They've delayed Gemini now. You know, Altman's going back and forth with all these heads of all these companies, and there just seems to be a lot going on with OpenAI. I'm not super excited. I mean, I'm excited for the IPO. I think it's great. But the IPO, as you know, they tend to suck up a lot of time and money in the market.
That's exactly.
You're not just going to bring, you know, a $1 trillion company to market. You need to find funds, and often we see big names selling off heading into IPO to free up some money so people could stand in there and buy it. You think the OpenAI or Anthropic IPO would be a good thing for the NASDAQ if we got it this year?
You know, it's super interesting. This will kind of lead me into what we'll talk about later, but we're at a point in the market where, is it a coincidence that they dropped, or at least OpenAI announced they were potentially delaying their IPO after SpaceX topped? I don't know if that's it, because if you actually look at the original announcement, it was already dropping a lot, and they kind of said, you know, do we want to delay this? I think they have the opportunity to, but a lot of people are looking at this environment, and yeah, it's a super hot semiconductor market. We have picks and shovels names going up a ton, but they've really pulled in recently, really gone down. And so kind of the question is, you know, how do we think about, you know, if you're an OpenAI, like, do you want to IPO right now in this market? I'm sure they would do really well temporarily, but that's just something for them to decide. But as far as us traders, I did kind of want to talk about, if you guys have just 2 minutes, kind of talk about what I'm thinking about the AI trade moving forward. A lot of people were talking about evaluations and things like that recently. You know, I wrote about this in my last report, but the kind of life cycle of this AI stuff, I believe to be in kind of a shorter term slump. You have a lot of different signs. I know a lot of people are coming out of the woodworks and pointing to evaluations, and I'm no fundamental guy, but I can tell you that evaluations being cheaper is actually a really good sign that you're seeing a compression of a cycle. And so we're entering this more mature landscape of the AI cycle. And I don't know if I hit on this last time, but with that comes a lot more positioning trades, positioning-based trades. You can no longer, and all you guys are seeing this in real time, you can no longer go and see really a multi-day trend in this market right now. Like, outside of energy and some of these, like, you know, Iran things, you look at everything, it's up, down, up, down, up, down, huge ranges, and you feel like you're stuck. And so that's kind of the basis of this market right now, is it's all positioning. Summertime especially, and shout out to Jem Carson, he talks about this a lot. Seasonalities, right? A lot of positioning into the summer, driven through option flows, is really, really centered around positioning. And so we're seeing a lot of that. I don't think it's going to get any better until after all these mega caps report. And if you, I mean, look at the reaction from Google, right? We're seeing all these signs that you need to hold off on momentum trades, at least on a multi-day perspective. Look at Google. They beat CapEx. We saw Marvell and all those guys pop after hours, but then they still sold off. And then they opened lower and continued to sell off. So it's really concerning that you're seeing a lot of this good news for these different picks and shovels, and yet it's not going up. So this is just a more mature portion of the cycle, and that's how I'm kind of just hands off for a lot of these days and just really picking, being extra super picky on what I trade.
So yeah, I mean, it makes sense if it's not giving you those trends and you're looking a little bit more swing, or you want those longer duration moves. Is this something where you could pivot? And we said this morning when the market was looking down. Well, sometimes on down days like today, you better go find a small capper if you want to go long something. Is this something that we can look to? I mean, we're going to have a change of the rule for delisting and how that goes for companies under 5 million. In market cap, and sometimes those kind of shenanigans can lead to a bit more explosive moves. Is there a pivot to somewhere else if you don't want to be looking at the large cap name? Maybe mid cap, maybe small cap, or is that just completely not in the radar?
I mean, this is such a great question. It kind of ties into what you guys were talking about earlier. I saw you were looking at PABS and things like that.
Yeah.
So if you want to share my screen right here, this is the implied correlation chart, and this is kind of the basis of how you guys, or at least I think, in my opinion, you guys should be thinking about the markets moving forward. Right now, we are at record low implied correlations. What does this mean? It means that the index is so compressed, the range is so compressed, it's not moving, and yet all single stocks are moving way more. So when you compress a big index, something like S&P complex, then you have to, well, something has to go up, right? Because the index is all trapped because of this insane market positioning of options, just tying everything down. And we see that with the VIX being just compressed below 18, below 20 for so long, even going as low as like almost 14 recently. That idea, because of market correlation being so low, single stocks volatility is expanding. And with this becomes a super important thing, which is, yes, absolutely, we should be looking a lot more to small caps, because in this time when single stock vol is increasing, yes, small caps don't have options, but it pushes a lot of flows, investors' minds outside of it. Think logically, even at you at home. You check NASDAQ, and you're like, dang, NASDAQ is doing absolutely nothing. I better go do what? Well, you go and look at individual stocks. You go look at what is moving. And those are oftentimes the kind of small caps and things like this. And this is the kind of data that I kind of look at on a week-to-week basis. to kind of gauge, finger on the pulse, how a small cap market is doing. And so just in the last week, if you compare 710 through 716 to 716 to 722 now, you can see there's just so many more low floats popping. Not only, over 48%, almost 50% of every gapper over 30% is breaking into a new high a day after 11 a.m. And so that's telling you this cycle is kind of hot, and you want to keep playing these names like PAVS Long. You want to keep playing CPHI. You want to keep playing ZYBT the other day. If you guys saw those like 8 limits in a row, we're seeing this, and it's not a coincidence when this dispersion is this high.
Yeah, and I just want to remind everybody, when you're playing these types of names, if you ever are going to be holding these small cappers, especially micro caps, overnight, just do like 5 minutes of work to know whether or not they have already filed for an offering and can drop that on your head at any moment, because overnight you can get burned. The intraday moves are obviously fantastic. I'm going to put you on the spot here for a second, because let's ask you something you're probably not prepared for. I don't know, maybe you are. Obviously, not too good of a day for Tesla, not too great of a day for Alphabet either. You got to pick one of these up, right? Based on where you think we're at with the large cap names, gun to your head, you got to buy one of these. Which one is it going to be? And maybe if there's a reason for it, technical or fundamental, either one doesn't really matter. What are your thoughts? Because those are the big two everyone wants to talk about.
I mean, Google and Tesla, 2 names. A lot of people are going to be talking about this. Now, I'll first talk about SpaceX real quick. SpaceX, there's a few key dates you guys need to kind of look for. Obviously, August 4th being their earnings release, and then the lockup, or unlock rather, being August 6th. Now, this is something that you guys should know by now, but the IPO cycle, right? When an IPO happens, oftentimes you get the first leg up. I mean, you see this with virtually every IPO. First leg up, down through IPO price, and then you have a multi-year base below IPO price, and then eventually in the future, that's when you go up. I don't see a reason why SpaceX right now would go up. They're spending an insane amount of money. They're seeing no return on their cash. And it's not to say this isn't a good long-term hold. All it is mechanics. We are in a phase where this company went to public markets to gain funding. They got funding, and now they're going to take a pretty long time to make that funding worth it to investors enough to buy it back above IPO price. So to me, if I had to lean one way or the other, it would be Google, just because they are more invested in the kind of AI thesis right now. SpaceX is more of a robotics play, more of a space play, more of a data center, futuristic, Minecraft on Mars kind of play. So that's something that just needs time. It's just mechanics of the market.
What's wrong with Minecraft?
Yeah, right. Let's go to Mars and build our first little wood house for the night. And yeah, so that's anyway. It's only the young guys in chat will get it.
I love Minecraft's a great game. I feel like anytime my daughter's playing that, I'm like, hey, good. Like, she's expressing her creativity. She's like building multiple worlds. Like, yeah, I'm not hating on Minecraft one bit. But here, well, let's fast forward to obviously we have a long earnings cycle here to get through. Coming up at the end of that earnings cycle, what was one of the better performing stocks, I know Sean will be able to say this with experience, was NVIDIA today. Sorry, I have Intel up because the president mentioned Intel. Forget about my chart. NVIDIA was relatively strong. What do we think about names that in the AI play, like I'll use NVIDIA just to say another, Broadcom, where they've pulled back, and now in this weird cycle we're in, they become value relative to the rest of the market. What are sometimes we talk a little bit about technicals, but when you have major players here that are priced pretty cheaply relative to the S&P and to the NASDAQ, does that appeal change your approach toward them or your attitude towards them, even though you want to be like this kind of big cap tech off?
Yeah, so that's super interesting. This is, and I can't stress this enough, this market is all positioning based. And so, just a few months ago, if we go back to, even think May, even think April, when the markets bottomed from the Trump kind of peace deal, the ceasefire, we saw everything, and I mean everything, start to break out. You could buy a high, hold it for 6 days, and you double your money in something. Look at ARM, look at SNDK, look at all these guys making this huge leg higher. We just aren't in that market right now. And so as far as valuations, you have to be so careful because look at this chart right here. We are at some of the cheapest valuations we've been at since April relative to the average, and yet we're seeing not really that good of bounces. Everyone in the fundamental crowd is saying, hey, these are cheaper prices, you guys should all be buying. But that's typically when these valuations compress, is when you go backside of a cycle. And so this is a great chart I saw on Twitter. It was relating to Crocs, and this kind of shows that. So cheap valuations, don't necessarily listen to everyone as far as a micro
Crocs,
view.
did you say?
It's not necessarily a buy. And so what's super interesting is moving in the forward, yes, earnings are going to be a positioning play. The names that get smoked the most, like IBM, even now, we just saw it report and now it's selling off again. These are great technical levels to sell through on market weakness. Nobody wants software. And so the idea is keep shorting until somebody wants software. And that's not going to be for probably a while.
We wanted to, thanks for all that. I mean, tons of information there. We used to have you on a while ago, and a thing that I was always interested was put call ratios and things like that. And you used to have some ideas, and I remember some of them, were absolutely great. Give us some ideas about, where potentially a stock may be going, where some support and resistance are. Are you still doing anything in that realm? And if you are, maybe if there anything that's interesting right now, and you just talked about Crocs, so that's one name there, but is there anything else that's maybe catching your attention now, if you're still doing put call walls?
Yeah, so that's super interesting. As far as the options positioning, the implied correlations are the chart that I just shared is probably the biggest metric to look at as far as the options market right now. Having such big dispersion, and when I say dispersion, that is just meaning that the index volatility is really, really compressed, and then all these single stock volatility is expanding. And so that is probably the biggest idea, in that we're in such a fragile positioning market right now that if we actually do see some major material kind of news out of Iran, and beyond just strikes, but something legit like nuclear power plant strikes, things like that, that is really where you want to start to bet on correlation happening again. And that's when you'll see huge pull-ins on the index, huge pull-ins on every other name, and that goes into the kind of downward, take the elevator down market, where you can wake up one day and see Qs down 2%, 3%, and that's kind of the idea there. What I've been doing, since this is a positioning market, and I will kind of, I guess if you guys want to show this real quick, this is kind of a tool I actually built with a few of my friends, and a buddy who helped me, and this is basically my big focus over the last few weeks has been positioning. And so this tool I just built, I'm not going to necessarily plug it all that much, but it basically looks at bar-to-bar option flows on names, and it ranks them against historical readings. And so how this helps me a lot is I'm able to see names such as SMCI yesterday that had massive news, right? We had that kind of pre-release of earnings, and each kind of candle we saw on SMCI, you can kind of see that it was outlier historical flows within the 100 percentile. And if you guys kind of look down here at net flows, this was unlike any other day we have seen on SMCI in so long. And how does that give me edge? How does that give me a trade? Well, when you have insanely high, historically significant flows bar by bar on the options market maker who is then short that gamma has to buy as it goes higher. So that's the kind of positioning that I look for to really justify momentum in this market. If I'm buying a high and I don't see those flows, the odds are I buy the high and I sell the low, as many traders have probably been experiencing, including myself, on some of these low flows recently.
Yeah, buying the high and selling the low tends to be what I tend to do often.
Watch out for that.
Andrew, thanks again for coming through with us one more time and sharing all that information. We have it written on the bottom there where people can find you at Raider Trader, at Raider Trader 101 on X, and the other one on Instagram. Anything else you're working on? I mean, I know you're looking to sort of get the Raider Report, the name out there. I guess they can follow you at these accounts. Explain what the Raider Report is, and then we'll get you out of here.
Yeah, cool. So I trade professionally for a living. I'm really lucky to do it. I'm at a great firm, and they're lucky enough to kind of help me and prosper as a trader and do my best, and that's my main focus in life. But a side hobby of mine is ultimately kind of sharing my research, sharing my data behind why I'm thinking what I am, and as I develop as a trader professionally, and of course, I am only 22, but where I am right now in my career, I feel that I can do that. It's a report every week, along with some other tools that I've all built myself to help myself trade. So it originally started as just something to help me trade, and then I opted to share it. And of course, I get the privilege to come on with some of the most handsome traders that look Max every day on live TV, and
Yeah, we're trying to look smacks every day. Yeah, I mean,
clearly.
I have
I
that.
would
You know, I've
recommend.
hit myself.
I
in
would
the
recommend
face.
the bone chiseling of
Right.
the Saw guys
Yeah.
every night.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha.
So-
Yeah. So if I come in with a couple black eyes, it's because I nailed myself in the face
That's
with
what
a
it
hammer.
is. That's what it is.
And
Yeah,
tried
that's exactly
to
what
get
that
going
was.
there.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, we're double your age, and we are a pleasure to have you on with us.
And then some.
As many times as we can. Thank you, Andrew Rader from the Rader Report, and obviously a trader on his own accord as well. So thank you, Andrew, and we'll look forward to
Yep.
having you back soon.
Take care, Andrew.
Shout out you guys. See you
Ciao.
soon. Bye.
Peace. All righty then. Yeah.
Double and then
it's-
some, man.
It's always nice to have
Of course,
a little bit
always
of that ute on our show there. And,
The ute
of course, we
man.
got Sia in there behind us, Adara, all these young guns these days, But, yeah, very smart
Speaking
kid.
of-
It's always awesome to see that. And, the passion, right? I mean, that's all you really want. No
Loves what
matter
he
what
does.
your career is, you want to be able to be passionate about it. And it feels like Andrew is exactly that. And with something for us, he was waiting patiently during that segment. We got a lot to talk about, I feel, with the president. There never is a
Yeah.
dull moment. Let's go over and see what Sia's up to.
So honestly, we don't have that much to discuss because the president is talking, but there's not anything noteworthy going on over here. But there are a couple comments that I am going to mention here. USO has been sliding to the downside. It's climbing a little bit right now, but it has settled somewhere around, for the past couple of minutes, at 140.41 at the moment. So US President Donald Trump saying, he also was hailing, I just want to mention this ticker over here, INTC, Intel's U.S. investment, highlighting a push to strengthen domestic semiconductor manufacturing. And then we also had a news about SMCI, stock that dip was not looking that great right now. It tried to reverse its losses a little bit. It is still up over 1.5% on the day, but SMCI has introduced a new server portfolio with 6th gen AMD EPYC 9006 CPUs, delivering 1.7 times the generational performance improvements. So that's news on SMCI over here. And finally, we're also going to take a look at USO again one more time. U.S. forces have reported that they've redirected 12 commercial vessels and disabled 1 ship since resuming the attacks, the Iran naval blockade 9 days ago, aimed at preventing maritime traffic and also from Iranian ports and coastal areas. So with that, you also have, again, USO still up on the day, over 6.5%, settling around $140 right now. The SPY currently down on the day, 1.3%.
Thank you, Lucia. And, well, you know that the government's got a vested interest in tonight. And that 12 or 11.5 to 12% going to the upside on Intel, they got to hope for. Well, if it's going to do that, it is going to have to break this 100 level, which the president mentioned Intel. Nothing too crazy, it doesn't seem, because I didn't see anything really hit the wires. But look at what is happening today at 100. You think I know it's psychological, obviously, right? It's psychological. It's going to be a big options level for all the obvious reasons. It's the low in the morning. It's the low at 11 o'clock, 11, 12, whatever, doesn't really matter. It's a flat bottom break. And now, since we've started the afternoon show and since the president started talking, it has tagged it twice and rejected at just above, maybe 5 to 10 cents above that $100 level. So you got to wonder, we've seen rallies or even tankage. Here's trying to go again. If it closes above, this feels like maybe a scalp long rally into the close kind of deal for Intel. They're only down 2.5 points today. I say only because there's a heck of a lot that's looking worse than this. So it's got a little bit of sizzle on it. It hasn't even come back to Monday's lows. So you get a trend break, you close above that 100, and even as I say that, I guess it doesn't want to do that on the 3-minute. It's about to wick this level again. I want to see it close above $100, open another 3-minute candle above, and that can give you that maybe early look into those earnings, which we've seen these big time rallies one way or the other. It's not indicative of what's going to happen. It doesn't really make a difference what's happening before. Let's just have a look at IBM. IBM was trending down. It was actually a flush going into the imbalances, and then a late rally, and then it flushed again, and then all of a sudden that one went gangbusters. But we have seen sometimes you can break that trend going into earnings, which this did not. You'll see a bit of a relief rally as the shorts try to cover, which is what they got to do. Let's throw up the super chat here. We got one from Chris.
Yeah,
I don't know if we missed.
Just hit.
Okay, good. Chris Landrum, thank you very much. Don't forget the Starship launch in 4 hours, maybe why we were seeing strength in SpaceX. I mean, it might be, but
I think it just bounced.
is that just like I'm not thinking that launches are that big of a deal. Delayed launches, unsuccessful launches, I think matter. Successful ones, at this point, the way this is priced, like how is it not priced in? Like that's like I'm gonna equate at these valuations, SpaceX and successful launches. That's like jumping on like the Maury Povich show and being like, man, I take care of my kids. See, I pay my child. Like, what do you want? We supposed to clap for that? That's what you're supposed to do. That's where the bar is at. So like getting a successful launch, at this valuation, like no. Back when you were private and people were taking chances on you, different story, man. Or you're in like a Rocket Lab situation where you're not like making money. You're in a different place. Then you want to get credit for something like that. And I'm not saying it can't successful launch isn't going to be good. I think more of this is look at how bad this has been. $150 to $110 in a week and a half, maybe a little bit more than that. And what we're seeing here is some shorts covering on what has been a bit of a capitulation day. So I don't know. That's not to crap on them. I guess I kind of did. And that kind of was I guess I did crap on them there a little bit. But no, that's the expectation, man. Like at this point, their expectations are a little lofty.
Be a successful launch.
Yeah, you better be successful.
What's up, Lyndon Meyer here in the chat, and I don't know if I necessarily agree. I have to put it on here. I don't have the. No, you're just saying if it's a double launch. If they nail today, we are never seeing these levels again. I mean, this is a one-day move here on SpaceX. I don't think that necessarily we're never seeing what levels? These levels, 111? We can see that tomorrow. We can see that today again there. And I don't know if it's, I've been trying to short up here. I just got stopped out at 117.50 there and I bought it back because we didn't go anywhere near, like I basically paid the high right there. It only went to 117.55. So I punched back in there, not until 30s. So yuck on that one. But the short was right here. So we lost about 20 cents there. And I don't really want to be scalping this, but I've sort of been talking about, scalping it as we've been doing this. So, a couple outs, but nothing to really write home about. Again, we're trading with under a unit and it's, not a big trade over here, but, something to look at. And Raider Trader there was mentioning SMCI and, what a day they had yesterday. That was an absolute monster. Was it 2 days ago? I think it must have been 2 days ago now. Monster move there up from that $24 level. They pre-reported there and gave us all the goods, right? The margins went from like 7 or 8% up to 15 to 17%. It was like almost a triple, definitely a double up there in the margins for SMCI. And they were like, hey, man, business is good. Margins are getting better. So come through. And the only problem is, it stopped here at the 200 period moving average, almost dead, right there today at $32. So yeah, it's a nice recovery. I mean, it went from 24 to 32. No one's going to complain about that. But, depending on where you're long, positioning is obviously very important. I feel like this is a level pretty key here. A lot of traders probably stuck between 30 to 33 here. And then, on that whoosh down, you had to have faith to get in there and try to buy some of this on the way back up. And by the time you maybe finally got on board with it, maybe you're long in here in the mid 20s and it pops higher and then gives you a huge out. But then the bag hold starts because you had 3 or 2 at least, huge days down that basically equated to wiping out everything on the way back up there in just 2 days. And then just like this, 1 or 2 days again wipes out this whole short that's been there for the month. So this is a very hard stock to hold, I feel like, in your own personal account because one day you're here, the next day you're there, very similar to this side of it. So I would say if you're looking at SMCI, and we thank again Andrew for showing us some of those stats and some of those charts showing the volume really starting to pick up there on SMCI and the calls, and we talked about the put call ratio there. But this little bottom there of 30, I think there might be a look, and that's coming in soon. So let's see if the buyers here. That I feel like this is, if I slapped a VWAP on this, I feel like we'd be somewhere around here with the average weight of average VWAP, volume weighted average price. Hello. We only say it about 1,400 times a day, but right into that level, I feel like is a good one. So we'll have to wait for 30 there on SMCI. It may come through today, but that's a good area there for some potential support on SMCI.
Shout out to Team Money there. I said I would start my position in SpaceX at 100 on IPO. So congratulations, because you're not in yet. But you know what? I mean, look, obviously it's a bit of a flex to say you were strong enough and smart enough to be patient enough to wait for 100. So you might be in at 100. But you know what? I've managed to nibble in around 25. So what's up with that? I got a better price. Unfortunately for me, the CDR, that works out to that 150 level we were talking about. So that ain't good at all.
That ain't a flex.
I'm joking around.
No, I know. Yeah.
The price doesn't matter about those. But yeah, patience has obviously been a virtue with this. And it's not, I'm not trying to dunk on SpaceX or anything, but man, this trend is absolutely insane. But to all of those that say I've heard a lot of this is the worst IPO of all time. And I'm beginning to understand why, like the context of why it is. And my response to that has been to bring up other charts. I can bring up Bullish, I can bring up Figma, I can bring up Rivian and all that stuff. But then when you do that, I'm reminded just how much bigger this one is. It's not, and it's true. It is the worst one, and it has nothing to do with the fact that there's a bunch of other ones that have been much worse percentage-wise, or just a lot nastier percentage-wise. None of those were $1 trillion market cap or even anywhere approaching it. So yeah, the perspective of that, like, that is right. And we should be looking at it from that standpoint. Sometimes like the trader looks at it and says, but all I care about is the percentage. But you can't even put these guys in the same bucket. From a notional value loss, nothing compares to this. It's in another stratosphere. Power hour just hit. Did I hear we're going to the desk? Yes, we are going to SIA. It's power hour.
Thank you so much. So U.S. President Donald Trump just concluded his remarks, but there are two remarks that I want to mention before we throw it back to the guys, saying that I'm going over now to talk about the Iran war. USO is dropping right now a little bit, settling around, dropping to 139.90 at the moment. He was also saying that Iran is not ready yet. U.S. making strong progress against Tehran.
Yeah, where is he speaking? He's speaking at the White House there? I don't know where.
I'm just looking at the TV.
But yeah, he's definitely speaking. I don't know if he's live right this second anymore or he's done with. But yeah, some interesting comments there. And we can check out, what's been happening there with USO as there's been some Iran talk. And, you're trying to fade back out again. I mean, what a great day again for oil, and oil names up 6%. I mean, great run there, that you've seen here. And just like I thought it was too far, too fast this way, well, you made it all the way back right now. So good long take down and around there, and a good nibble on, XOM or CVX or Occidental. And we saw SkyQ today as well moving around. We just got the most recent halting name. Oh, by the way, here we go again. Let's go. Yeah, so I was just talking a little bit about Mr. SpaceX. And there it goes right now down to the downside. Now goes SpaceX. So we got it again, baby. That's another one right there for you on SpaceX. So, we got stopped out 15, 20 cents, but then we put it right back, obviously, into our blotter, and boom, jaga. There goes SpaceX to the downside. Can we repeat what we have done the last couple of days? Probably not. I think it's still above VWAP. I don't mind this $200 period mark right there again. But hey, look, I mean, you were just with me 2 seconds ago, and I was talking about the short here, and it's been working. I have no idea why it's dropping the way it is right there, but that was a big candle on some big volume, and boom, right there. Nice move there on SpaceX. Look at that. Well, you take a look at that. Nice move to the downside there on SPCX. So we're just going to get some orders set up now to see where we're going to get our next bid. I have half of what we have left on, so pretty good. I will have a look there at 1580. So let's put a bid there. We always go a little bit ahead. So if we can go to 1590, I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. So we'll do that right now and get ahead of the 200 period moving average. And then, like I said, I'm not smart enough to figure this all out. So I'm going to put a bid right here where the support is and around 15 and change. And then we'll work on it from there. Maybe a downside play. But we just got another piece out. So I've got 40% left of what we initially had. So playing with house money now. Remember, the stop here was a quarter away. So now it's okay. Let's go, man. The bear is now growling. There we go. About time. And now we get to the downside. We just got that fill, man. We just told you we put one at 1580. That's exactly what we get. We get 1590s right there on the way down. So booyaka. Nice move there for SpaceX as we get $1 plus in the money there. And this is it's not affecting the NVIDIA position. The market is right now, as that's just near lows right now. I really surprised that we still have a little ways to go in the NASDAQ. How much were we even down?
Well, we were down over 2%.
Oh, over 2%. Yeah, we're down 2% now.
2.6, I thought.
Yeah, maybe even more than that because
Was
that,
it more than 2.6?
Well,
What's
had
the
to have
low?
been. I didn't even see this. This was when I wasn't here at 11:30. Wow, did we ever make that low?
I want to say 2.6.
Well, I mean, it might have been. Wow, like it's 2.3 now, and you still got a little bit of ways to go here. But yeah, we're just,
You know what it is affecting though? Probably Rocket Labs, and it's definitely affecting ASTS. It's affecting ASTS as well. So it's going to drag all of these names with it. But one name, and I just double checked, why did HIMS just do what it did?
okay.
I didn't see anything. At 12, you did like there's a story here where the FDA voted to place BPC 157 peptide on the allowed pharmacy compounding list, and then there was like a reaction of stock was crazy to the upside, and then HIMS started giving up the move, and I suppose this could just be a flat bottom break, and then it just gave up the rest of the move. But I don't think anything new just happened on HIMS. That is nasty. How are you supposed to like a stock? It gets positive news in the middle of the day, looks strong relative to the market, and proceeds to rug everybody this badly. Like it just dropped $2 to come all the way back after it had gone up $4 to come all the way back. Nasty stuff with HIMS. It's almost like widow making. And then overall, the stock is doing, look at the chart's doing nothing for the last week, and then just goes ham, and now it's right back, just rinsing you back and forth in the same range. But it's crazy on HIMS. Fedora, thank you for that. Martin Shkreli apparently tweeted that he is short about an hour ago. I don't follow.
What? Oh, HIMS?
Okay, I don't follow Martin Shkreli, so there you go. Like that could be, maybe that's the reason. So this tanked because Shkreli made a tweet.
Maybe. I mean,
Do you, Martin?
But
Although I'll tell you right now, if he tweeted, and I don't know where he might be short. Usually, if you're speculating, at the point someone discloses a short, I always look back and say, okay, where is the point that they liked it? So shorting the move up, and then maybe like this pull into the lower high. Like if I was a guessing man, I don't know, maybe he says where he gets in. Most short sellers, the public short seller report guys, like they don't really say where they got in oftentimes. Maybe he did. I have no idea. I haven't seen it. I would guess like just this pop 36 into the high. So you always want to watch out when people do this, whether it's Citron or whomever it might be, or in this case, Shkreli. You look to those levels to see if they had a little more juice if it gets back there for potential squeeze. Like it was obvious where Lucid people might have gotten short because you saw where the sellers were on the bankruptcy day. You got to kind of guess here with Shkreli unless he told people.
Well, yeah.
And I have no opinion on him one way or another. So
I mean, convicted felon Martin Shkreli, definitely someone that you guys should follow for your financial advice. All right, Micron right here, just giving you another look potentially at 980. I mean, it's 979, but nice move down here for Micron. That's now took out 990 back into 980. Good opportunity here for a break lower. I'm not thinking of a long in Micron here. I'm just going to try to show everybody that if you are short, which I saw some talk there in the chat, and welcome to everybody that's here right now. It's been an awesome ride, and we want to thank everybody for joining us every single day. We're live at 8 a.m. See us filling in for Adarte. It's been awesome. And, we've been having some great days. And on the midday show, these guys had some nice bromances today as well, apparently. So that was fun. And we're just going to watch out for a 980 break. And when we get back, I'm going to do the roll call. So get ready. Get in the chat right now. About to shout you guys out. What's up, Sia?
Couple comments coming in from AMD CEO Lisa Su here. OpenAI has, quote unquote, bet big on AMD. This coming in the press conference, and CEO saying again that OpenAI deployment is currently on track.
All right. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, if it's nice. I mean, obviously with OpenAI, they're going to be a big player moving forward, regardless of when and if when they IPO. I'm going to say you're going to need some public funding
next year.
That's for sure. And so we'll see when they do come through. But like we just said, let's go to the roll call. And Andre, why don't we try to blow this up a little bit and we'll say hi. You have probably a better look there, or you can go to the screen in the back if you want. The screen is in the back, and that's awesome. But this is just as good. So hey, let's say what's up to Daniel B900 there. Nice to see you there. B Cameron, what's going on? Moo Dancer says let's let's go. Tesla time for Kill Goro. There, I don't know what remember that stock Goro we had?
Yep.
Yo, T Money, you're always here as well. Yeti, hey, there's Yeti 360. We like that, man. Have they found the Yetis yet? Or the Sasquatch is still running around? We got to figure that out as well. What's up to Jaguar Nut? Hey, maybe there's something about Sasquatches in SpaceX. I mean, we got to see if there's something there. What's up to 420 Bud Monster?
I saw you purple drank.
Oh, you saw the purple drank there? Okay, yeah, don't drink too much of that purple stuff right now. At least wait till you're, at home or maybe not in front of the keyboard where you do some damage. Hey, what's up there? Manny Olives there, boat drinks. That's a good spot to drink that purple stuff on a boat right there. What's up to Jay Bronson, a former, member, has been here for a while, Jay Bronson. Save Man Woman, we believe in saving both of those. Jaw P, thank you so much. I Grow Fighting, that's always nice. Casey Mint is here as well. And then there's Dave Z Siamese is here. And, there we go. Honorable, thank you so much for joining us from the lovely, it looks like Australia
TikTok.
Maybe, but he's also in TikTok there. And no, he was talking about gold there, sorry. So what's up to that? And we can have a quick little look at gold, and that, sort of completes roll call. We'll shout you guys out as much as we possibly can. I wanted to also just cover, I did punch back out of some more SpaceX there. So it did jump into the 200 period moving average. I mean, that is a definite, spot that to say that those are the ideas that I have, is watching out for the 200 period moving average. I got to get some new emoji things. But yeah, nice dip down right into 115.80 there. When it did not break, I took the opportunity to get more out at 116. So we're pretty light now on this trade. I'd give it probably 15% left. But that move down, like I'm never not, double negatives there, going to take out a bunch when you get a candle like we haven't really seen in a minute, right? So that was a nice flush down there. And, take advantage of that. We have a bunch of outs. Like we were sitting here right there, so we get run over. And all of these trades, remember, we're trading on a prop floor, and it is real trading. And we have to just tell you, we get paid, and so do many traders on prop floors. That's why we talked about professional versus amateur execution and retail, execution, not amateur. Retail will pretty much always pay for fills, whether or not you're paying for it through getting routed or whatever it is. There's always someone to always making money. I mean, Robinhood's not just going to say, hey, we'll just trade for you for free. There's always going to be something in behind there, and you guys can look that up. That's well documented. But we get bids and offers here. So if I'm just sitting, if I think this is going to make a move down, I could put a bid on NASDAQ or ARK or EdgeX, any of these lit gateways, pretty much any of them. And if it fills me, then you're going to get it. And it's a small fee. It can be, anywhere between $1.50 to just over $2 per 1,000 shares. And then they charge you, almost double that to go ahead and remove liquidity, meaning like if I want this price and I just buy it right there, I'm paying that price per 1,000 shares. So there are advantages and disadvantages, to prop trading and some of the fees that are associated with it, but definitely managing your fees can make a world of difference if you're able to do that. So, that's when this is coming in, like I get paid for this. All of these trades we're getting paid for. I actually paid for this one because when it was breaking back above 116, I punched out there and got 116.06 or whatever. So, but yeah, that's how we sort of manage our fees. So when you're seeing me go through like today on SpaceX, I have 60 fills, 60 fills. If I'm paying $10 or $5 a fill, I mean, that's going to be too much money. That eats into a huge percentage of your profits when you add it up at the end of the month. Daily, you might be like, oh, well, I made $200 today on SpaceX and I only paid $30 in fees. That's not bad. But
over the course of a year,
even just really my next example was going to be, what if tomorrow you pay the same $30, but you lose $100? Now you lost $130. So it adds
we had
up.
a dude. I don't know if you remember this guy, but I'll never forget. He was the I'm made for this.
Yeah.
You remember that guy? So we had this one trader. He went live the first day.
He was made for this.
And he was hot for he had a really hot 10 to 15 minutes on his first live day. And the whole time he's just sitting there and he's adding liquidity and he's getting fees and all this kind of stuff. He's like, boom, boom, boom. I'm made for this. I'm made for this. All this kind of. But really what was happening was, I don't think he realized it. There there was a lot of like a gerrymandering in the first 10 to 15 minutes where like, it was just tossing the stock around up and down.
Right.
And he was just able to sort of bid and offer, getting rebates back and forth on the stock that wasn't moving. And then the second it started moving, he got shut down, and like everyone kind of made fun of him for saying he was made for this. But in the time that it wasn't, he was just back and forth getting fees. Shout out to Ari Pages, and I love this because
So you're telling me he was not made for this?
well, he was not. Okay. He also thought that he weighed as much as I did, and the kid was 115 pounds soaking wet. And he was
150. No,
he was
more than that.
But remember, he was dead ass serious. We're like, we need to get a scale in here. It's like, dude, I'm not a big guy, but
he was ripping phone books and everything as well.
It was crazy. But Ari Pages, shout out to you. Love Frex and Ajay. Those are a couple of gateways that we can use. Yeah, I'm gonna assume that you're.
He is. Yeah, Ari Pages.
Ari Pages is from Real Trade.
Yeah. So I used Frex there. Which is.
That's more like a routing.
Fox River, I think it's called.
Yeah, Fox River.
So they routed me out there at 116. So I use that. And what a routing key will do is hit anything here. Oh, there, did I just get another fill there? Yes, I did. So I just got another fill there at 116.10. So that's an example there where I was sitting there with, I forget, EdgeX Gateway, and got a fill as it comes back in. So like that rate there, I just got paid for. Although we take it out, of course, but that's what that is. So we'll reassess some of the trading as we go along here throughout the day. But yeah, it's been a good one, and thank everybody again for watching us as we sit here just talking about kind of like the same old stocks there. But if there is anything else you guys want to talk about, we don't have any new halters. That NVVE right now is just kind of straight chilling. I looked at Micron for everybody, and I think as the market gets into those lows again, what a nasty day for the NASDAQ today, down 2.3%. I have something to tell everybody. I don't think it's going to get any better anytime soon. The NASDAQ is in a world of hurt because a great name like Google, where the only red that they had was potentially their EPS with a little slight miss. I think it was 285 versus 291 on their earnings per share. Search was okay. The cloud was better. I mean, we went over all their numbers. You can grab it in our watch list, yet the stock is still down 7%. Tesla, of course, had a little bit different issues there than Google. I don't think anybody's too worried about Tesla and what they might mean for the rest of the market because they're a very isolated stock. I mean, we know that. So I'm worried about Google because if they had a better cloud number and they had a lot of, positives going for them, including, like I just said, their search was actually a positive. YouTube was a positive number there. The Gmail, their C-suite, with Google has been absolutely incredible, and they can also implement Gemini into that as well. So I think a stock like a Microsoft, that's why today it's getting hit down that 2.4%. And the Microsoft hit helps into the NASDAQ, right? I mean, Google is actually weighted twice into the NASDAQ because there's GOOG as well, where you get the Class B shares, I think, there for Google. So, both of these names definitely weighing in on both the ES and the NASDAQ today. ES down 1.4, NASDAQ down 2.25. Yeah, not a great day as we sit here and
worse for Amazon.
And Amazon too. And we worry about now what is next for all of these names, right? And it's just like
Rug?
Rug is,
I don't think it's Rug, but
Rug. I mean, Rug means we're doing like the Hawk Tuah coin and everything like that, where you're getting you're rugging people with all their money. I think a lot of these names are investable names. SMR, some of these other names, those ones, that were $14 a month ago and are $7 now, that's dropped in half.
Yeah.
If we get a Google cut in half based on that quarter, that seems to be a little dramatic. But we do have some news we got to cover with Sia. But just watching this, so my next bid, now we can just chill, right? We'll straight chill. Now we break below, and now we'll wait for 115.35. I believe we've got to go to Sia, and if we do,
correct.
Then let's just go, Andre. It's small cap recap, my guy.
The IWM down 0.84% on the day. Let's look at three individual tickers right now. You have Domo, D-O-M-O. I'm just going to pull up the chart for you here. It's at 25.4% on the day. It'll be required to pay Progress Software a termination fee that is equal to $13.5 million if the company breaches the terms of the agreement. Now, what's happening is that Progress Software is buying Domo. So $13.5 million if the terms of agreement are breached, accepting a completing acquisition proposal, or if it experiences certain financial distress here. So that's the news over here. You have RELL over here, Richardson Electronics, that's up over 20% on the day. Q4 and first year 2026 outlook has also seen a robust revenue and margin growth besides outlook 2. All business units and contributing record sales also soaring here, so not a bad look. GHASD is the final one. Sorry, wrong ticker over there. GSHD is what I was going for. Sorry, Goosehead Insurance over here. Maintained at section performed by RBC Capital. This ticker is up 4% on the day at the moment.
Stuff anymore.
Thank you,
yeah, there's we were just talking about some of the names there over on the OTC markets. I was going to say the pink sheets, and we talked about some ADRs. I mean, this is where SK Hynix, before it was always on the Kospi, but there's Tencent, another Chinese name. As we get going, this is the name that Fabian has, KXIAY. That's a Japanese. I believe they are also. Where's company profile? Aren't they chips as well? Supervision Management Associate deals with memory storage business. So this is a good way of getting involved in names that potentially are. Why is this? What's going on here with this website over there? I'm going to go to current market and get a better summary there. So Rolls Royce is there as well. Different there's Adidas and different names. Roche, that's Roche there. Different holdings here, and I think it's a good way to play some of the Chinese names or some of the names that potentially, and you could sort it by share volume or dollars or percentage change. It's a pretty good website there to go have a look. And don't ever think that there's not opportunities to be made in some of these stocks as well. And they're huge moving over here. I mean, you talked about the new rule potentially coming in now. Well, the SEC passed it, so 5 million market cap. You got to get above that for that 30 days, or else you're gone. So this could be a good market to start looking at there in the OTC marketplace, especially if we do get some of those names bouncing around a little bit there. But I'm taking advantage of this bump up now on NVIDIA. Again, in the day that's, we talked a little bit about AMD today, and what Lisa Sue's been talking about, bless you, and good deals with OpenAI from AMD today. Good talk about some of the deals and the partners that the relationships, I guess, that they've created, and it doesn't look like it's doing much here, right? And so we do have to be careful with AMD, almost at AMC again, and where that's going. So right now, pretty flat. This is roughly, I got out 540. I got some out at 495. That turns out to be a brutal out. And then we got some out there yesterday at 544, which is pretty much right where it is right now. So we'll have to wait to see what AMD's in tune for on tonight's report with Intel.
Because that's the sympathy play. That's the biggest sympathy is obviously.
Yeah, I mean, with the PC game.
It's all about.
They're both going to be something going on there. So we'll see what Intel tonight.
Speaking of Intel tonight.
I think Intel beats. So.
Well, I'll get to those execution. I just wanted to show you. If I'm shorting VWAP because on ASTS because SpaceX was rolling over, well then when SpaceX double bottoms at 16, I just hopped out and then it just seems like it's following it. So if I see this curl again at 117 and then get VWAP again, that's what I'm going to want to do. IBIT is sort of gently gliding down.
Oh, Dave is back. Here we go.
So it's very, very gently gliding down into the lows on IBIT. Even though I got out of it, that was one that was while Andrew was talking. It's a tight stop, but it got to VWAP and turn. The one that we're still in is SoFi, and that's sort of working its way down into the low of the day. But Dave, not a dumb trade of the day.
Got another dumb one over here.
It's just figures.
I
know you say it's dumb trade of the day, but that's just how you.
Yeah, I mean, I was probably making millions off
exactly.
this.
Dave's extreme dumb trade of the day, extremely dumb trade of the day. Calls on Intel to swing. Yes. August 26th, call 120 times 5, 500. So Intel.
How much is that?
July 26th, call 110.
July.
Give yourself.
Not July the 26th.
July 26th. So like the end. That's
the end of the month.
Week.
Okay, the end of the month.
That's next week.
I thought it was meant that the date was July the 26th.
No, that's pretty short dated. Well, you know what? Let's see what the chat feels about this. I was already doing this.
So Dave likes the long.
Oh no, and I just minimized.
I like the long. I mean, I just mentioned the long in Intel.
Let's try to get the pull up, then I minimized by accident.
Hopefully it works for you, Dave.
Okay, everybody, how do we feel about Intel tomorrow? I forgot a question mark, but you guys know it's a question by now. Hop in the chat. All you have to do is type a number. That's pretty simple. And then you hit enter. The other thing is you have to be in the chat first. So make sure you jump into the chat by hitting the subscribe button. Just do it now. Subscribe. 1, if you think Intel is a buy tonight. 2, if you think it is a sell. 3, if you think it is chop. And keep in mind with Intel, the expected move is 12%. So chop has a pretty wide range, traditionally speaking here. So let us know what you think.
You want to hear something? Over
Intel.
12%.
So that's what I'm saying. Buy. If you're voting buy, in my opinion, you're voting over 12%. Intel did 22. I'll double check. 22 or 23%. Last earnings.
Ooh.
Last earnings, not season. Last earnings.
I didn't know about that.
Report. So it was double the expected move last time. So if you think that 12 is extreme, you have not been paying attention to Intel, basically. So right now we've got 47% sell. This is vastly different from some of our other polls. But then I guess now it's all one name here. When you were picking between the names, it was very distinctly Alphabet last night. This one's a little bit more like 50-50-ish. 38% buy, 47% sell, 15% chop. Would have expected maybe that would be a little bit higher with the chop.
Yeah, everyone's favorite analyst, Adara, has an Intel as a sell. So she would be voting for a 2 on that one.
That's right.
I would say I voted strongly for a 1. So I think Intel will beat. I mean, although we have to be a little nervous and a little cautious of the fact that our good friends over at Samsung and Taiwan Semi, all those names missed. Like Taiwan Semi, TSM, they got hit on their earnings as well. I don't know, actually. Little lazy of me. I haven't really been following Taiwan Semi at all, but yeah, they did not have a good move down into 400, but it is slightly being bought up. We did have Mitch Hoke from Trade the Pool on. He liked it at 430, and then it fell through there. I asked him about it, but he kind of was just saying like, have to wait on it, but what else is new? So down in there to 390, back up to 415, 420 again. So we'll see if TSM, but again, like just talking about some of the foundries and everything like that, Taiwan Semi going to the downside. I do think Intel, they've got not about the government or anything like that, but they do have some decent opportunities to catch some windfalls. And we just heard about the talk about the CPUs, and a name that I really like that's been getting hit recently. I'm not in this name, but I thought I liked it, and I picked Qualcomm. I think Qualcomm is going to be a beneficiary again of Intel, especially if the PC game starts to pick up a bit. But yeah, Corning is at a decent level right now as well. I don't know when Corning reports, but this is one where we talked about, Joe was talking about this earlier, about the difference between the glass and the copper. So Corning there with the Gorilla Glass.
5 days.
Oh, in 5 days. Okay, so there you go. Might be a little too early to make a decision.
Tuesday after the. Oh, sorry, no, check that. Tuesday before the bell. Tuesday before the bell.
For a tech name. Okay.
And tech name should always report after the bell. Forget about this reporting biannually. Just make sure that all of the good tech names or all of the major earnings happen after the bell, not before. It's much.
Yeah, that's surprising. I mean, normally you get some of these names, and again, a lot of the tech names. The reason why they started reporting all after the bell is because in San Francisco, right? I mean, a lot of these California-based names reporting afterwards, because otherwise, it's too early in the morning if they're reporting there. It's like 6 a.m. reporting.
Waking up.
Drop it at 9 a.m. or something. But yeah, there's no problem nowadays. Whatever, man. People are awake at all times, all types of hours these days. Especially trading Blue Ocean, you could be awake all night if you wanted to. All right, let's go back over. See what's on your mind back there.
It is Sector Watch time for the final time in today's trading day. So we had the SPY that opened at $739.3 at 9:30 a.m. this morning. It's currently sitting at $737.73, down on the day, still 1.29%. Let's take a look at what's going on with these markets and if some name has come up from the lows at all. We have NVIDIA in electric tech, still down almost 2% on the day. Apple down 1.5%. You have AVGO down 1.3%. Micron holding a little bit of a bullish momentum from earlier in the day. It's up 3%. You have AMD and INTC continuing to slide a little bit here. AMD is down 2.2%. INTC is reporting after the bell. So that poll showed us a lot about how you feel about INTC over there. Cisco trading flat. GE up 2%, TXN down 3.4%. SNDK, ANET, STX are also up on the day. We have KLAC up 1%. Dell has just turned down. It's down 1%. RTX still holding momentum, up 7%. Tech services, you have Google having a bad day today, along with Tesla. Both the pairs having a bad day today. Tesla's down 14% on the day. Google's down 7%. Meta's down 3%. Microsoft is down 2.2%. Oracle is down 4.5%. There's just everywhere you look, there is bearishness today. Palantir is also down 1.6%. What isn't bearish today is health tech. Health tech is not bearish today is what I'm seeing here. Lilly, J&J up on the day. over 1%. Lily's close to 2% today. ABBV is up exactly 1%. MRK up 2.22% to be precise. Finance, you have a bit of flat sentiment between Citi, WFC, BRKB, JPM, and BAC. Visa, MasterCard still down on the day, inching closer to 8%, I would say, for Visa. MasterCard down 0.70%. MS down 1.3% here as well, and Robinhood down 2.2%. In retail trade, we have Amazon down over 4.5%, Walmart down 1%, Home Depot down 1.9, almost 2% on the day, and Costco is flat now. It seems to have reversed its losses a little bit, not a bad look. TJX down 1.6% right now. Producer manufacturing, you have AMAT, CAT, and GEV continuing to be a little bit of bulls of the day in that sector. Large TX, however, trading flat at the moment. Energy minerals, all the energy names, almost all the energy names are in the green. 4 names in the red: VLO, PSX, EXE, EQT, and MPC. 5 names, I apologize. XOM and CVX up over 1%. XOM inching closer to 2% right now. Utilities, we have names like NEE that's up, inching closer to 1%. SO up 0.74%. And PCG that's down 3% on the day. Communication, you have TMA sliding further into the downside. It's down 9% on the day at the moment. You have consumer non-durables, consumer services, and process industries is a mixed bag, but there is a lot of bearishness sentiment that I'm seeing across these 3 sectors, whereas industrial sectors as well as commercial services are a bit of a mixed bag of a lot of green, red, and gray over here. CRL, however, in this sector, up very close to 4% on the day. Finally, we have distribution and transportation, whereas transportation, better look amongst the 3 names: UNP up 4%, CSX up 6%, and NSC up 4.5%, with Uber sliding to the downside 2.3%, and FedEx down close to 2% on the day.
All right. I mean, I was just saying, that was quite the review there. A lot of names to cover, and thanks, Sia, for all that. I mean, we need to know. Well, I'm saying that was good. I mean, I think you did good there, covering a lot of different bases.
It's
there.
thorough is the word.
Yeah, I mean, people like, when else do we ever talk about FedEx? Oh, God, Joe's back over here. Okay, here we go, man. Captain Giggles over here. There we go. There, tarps.
Showing off the
He's just
gun.
waiting for the tarps off moment. He can run around downtown.
It's not
there,
happening.
get some ladies chasing him and whatnot. All right, it's going to be potentially a day low break on Tesla. I mean, the market has bounced back up, and Tesla right now, I hope we don't break that low, and I think that if you're able to hold, we could look at back at this tomorrow in and around the 320, 318.50 or so marker there for TSLA. So that would be another look right there, And as we said, we just couldn't support trying to go long. Man, it can't even come over here for more than a minute, I noticed, especially when we have such great talent sitting there right behind us. But at the end of the day here, yeah, Tesla, I couldn't support it there. I'm sorry, people probably were thinking about the long. I said maybe there's a short here at the 200 period, under view up, under everything, under, and it's going under the day's low, I think here, especially if this market does somehow, keep going where it's going here into the close. So yeah, a little nervous about Tesla. I hope it goes higher. Obviously, a shareholder there in TSLA, we're hoping for the best, but it is a downside kick right now for Tesla, down 15%. Like, wow, their expected move was only 5.5, 6%. It was right there beside Google yesterday for an implied move. It was Tesla, but we talked about the talent, and you're about to see it again back over there at the big desk. It's one with Sia.
Asian markets with one at 3:30 p.m. He's back, and he's going to talk you through the Asian markets and what's going on right now.
Thank you, Sia. You know that saying, another man's trash is one man's treasure?
Yes.
All right. Even though US right now ain't looking so good, overnight in Asia, everyone's in the green. I mean, after Google Alphabet's $15 billion capex boost, that pretty much sparked a huge Asia tech rally. We saw tech markets experiencing a lot of major short squeezes. This cash injection reversed basically all the hardware de-risking that they've experienced throughout the week. A lot of memory and manufacturing sectors boosted across South Korea, Japan, Taiwan. I mean, Kospi, they're back up above the 7,000 threshold. All that from memory accumulation. We saw both Samsung and SK Hynix up by around 4% each. Even in Japan, the Nikkei 225, a lot of powerful bids in electronics and advanced tool makers, easily offsetting that of geopolitical shipping frictions. Advantes, one of the big names there, up by around 4.1%. Even in Taiwan, their fiber networks and liquid cooling modules, they caught a massive bid. AVC up by 8%. But we should be focusing a lot more on the open for the Asian markets now, especially after what's happening here in the US. It's definitely going to affect the open in Asia. Check out that the velocity for Kospi at 7,000, especially the morning turnover. After today's short covering surge, watch if any global portfolios inject long-term capital into memory names or if the markets immediately take profits after yesterday's short squeeze. Japan's news, we've got June consumer inflation reports coming in tomorrow. So that's going to be giving Bank of Japan some further clues on their policy outlook. So keep an eye out on that. And in China, onshore China's tech rotations, monitor that early trading in Shanghai. We saw overnight that the stock composite was down by 2.6%. But despite the wider market gains, watch if there's any localized de-risking, if that expands, or if the People's Bank of China gives a little bit of a cushion in terms of liquidity. Over in India, the 23,800 line is the defense right there. There's a lot of escalating foreign funds outflows as well as oil inflation fears in the region. That could trigger a clean break below 23,800, and it might rapidly go down towards 23,500. So watch out in India, especially with all the geopolitics happening in the Middle East.
Absolutely, lots of geopolitics there, and also with the Indian rupee inching closer to 97 a dollar. So that's what's going on. Thank you so much, Juan, for that rundown. Sending it right back.
Thank you, Sia.
All right, there it is.
Look, I think the Kospi's giving it up overnight. I'll show you why in a quick little second. But maybe the last one till the imbalances. SoFi will take our first real red one of the day as it breaks the volume weighted average price. So it's kind of getting back into the upside here. Probably could have scalped it more, but I wanted that LOD. But I think, look, I got to go to a 15-minute for SK Hynix. SKHY. I always say it out loud because it helps me not to bungle the typing. If you look at what is it's a 2.6% update today. SK Hynix, great, it's up. That kind of belies what really happened.
You don't sound that impressed.
I'm not impressed. That's the whole point.
I just want to make sure.
Like when this was that buy program day on the 14th, and then the following day we had Dumpsville. When it settled down, where did it settle to? Settled to $180. So we get an update today that kind of double taps in front of 180. And on a single candle up, completely rejects and puts in lower highs. So unless something from the Intel call, because remember, there's some speculation between Intel and SK Hynix here. If that gets, maybe that can be confirmed or a strong day from Intel, that could turn things around here. But on its own, assuming no help from any outside sources, that's a monster level of rejected to kind of trick everybody into a consolidated day over the prior high. If the opposite happens, see that prior high, like 169, 168 we're looking at? I look at that false breakout today, and if you end up underneath the range, SK Hynix, then there's room to 164 and then the 160 lows. So I kind of feel like my default is to look for that with the false break, assuming, of course, it ends up closing underneath this 172 level. And then I'll think of this like here's the kind of the example I'm looking at. Like when you reject a big blowout top level and then you end up holding the downward trend, when you resist underneath it, you kind of go gap to gap. Why is Lucid coming back to the upside, actually? What's going on? Silly
Lucid?
I wasn't really paying attention to it, but I was using the example. Then I think you fill in the other part of the gap, which is there. It's more clean on Lucid because, well, it happens with Asian stocks. Like you'll get more crazy gapping around and noise because you've got 2 sessions that you have to deal with. So there's more crazy stuff happening overnight. So it'll gap around more, but you have to read between the tea leaves to look at some of the levels there. And yeah, Lucid has no business bouncing 5% at the open or at the close here. But yet, for some reason, it is actually doing it. Tesla still stinks, last I checked, and that was dragging it down. Sympathy play there. Bet you Rivian's still trend down because Tesla's at the lows, see? Rivian's at the lows, Tesla's at the lows, right? Tesla's literally breaking the lows. Why is Lucid bouncing?
Told you, Tesla, we're gonna break those lows.
It did just break, it broke low today just now.
Oh, Tesla, yeah. Well, I mean, hey, man, we just talked about Tesla breaking into those lows, and I was, basically nailed it on that one as it does break lower. And yeah, I was already apologizing to people before it happened. We were just right here, and I was like, you know what? This doesn't look great. And there it goes again. Tesla breaking lower and lower and lower. And I just took the opportunity right there as well. I mean, NVIDIA's been my, trade of the day. I mean, I feel like we did do quite well on this. We found the bottom. I mean, it took a minute, right? And I'm really trying to get better at not pushing size through the first little while. And then we did have some size here, and that was 1030. Tried to get back up to the upside. Thought we had maybe found a little bit of a bottom there in and around 208, but the market was just pushing harder down into the downside, and we wound up, obviously getting hit there. Took another shot at NVIDIA into here, made some money back. This was actually fine. We were just going back and forth with it there. And then eventually we were just, again, pretty lucky to find that 206 level. And it was nothing other than watching the futures and trying to see if there was some bounce back potential, right? I mean, these are the levels that we were sort of looking at, 206.50. This goes into yesterday, and then there's the bounce through, and we're able to hold it and get a lot, like the majority of the position out up here. And then it's just been bleeding all afternoon. So we don't have very much left on that one. But we do have, we just talked about that with Tesla breaking lower as Joe comes back in and sees that one. But SpaceX back into 116. So this one going clubbing as well. Of course, the wife and I are done with our clubbing days. We are getting excited. We're messaging each other right now. We cannot wait. There's 20 minutes left, and then we get to get ready for our dinner date. And it will be Italian food. Her favorite dish is gnocchi. So she'll be having some of that tonight. I will not be revealing where we're going because then Joe will show up there.
You already gave a general.
Yeah,
We'll
be in Little Italy, and but me running around with a bunch of other Italians, maybe who knows?
Blend in.
So you may not be able to see me
disappear
there, but we will be there tonight, and it should be a fun one. So we're excited for that one on a Thursday night. Was at the baseball game last night, and tonight's that, and then I don't even know what we're doing tomorrow, but we got to go get the kids on Saturday. Relatively early. I think we leave here at 7:30 or so Saturday to go get them. So that should be a fun one.
That's not so bad.
Yeah.
7:30 is not.
No, 7:30 is fine.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. I'll take that.
I mean, that's when normally Joe gets home from the clubs.
Well, I mean, look, the young bloods, you know what they have to do.
Him and Raider Trader are going to be
gotta do their thing. Maybe Joe can actually turn Chipotle around. After what happened.
Get a bowl, or what is he going to get?
Well, remember they had the drop yesterday because of.
Yeah, that's risky. I would not trust anything in the restaurant space.
Yeah, they say the drop.
Fabian,
what's the name of that? The file, whatever the heck
the earnings
it's called?
calendar's in the background.
Oh shit!
I think
love
it's
that.
very
Zoom
busy.
in on this.
Okay. Can we get a better zoom in on that?
Zoom closer on the current day. Can we do that?
I can figure
It'd almost be better if you just had today. And maybe tomorrow. Only 2 days on there. That was great. There it is.
Fantastic.
Okay, there we go. Now we have it on the big board there. Oh, you even have what? Those are expected EPSs? What do you have beside that? Oh, he thinks so. Okay, yeah, maybe that is what it is then right there. Yeah, okay, yeah. Tesla expecting 54 cents. Yeah,
that's right.
That was about right.
That's right.
Google 291. That's right. They got 285. So, yeah, these are expected.
And Newmont's expecting $2.
So you can see right there today, Intel looking at 22 cents aftermarket, SAP, Newmont. Okay, is that Raytheon is maybe into Thermo Fisher there tonight as well. T-Mobile as we get going. So yeah, that's awesome. Honeywell there. Yeah, that was fantastic.
If we just only one thing here.
Maybe now's the time to ask for a raise.
We do know that LMT, that we already know that was this morning.
No, actually.
But no, that looks fantastic.
Yeah, that looks fantastic, man. I think that's very awesome. And yeah.
We're gonna make it expand to see the day up.
Yeah.
This is for like just a week.
Yeah, this is a work in progress, man. That looks awesome.
Good stuff.
Great job there. Yeah, we are continuously improving the show, and we want to thank individuals like Fabian over there that's working on all the graphics and the sound effects and whatnot, things like that. So we want to say thank you to all the team members that we have here. What a great job people are doing.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's awesome, man. I think I've set the world on fire here with this gnocchi comment in the chat. So people loving that, of course, made with potato.
It is gnocchi is delicious. I'm not gonna lie. Favorite dish?
Yeah, don't lie. Don't lie.
No, I mean, look, I'm not the person that's ever gonna throw shade on quality food. I'll leave that to other people because, like I already said, like sometimes carbs can be the most delicious thing you ever find.
Carbs.
Out there. No, we said
Yeah,
this
no,
morning
I
already.
know. I don't want.
But I wanted to make sure, like, I wasn't randomly bringing up Chipotle. I was about to show. It's 3:43.
Yeah, let's go.
Usually, I
I
would
didn't
have
even
given
realize how
you the
late it
early
is.
look, so I'm not taking anything else unless it's the backside of the imbalances. And Chipotle has a rather large buy imbalance. I was joking about the drop they had yesterday. They got kind of rugged yesterday on Chipotle. Speculation that was because of that new outbreak. The name I don't remember. You can look it up. And then PCG, so sell of 4.7 million early look sell on PCG, SPG&E obviously. In Chipotle, 3.7 million to the buy side. You've got GM with an early look, 1.5 million buy. You've got NU, 1.25 million buy side. Halliburton, 1.1 million shares to the buy side. Uber is a bit of a sell. GLW Corning, we're just talking about them, 600,000 buy. Oracle, almost 600,000 to the sell side. So there are a few names. Like for a Thursday, I'd say that's actually a pretty decent looking list. Chipotle just stood out because it's only done 9 million shares. So 3.7 million buy, and this is what we were referring to for the rug job that Chipotle got in the afternoon. And it is still underneath some of those lows. So yeah, they've been getting kind of shellacked, losing the 50 period. But if there's a buy imbalance on a stock that's been rugged, that can cause a little bit of juice. Now, ultimately, I think trend is down. So if it comes out a big buy, hopefully it pops right into this top, and then look for the 355 imbalance to flip, all that good stuff, and then goes right back into VWAP. Hopefully it does make it into that top when it does. But yeah, that Tesla, I hate to say it, where are we now? 316 and
What?
still.
Oh,
it's
I
continuing.
should've shorted that.
Continuing to fall.
Oh,
It's getting rugged. Oh yeah, he's hitting it because the Austin 316. Nasty for Tesla. That continues to drop. I might try. I should have just shorted Lucid when it got to this pricing here at 660, right into the low. But if it breaks VWAP, we'll go for that. But I don't want to do that until the other side of the imbalances. So we'll wait about 4 minutes for the imbalances to come out. You don't want to. Imbalances are random. Like, unless there's some kind of an index action, it's a coin flip
even
which
then,
direction.
It comes the wrong way most of the time.
Oh, true, but at least you have something to go off of. Most of the other times, you're just guessing. So unless you're in something for another reason already, getting into position right before the imbalances, if you don't have an edge, doesn't really make a lot of sense. So you just kind of wait for the back end of it.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just making sure my stop order is ready to go. I mean, it's literally, I mean, I don't have the Stone Cold, just do the props right there. We'll props it up there because we got out at 116 right there off of the 200 period moving average. So we just have less than 10% left of this SpaceX trade and breaking through 117 and change. I'm going to start getting some sort of more of a complex than I already have because every time it comes to me, I hear in my ear, all right, time to go back to Sia. So we're going to go back to Sia right now with the crypto moment.
We're going to do a merge segment. Sorry about that, Sean. We're going to do a merge segment between Money Talks and crypto. We're going to take a look for the first time at the Russian ruble and what's going on here because I was hearing a lot about Russia today. So Russia's state oil and gas revenue, which accounts for around a fifth of the total budget income, is seen rising by 60% in July from the same month a year ago, all thanks to increase in global prices, which is the reason that's causing this upside almost everywhere. This is coming as per Reuters calculations. We're also going to take a look at the dollar, what is going on, up about 0.31% on the day, trading around the 101 mark right now, hovering near a 3-week high as surging oil prices, there we go again, and geopolitical tensions have stoked inflation worries, driving these market expectations that the Fed will maintain a tighter monetary policy. So we don't know about that. We're going to take a look at that. BTC USD, Bitcoin, down 2% on the day, trading around the $64,679 mark. Ethereum is also down 3% on the day, trading around, slipping further down, trading around $1,872. And Solana is down on the day, 3% as well, trading around $75.50 at the moment.
Thank you, Sia. And I'll try to be quick because I don't want to throw back to Sean and then we got to go right back up.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Don't do that.
PCG, just PG&E, PCG, just it kind of almost doubled the imbalance there, up to 7.1 million shares now. So that's getting larger to the sell side. The annoying thing is that it actually dropped. So Chipotle was pretty big, and now PCG is the bigger one. But it's already, remember, other people get to see this too. Like, we're showing it to you because we have it, and why not? But others that can front run this potential sell imbalance are already doing so through the low. There might not be that much edge with PCG. So I'm going to throw over to Sean. I'm going to also double check just to make sure there isn't some sort of an index action with PCG, because there might be.
Yeah, I have my stop. I was just talking about it right there on SpaceX. So, it does not look like it has in the past, right? I mean, the past couple times into the close. I mean, first of all, SpaceX short today, kablamo, and then all nicely cooking right there. And we had this short yesterday as well off of the 125. We got the 119 all the way down. You saw it bled right into the close there, and before finally catching a little bit of a bid after hours. But SpaceX just downside, and even the day before, whoosh to the downside again. And today, nepa. It doesn't go very whoosh at all. So now we wait to see what's going to happen here with those market and closing balances that are now un momento away. We're not too far. Oh, what the? Oh, okay, well, there you go. Hey, it's me, and I put the wrong, I forgot that I had an offer there. So, okay, we're short another bit there, just 20% of a unit. We just took that short into this number. And again, if it breaks through 117.50 on an imbalance, we're going to get out. If this was an actually real amount of shares, I would probably panic and punch out right now because I don't want to be involved into these imbalances. But we are now 20 seconds away, and we'll see what happens. I'm going to put a bid down here we just got short at 30s. We'll put a bid at flat for like half of what we just got right there. And if it does fall back into us, then we'll take it. Look, SpaceX could be a sell today, right? And maybe we do get a downside push here. Otherwise, it's a 20-cent hit, probably with slippage. We'll get a little more than that, and we'll see what winds up happening here. Now, okay, it must be a buy.
It's a 500,000 buys.
Okay, so relatively small. I think they'll probably get stopped out momentarily right here. It didn't go up that much, but it was Intel. Whatever, I'm not going to look at that anymore. Intel there with 100 on it there, so we'll see if that has much to do here with their sell side. Back to $100 on the dot, $2 million on the buy side. Qualcomm, love some Qualcomm, that's for sure, but that's a bid and down 3%. I do think both these names are somewhat related here into the close. Uber is just a disaster, man. I don't know. Don't mind taking it, but don't like holding it as an investment, and should have been out this thing at $80. I'll never live that down, but when next time it comes up, I can make sure I make the same mistake again. And NVIDIA catching a bid. So that's kind of a nice story there as well for NVDA. SpaceX on the move down. We'll take a little bit of opportunity to get out of that one as, I guess bank error in our favor there as it does not break 1750. So we will take advantage of that, get out something around the teens now, and wait to see if SpaceX does fall. I do have a bigger bid at 117 flat. And without any further ado, it's Sia at the desk.
Okay, I wasn't ready, but no worries. We're going to take a look at Intel over here. I just want to go over really quick what to remember when you go into the earnings today. So on my screen is something that I had put together a month or two ago when I was on the desk, when I was on the big screen talking about it. So that's the first quarter 2025 expectations and reality, and the first quarter of 2026 expectations and reality. But here's what they are predicting for the second quarter of 2026. So Wall Street analysts have projected a consensus adjusted earnings per share of 22 cents and revenue of approximately $14.43 billion. Revenue approximately $14.43 billion. So Wall Street consensus is sitting between 19 cents and 22 cents per share, marks a strong jump from the negative 10 EPS that was reported in the same quarter almost last year. Revenue projected between the range of $14.42 billion to $14.45 billion. Midpoint revenue, management has previously guided for $14.3 billion. Profitability and margins, they're forecasting a baseline return to profitability with GAAP EPS of 0.08 and gross profit margins of 37.5%. Data center and AI, analysts are expecting revenue to climb to $5.54 billion, which is up 40% year over year behind demand for Xeon 6 processors. Foundry services also, revenue is projected at $5.48 billion. And investors will be looking for updates on external customers and commercial progress on their 18A process node.
Okay.
Thank you for the update there, Sia. And during that time, unfortunately, Intel lost the $100 level. So back into some of these lows. You have about 7 minutes to go until the close. I can tell you, PCG came out smaller than expected. Chipotle didn't even come out over 1 million shares. Intel paired off a good portion of that and bounced down to 1.3 million.
So SpaceX, boo.
Yeah, pretty much nothing burger there. SpaceX is still a buy of 300,000. I just looked up and saw it, but you have to scroll down to be able to find it. So not really that crazy here. Like, this is what happened the problem with PCG, it doesn't matter that it came out big because they already front ran the number. So unless you can get it higher off VWAP, they kind of sold it off 1% when they saw the early look imbalance. So outside of Intel tonight, I think the big story will be how does Tesla end? Ooh, big bounce on Tesla. That wasn't even.
There must have been an imbalance.
Yeah, I have it as a really small buy imbalance, like really, really small, like 100,000 shares on Tesla to the buy imbalance. But it's really rallying, up $5. Well, you know what? At the end of the day, taking out profits for anyone that was holding it would be buying it. So that makes a little bit of sense.
Here we go.
Cheese in a chair, our good friend. Well, you know what? You know I'm a long-term investor as well.
Yeah.
Tonight's SpaceX launch could circle Jupiter 3 times, save Bruce Willis, and safely land back on Earth with a cargo of Canadian Fruit Loops.
I'm long.
And I'll still be shorting that hype all the way down to 90.
Okay.
That's the super chat of the day.
But would it be hype though? You mean if that actually happened? Yeah.
Save Bruce Willis?
Yeah, this would be great there.
And the problem is
and all these kind of things happening right now.
I don't think that dude survived the nuclear blast in Armageddon. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah,
I don't think it worked out well for him. I know you didn't necessarily see it physically happen on camera, but I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say there's nothing to save. He's a little itsy bits and pieces floating around.
We're going back up to the upside with NVIDIA, so we're just gonna clean some of that out right now. As there, I have some more offers out there that I got to cancel. I don't want to get filled again on those. So we'll get punch out a little bit here, hold a little bit into the close just to see what winds up cooking here with NVIDIA. Nice move up into 208 now as we continue to go higher and higher. Good little hold there. We did get, by the way, SpaceX ran, so we got some out there. It's nothing. I'm upset because it fell right after I got stopped out there, but you play the game with the imbalances and that's what happens. We just got back up to 1740 a minute ago, so you never know where these things are going to go. But yeah, it should be a good one. We'll stay late a little bit here for Intel. The expectation is 4 o'clock. If it's anything later than 4:05, I'm out of here. So we'll just stay like this, and Neil and I will take you in for Intel into the close. So stay with us, maybe 5-10 minutes
Usually
after.
pretty prompt.
Yeah, 5-10 minutes after, we'll get the number in our ear. We'll give it to you. We'll have a look to see, what's moving the market at 4 p.m. But it will be Intel, and not much else going on. I actually just I was just looking at it. I want to thank Adara for it again here. These are the earnings tonight, so it's very much nothing. This today's the 23rd. Yeah, so there's Intel Deckers. So catch me outside, Deckers outdoors, and then Newmont as well. So a little bit in that gold trade. So we'll look for some of those, and we'll be more importantly paying attention to Intel. I think we got to go back to the desk.
See, now you're just paranoid about it.
No, I did. There was.
I just wanted to mention there was something, but no.
Oh, okay.
Just wanted to mention the Deckers infographic is also up on X at TTV Research that Adara made. So if you want to go check that out before they report earnings, please go ahead and do that as well.
All right. There you go.
Thank you, Sia. And I told Sean when you said that story about how it seemed like every single time you started talking, it would be a call to go up to the desk. Sia is way too nice to have taken advantage of that. If I was on the desk, the second, or I know Joe probably would do it too. It's like the second it goes back to Sean. It's like, come to me, please. Of course.
Yeah, but then I would have.
You gotta. No, but just to go back and forth.
I would have countered that.
I know you have something.
Real quick.
And then we'd have a little bit of fun with it. But we're gonna have fun with Intel if you're in a Newmont, more power to you. And again, if you like Deckers, great. I don't think anyone here cares about Deckers. Maybe they do, not to insult them. But right now, the winner of the poll, which I closed it a while ago, but I didn't show you guys. It'll be 37% of the viewers feel Intel is a buy overnight. Remember, the expected move is 12%. So you think it's going to move big to the upside. 48% sell. 15% are thinking chop. Also, someone put in $sign beep. What is that about? What's with the $sign beep? Is that
I don't know, but I don't think chop. I think it's. Chop around? Yeah, okay,
no,
maybe.
Yeah, chop is like don't.
I think it's going to be some kind of a move.
It's definitely going to move. The expected move is 12%.
So it's not like a huge call here that it's going to move, but I think it's definitely. I'm going to go long. I'm going to go long on that and think that there's a good chance that we break through that 110 area, give us that 10% plus coming through on Intel. Let's see if it gets back. I don't think 120 is out of the realm either. And if you're looking at a downside area, we had bounced off 90 already. That would be 10% down. And if you do get that 12%, 85, I'm buying more Intel on week. Like if Intel ever touches an 8 handle, you'll see me buying tomorrow. Just like today, Fabian scared the what out of me right there over there. But I was waiting for Google to make this move down. I stepped in today, bought some Google, and we're going to make the same mistake maybe tomorrow with Intel if it gets back into the 75, 80 range. I'm still long in the probably 19, 20 area, but we're waiting now. It's the first time I ever bought Intel was down way back when, and this is not a flex. I mean, I had no idea this was going to happen. And I think it was just, we kept on, we had Brian Shannon on. We literally, Adara will remember this if she was around here for sure. But we had kind of joked that how long this had stayed underneath this $20, $25 marker. And once it broke out, it was kind of just a shot call. And then all of a sudden the US government got involved and, the rest is history. And then we got that chip boom and, boom goes Intel. So, all right, man, we are now 45 seconds away from the closing print here on Intel. And then I think it's supposed to drop. It
should be right away. I just want to say one thing. People have asked about what's going on with Palantir. It's on fire into the close. The whole market's bouncing into the close.
Palantir,
but specifically, there were a few names that had small sell imbalances that flipped to buy imbalances. So like a bunch of names just flipped to very small buy imbalances, and I think that's a little bit of what happened there. So the whole entire market's going to be bouncing with just over 10 seconds to go. Like here's the NASDAQ. Obviously, it's going to the upside as well late in the day. But we got 10 seconds to the closing bell, which is brought to you by VFS. That is ticker VFS, VinFast. Want to shout out to them. You can also scan that QR code. Thank them for sponsoring the closing bell. And then shortly after this closing bell, which you just heard, we should be getting Intel earnings. Obviously, nothing yet.
No, that's not obvious. I mean, I think it's going to come out immediately. We have Intel right. We got out some on NVIDIA right there. Okay, here's Intel reporting 38 cents versus 27. So 38 versus 27, a higher than expected number right there. We'll get the revenue in a couple seconds here. 16.13 billion, beating 14. Double beat, top and bottom line there for Intel. So right now you're not getting too much of a move, but it's moving. And there it goes, 104, 103.50. Intel now popping through right now, up $4, $5, $4.50. A beat on the EPS and a beat on revenues. And they're talking positively apparently with their move forward. I don't have a future guide right yet.
No guidance.
But there goes Intel cooking right now. Do we want to go back to Sia? What do you have back there? We don't have her mic on. Once it's on, we'll go back to see it right there. 105 and change, 106, starting to go higher right now into the report. So it looks like whoever might have put chop down
right now
potentially might be accurate, but let people parse through the numbers, and we'll get a second there. And Sia, let us know. I don't know if it might have been the guys.
Still not seeing guidance.
No, me either.
It's just top and bottom so far.
Okay, so there's still more to come then for Intel. They're going, just broke through 105, back down to 102. I mean, this is a wild trader right now, man. It just broke 105.
Everyone's waiting
over there.
Okay, so we got gross margins, 42% versus 40% there. And then Q2 revenue, we already had that to beat. So, I mean, they beat on margins as well. I know we're waiting for the guidance, but hey, it's a beat on top and bottom and a slight beat on the margins. Remember, margins are a big deal. And the conference call, you're going to want to pay attention to, hey, the yields. Let's see if they're improving their yields because that's an important part of getting major customers to their foundry business. Let's go back to Sia.
Okay, Intel numbers here. Revenue coming in at $16.13 billion versus $14.42 billion that was estimated. We have adjusted EPS at 42 cents versus 21 cents that was estimated. Non-GAAP gross margin 41.8% versus 38.76% estimated. Now, the Q3 guidance, revenue at $15.8 billion to $16.8 billion versus $15.10 billion that was estimated. Adjusted EPS at 38 cents versus 27 cents that was estimated. And CFO David Zinsner is saying that 2026 CapEx is going from $18 billion to $20 billion with 2027 CapEx, quote unquote, to be up meaningfully.
That's I'm seeing the guide is like about a 9% beat on guidance relative to the midpoint. That's pretty good. Like 38 cents versus 24 cents, that's easy math. But then 15.8 to 16.8 billion Q3 they're looking at for estimated sales versus 15 flat. So that's about 9% beat on the guide. Maybe they don't like this CapEx, I guess.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's still up to 106 right now. It's starting to go up. I mean, Intel's turning its, what was a bad day for the chip space, back up now 4%. There it goes, now 7% on the earnings call alone. Remember, we closed at $100, now up to 107. You're starting to creep up to that 12%. We know we like the long, man. I pushed that number 1 on the poll there, and here it goes, up to 810. Sia, give us one more little bit, and then we'll get out of here.
Absolutely, yeah. I need to give you a couple more numbers. So adjusted operating margin at 17.2%, 17.2% versus estimated that was 11.1%. Client computing revenue standing at $8.88 billion versus estimated $7.99 billion. Data center and AI revenue at $6.26 billion versus estimated $5.54 billion. And finally, two things. Intel Foundry revenue at $5.77 billion versus $5.48 billion estimated. Finally, adjusted free cash flow at $8.42 billion versus, negative $8.42 billion versus negative $1.05 billion year over year.
All right. So, I mean, it sounds like, I like the improving margins. I mean, that's going to be something that's pretty big, right? And I mean, that's the whole thing. If you can continue to sell more product and have higher margins, that's the recipe for success. Intel now up almost 10%. It was $100. Now it's up to 110. This is going to be misleading because it was down 3% today. So there it is. There's 110. So you just got it right there. What a move there in the after hours for Intel. Congratulations to everybody on that play. Let's have just a quick look and then we're out of here. AMD says thank you very much for that as well. That's up huge right now as well, up to 552. I don't think NVIDIA will be following it, although we got a great print on NVIDIA at the end of the day, 209 for that one. We talked about maybe Qualcomm could see a little bit of a boost there on better PC demand, but doesn't look like it. But it's just Intel right now that's really starting to get going here. INTC, nice upside play there, Intel. So yeah, congratulations. It looks like we're right back to where we were yesterday. Let's see what winds up happening here after hours as the conference call still to come.
Hold the gains in the conference call and get to that 12% that was expected. It's been a good one for the markets to the downside, but can Intel possibly save the day? That's a question we're going to be answering tomorrow morning. You're going to see us at 8 o'clock for the entire team. Good big shout out to Sia, obviously, for filling in for Dara, who'll be back on Monday. She'll be doing a great job.
He's got one more day.
One more day. I was going to say Joey Options, but he's gone.
And then Joe's out of here, man. Joe's
I thought he was still here, man.
Joe's gone, man. He's running around our parking lot.
Tarp's
off, running around there, celebrating something probably. My bad. All right, good day today. Yeah, good.
Enjoy the pasta.
Yes. I'm going to see what
tonight. The gnocchi, I should say.
I might have some veal parmesan. You never know what's going to happen there tonight. But okay, thank you, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, Sia. Thanks, everybody in the back.
You get some.